Simon & Schuster Audio presents Little Heaven, a novel by Nick Cutter, read by Corey Brill.
There was a house made of dawn. It was made of pollen and of rain, and the land was very old and everlasting. There were many colors on the hills, and the plain was bright with different-colored clays and sands. N. Scott Momaday. Prologue. Taken. 1980. 1. There is a saying that goes, "Evil never dies, it merely sleeps. And when that evil awakes, it can do so soundlessly, or almost so. Even insects can scream." The little aphid did, though at a register too high for any human ear to perceive. It toiled in the root system of a cactus plant growing on the edge of the New Mexico desert, an insect so small that it was practically invisible to the naked eye. This was how it would begin again, the wheel coming around. While the aphid fed on sugars deposited in the cactus roots, something curled up from the blackest recesses of the earth. It slipped inside the aphid's body. If there was any pain, and yes, there would be, the insect was unable to articulate its agony beyond that thin scream. The aphid trundled up the root stem, through the loose-packed sand, up onto one of the cactus's fleshy leaves. There it encountered a honey ant, which fed on the honeydew that aphids produce. Their antennae touched briefly. Whatever had stolen inside the aphid slipped soundlessly into the ant, something as inessential as the smoke billowing from the chimney of a charnel house. The aphid erupted with a tiny pressurized hiss. The ant returned to its hill, skittering through a fall of lemony afternoon sunlight. It disappeared down the hole. Shortly afterward, the hill emptied, ants pouring forth in furious multitudes. The ants organized themselves in a skirmish line like soldiers on the march, and proceeded determinedly until they came to the burrow of a meadow mouse. They filed down the burrow, 1,000 upon 1,000. There came an agonized squeal. Presently the mouse emerged. It hopped and shook, its skin squirming. The mouse spun a few agitated circles before righting itself and dashing into the dry grass. It paused here and there to gnaw at its flesh, drawing blood. In time it crossed paths with a desert shrew. Moments later there arose a high, mindless shriek. The shrew encountered an opossum, which in turn encountered a black-tailed jackrabbit, which hurled itself screechingly into the jaws of a kit fox, which thrashed and gibbered and scurried into a den that housed a family of jaguarundis. More shrieks, cresting across the arid expanse of sand. Night fell over the desert. In the darkness, something shambled from the den. The moon touched upon its strange extrusions, its flesh shining wetly in the pale moonlight. It breathed through many mouths, and gazed through a cluster of eyes lodged in a knot of fatted, blood-streaked fur. It locomoted on many legs, each of them foreshortened, compressed, like the bellows of an accordion. The creature, whatever it was, scuttled in the manner of a crab. This abomination carried itself across the sands, moving stealthily, its quartet of snouts dilated to the breeze. A solitary gray wolf sat on a rocky outcropping, scanning the mesa. An old wolf, much scarred, an ear torn off in some long-ago territorial battle. The wolf spotted movement. A shape shambled into view. This thing moved as though wounded, and yet the wolf's predatory instincts said no, no, no. This thing was not hurt. It was something else. The wolf loped off to investigate. It was wary but unafraid. If this other creature could bleed, the wolf would bleed it. It had no fear. The wolf was apex. It had never encountered a creature that was its equal, not once in its long life. Hours later, the thing, now substantially larger, shuffled to a patch of sand. a patch dramatically darker than the surrounding earth. The trees sprouting from its black and oily surface were gnarled and stooped, yet grimly alive in a way that indicated suffering. Diligently, the thing began to dig. The hole widened and grew deeper. The sand became darker until it was obsidian, as if it had been soaked in tar. The creature encountered something buried in that unnatural blackness. Its many snouts snaffled, its mouths groaning and squealing. Then, that something moved. A great shuddering exhale. The creature backpedaled madly, scrambling out of the pit. From someplace in the vaulted sky came the screech of a bird of prey. 2. Petty Shugru awoke in the still hours of night with her skin rashed in gooseflesh. "Pet, my sweet pet." She sat up. The wind hissed through chinks in the farmhouse walls, between the joists her father had imprecisely hammered home. "Come, my pet. Come see, come see, come see." The voice was inviting, honeyed. Yet something lurked behind its sweetness, corrupted and lewd, like a dead man's face staring up from the bottom of a shallow pool. She swung her legs off the bed. The pine boards were cool on her bare feet. She wore the nightdress her mother had sewn for her before she was even big enough to wear it. Her mother had always been 2 steps ahead. It was in her nature to make Petty a new nightdress before she had outgrown the old one. Her mother wasn't like that anymore, but Petty preferred to remember her that way. Her throat itched with thirst. She walked into the kitchen, passing the support post where her father recorded her height every birthday, notching it with a magic marker. Petty's feet whispered on the floor. Odd, as usually the creaking timbers woke her father, who was such a light sleeper that the sound of a sparrow settling on a windowsill was enough to stir him. From somewhere far away, like the musical voice from the edge of a dream, she heard the trilling notes of a flute. She stepped outside. The night was cool, the grass silky under her bare feet. The moon was slit by a thin night cloud. She walked to the water pump and set the bucket under its spout. The pump squealed as she worked its handle. Water sloshed out, silvered by the moonlight as it splashed into the bucket. Except it didn't look like water. Too thick, with a coppery undernote. "My pet, oh, my pet, sweet as sun-warmed honey." She dipped a ladle into the bucket and raised it to her lips, although something buried deep inside her fought the instinct. Heavy, salty, metallic, the way she imagined molten iron might taste. She drank more. It was good, though it did not slake her. If anything, her thirst intensified. Scuttling movement to her left. She swung toward it, alarmed. Something was standing there. Standing? No, it slumped, huge and shapeless, like a heap of quarry stones covered in burlap. Its parts appeared to move independently of one another, the whole mass hissing and emitting thin squeals and murmurs. The head of a wolf hung off its flanks. It looked as if it had been killed and decapitated and slung on its side. But Petty sensed the wolf's head was somehow a part of this thing, of a piece with the rest of its lunatic assembly. This living nightmare shambled closer. Petty's skin went cold all over. Something else was standing behind that awful mass. A long, weedy shape, more human than not, a twist of living smoke. It looked a little like a man's body that had been melted and elongated like taffy. This figure did not speak, but Petty could feel it. The thing gave off a brooding wickedness, yet it also struck her as somehow bored, as if it had grown weary of all the horrible things it had seen and done. Petty was filled with the sense that this thing was utterly, fundamentally malevolent, shot through to the core with it. And so, weary or not, it could only continue to be and to do what it had always been and done. "My pet, it said. "Oh, my sweet morsel." It lifted something to its lips, a serrate bone flute. When it began to play, Petty had no choice but to follow it. Part 1. The Summoning, 1980. 1. The Lion in Winter. Micah Henry Shugru awoke into a darkness so thick it was like all nights folded together. He sat up in bed with an unspeakable fear crazing through his vitals, a stark wash of terror, bubonic rats scuttling through his veins. He reached for his wife. Ellen's breaths came unrushed, the bones of her wrist frail and bird-like under the thin stretching of skin. He plucked his eye from the bowl on the nightstand. He never slept with it in, but he didn't like Petty to see him without it in, the flesh inside the socket cured like pig leather. He thumbed it into place and said, "I will look in on Pet." Ellen would not answer. She never did. Her eyes were open, they almost always were nowadays, but invisible under the 2 moisturized pads wedged beneath her eyelids. Micah stood in his sleeping flannels. Their daughter, Petty, slept in a room off the kitchen. The house was silent as he made his way through it. He eased his daughter's door open. Instantly, he felt it. An absence. That clotted, stinging darkness holding nothing at all. Micah's breath rasped as his remaining eye adjusted. The blankets had been folded back at one corner, as if his daughter had slid out for a drink of water. She did this sometimes in the summer when the heat lay leaden inside the walls. One evening he'd found her at the pump, the hem of her nightdress wet with water. He had chastised her, not wanting her to make a habit of being out of doors at night. But the water was cooler from the pump, she'd said, so much better than the tepid stuff that ran from the kitchen tap. "Pet," he said, sure that he would get no reply. His mind was quickly turning to the solidity of her disappearance. He had been dreading this moment since the day she was born. He moved swiftly through the house. She was nowhere inside. The back door was ajar. He stepped outside. The fields rolled away under the moon, flat and endless. The Black Mountain Range tilted against the horizon. "Pet," he called. The wind curled around his ankles. He went back inside. He stepped into his boots and donned his duster, then went back out. He gazed across the moon-silvered field. Beyond it, miles off, rose the knuckled hillsides that, come summer, would be clad in flaming pokeweed. The barn door was open. Had he forgotten to shut it? He crossed the field and stepped into the barn. He felt his way through the shuddering horseflesh and climbed a ladder to the hayloft. The trunk was where he'd left it, covered in a horsehair blanket. He had not gazed upon it in years. It held his old life. That was a time best left shut. The trunk's innards smelled of gun oil and old blood. He retrieved one pistol, then the next. They felt good in his hands, like brothers, like sisters, like homecoming. Both guns were highly modified. Russian Tokarevs bored out to chamber 45 rounds. Their barrels had been filed to 4 inches. Micah had also ground off the sights. Sights were useless at close range, and anyway they might snag when clearing concealment. One gun had a mother-of-pearl grip, the other sandalwood. He loaded them and slid them into the pockets of his duster. Outside, the fields lay spectral in the witching hours. Ground fog ribboned along the earth. Micah marched toward a forest of pinyon and ponderosa pines at the edge of his property. Past the tree line, the land was still wild. "I should not have closed my eye," he thought. "Should not have let my guard down." 15 years. A long time to keep one's guard up. Hellishly long for even the hardest of men. That man can try to sleep with one eye open, keeping watch over those he loves and fosters. But every man has to sleep sometime. And he'd felt it coming, hadn't he? Something gathering toward his family, a feeling not unlike the thunder of hooves as a stampede approaches. He might as well have tried to outrun his own skin. You cannot outfox the devil. You may be able to stay his approach if you're lucky and a little crazy, but in the end, his black eye will ferret you out. A tatter of cloth hung from a pinyon branch, a pattern of cabbage flowers faded from washing. Petty's nightdress. Micah stepped into the trees, treading on a carpet of brown needles. His body ached, his knees were about cooked, and his arms felt heavy. Age makes fools of us all. There was nothing to track, no blood, thank Christ, and his daughter's bare feet would leave no impression. His heart thumped ponderously in his chest, but he walked with care, his working eye half-lidded, as though he might fall back asleep. The fear he had felt upon waking, the fear that had spiked when he discovered his daughter's bed empty, was now gone. He cursed his own inner coolness, the very trait that had distinguished him in his past life. Do I not care enough for my daughter to feel true panic? What other father would react this way under these same circumstances? He came upon a clearing. A shape stood in the fall of moonlight. It was black, as if its body had been carved from the surrounding night. It was unmoving, but Micah could tell that its eyes, so many of them, were focused on him with a commingling of baleful mockery and something that smacked of pity, the flat stare of a cottonmouth as it gazed upon a field mouse. "Give her back," Micah said. The thing shuffled forward. Its body rippled as if in delight. It gave off an odor that reminded Micah of the night, years ago, when he had awoken to hear scratching inside the walls at a hotel in Carson City. There was a hole the size of a thumbnail where two walls met. Carpenter ants, the most enormous he'd ever seen, spilled through the hole, numberless in their multitudes, sheeting down the plaster like bristling dark molasses. They carried with them the same dry, festering stink he smelled now, metallic, vinegary, somehow vulgar. The thing issued a gargling hack. Was it trying to speak? It capered and sloshed. Its body teemed with quarrelsome movements. The sense of déjà vu was overwhelming. He was nauseated by it. This had happened before, all of it. Yet it had the feel of a dream, something that had once occurred in a fantasy land, someplace far away and long, long ago. "Give her back," he said again. The thing made a clotted rattle that might have been its attempt at laughter. Its head, or one of its heads, cocked to one side, too far, as if its neck had been snapped and had surrendered to the bulbous weight of its skull. But Micah knew it wasn't a head he was looking at. Heads were appendages gracing men and beasts, and this thing was neither of those. Micah had not dealt with such creatures in so long. Staring at its shuddering shape filled him with exhaustion so dreadful that it was as if the hollows of his bones had been flooded with lead. The thing shook with what could be mistaken for mirth, the ribbed and fatty texture of its body jiggling. Why was he speaking to it? He knew where Petty was, or would soon be, anyway. He spat on the browned pine needles and reached for his smoke wagons. "What in hell do I need you for?" His hands lit up with thunder. Bullets tore into the thing. Parts of its body ripped free and spun into the dark. The creature slumped to the ground and attempted to crawl or flop toward Micah, heaving itself forward in torturous paroxysms. Micah paused, the gunpowder stinging his nose, and took careful aim. He plugged the final 4 rounds into what he felt to be its skull or skulls. The thing jerked and bucked, and it stopped, all told. Micah slammed fresh clips into his pistols. He holstered one and approached the thing with the other one drawn. The creature lay prone, its body issuing a queer hum. Putrid fumes carried off it. Meat from many species of animal all crushed together, the bones jutting slantwise, and the exposed fatty tissues shining butter yellow in the moonlight. He spied the crumpled head of a jaguarundi that had been stitched through some horrific process to the shell of an armadillo. There were elements of birds, of fish, of serpents, and a swath of tawny flesh that might have once draped the skull of a luckless hiker. The corrugated canvas of flesh and fur was maggot-ridden and pocked with ichor-filled boils. The head of a wolf hung off one side. Its eyes had been sucked out and added to the muscat bunch that stared woodenly from the middle of the thing's chest. Micah had no inkling how these atrocities came to be. He knew them only as the handmaidens of his old nemesis. He couldn't guess at the wicked animus filling their bodies. The hum intensified. The heap of corrupted meat convulsed. Micah stepped back. One of the thing's skulls, eyeless, featureless, nothing but a bloated bladder of mismatched organ meats and pelts, swelled and threatened to burst. And then it did. It ripped raggedly apart. Insects poured out. Weevils and bark beetles and deer ticks, millipedes and sightless moths, ladybugs with blackly diseased wings. The thing deflated as the bugs deserted it in a scuttle of legs and carapaces and wriggling antennae. From somewhere in the night, distant and dimming, the trill of a flute. 2. The hired gun. When you whittled right down to the nub of it, killing yourself was a matter of will. You had to find that iron in your spine, the gumption to carry your soul into the dark. Minerva Atwater sat at the desk in her room at the Beldings Motel in the one-horse town of Ludo, Nevada. She nursed the hope that the man she had come to see would be the one who killed her. The motel was a cesspool. Appropriately, her room was a dump. At least the place stayed on theme. The orange shag carpet was studded with cigarette burns. An arrogant roach skittered across the popcorn ceiling like an ambulatory scab. Minerva could afford better, but this room suited her present temperament. On the desk sat a box. Inside the box was an old-style syringe kit. Early 1900s, vintage, before companies began manufacturing disposable needles. She'd found it in an antique store in Sedona, Arizona. It was the sort of thing she could imagine a genteel morphine addict using. A brain surgeon or a bank manager. The initials GPG were stamped on its copper plating. Who the hell bought a monogrammed drug needle? The syringe was 2 inches long, polished steel, with a large bore needle. The antique store owner had sold it to her for $20. He said she had a fine eye for this sort of thing. An eye for what? Needles? She had thought. Oh yeah, you betcha. 7 or 8 thermometers also sat on the desk. She'd bought them at a Rite Aid earlier that same day. Inside each was a drop of mercury. She remembered her father telling her a story about the medicine men who used to travel around in the Old West days selling mercury as a restorative. Laird's Bloom of Youth, goofy names like that. Those quacks would claim it'd put the apple back in a woman's cheeks and restore the ruby to her lips, which was pure horseshit. Painting your face with quicksilver was about as restorative as gargling pony piss, but at least piss wouldn't kill you. But then Minnie did want to die. It was just about the only thing she wanted out of life anymore. She set a plastic spoon on the desk and cracked a thermometer open over it. The glass snapped crisply, depositing a bead of silver into the spoon. She did the same with the rest of the thermometers, then drew all the mercury into the syringe. She looped a bootlace round her arm above her elbow, clamped one end between her teeth and cinched it. Her arms were thin, so it didn't take much to raise a vein. Once upon a time she'd heard the whispers. That girl's so skinny she could take a bath in a shotgun barrel. Or, like a snake on stilts, that one. But she hadn't heard those whispers in many a moon. In a weird way, she missed them. The needle slid into a fat vein. Her skin dimpled, and the tip punched right in. The first time, she'd tried swallowing the mercury, but she'd just gone dizzy and thrown up. No, right into the bloodstream seemed best. She inhaled deeply. She could taste the poison at the back of her mouth, warm with a metallic edge, and retrieved her pistols from their case. They slid into pancake holsters on either side of her rib cage. She pulled her long duster coat over them. Maybe tonight. She hoped to Christ so. Christ, or whoever might be up there looking down on her small life, on all humanity, our every sad endeavor. Please, she thought, show some mercy, just a little. Haven't I earned it? The answer came on the wind that fussed with the drapes edging the open window. Oh no, my child. You haven't suffered nearly enough yet. The motel bar was practically empty. A stag antler chandelier cast its glow over the interior. The sound system was playing Boogie Oogie Oogie by A Taste of Honey. A pair of rubby-dubs occupied seats in opposite corners where they drank with quiet desperation. A third man was shit-faced, smoking a cigar at the end of the bar. Whiskey, she said. The barkeep brought a glass. Minerva said, Leave the bottle. Oogie Oogie. The bartender was heavy, with a walrus mustache and old-timey sleeve garters. He looked like a big fat idiot, and she almost told him so. She could feel him clandestinely taking her measure. What he saw was a tall woman of tubercular slenderness, pale eyes, dark hair shaved nearly to the skull. But if he considered her closely, if he looked directly into her eyes, so different from those of the four-bit horrors he doubtlessly trafficked in, he would see, well, something. It spun and capered behind her golden irises, which seemed to tick clockwise, snipping off each second. But he would not look too closely. No man ever did. Because Minerva's gaze had a withering effect. It seized something precious inside of you, shriveling it like a cellophane wrapper tossed onto an open flame. Minnie drank a shot of whiskey. Another. Her arm pump-handled the hooch into her mouth. She felt good. More to the point, she felt like day-old owl shit. The mercury was percolating merrily through her system. It hurt quite badly, but she'd withstood much worse. She hoped she could force enough whiskey into herself to dull things further without throwing up. If I do this right, she thought, any donkey dick with a gopher gun should be able to irrigate me right between the eyes. Minnie had made other attempts to do herself in. The first time had been, Christ, when was that now? A pauper cemetery near the Mexican border. She'd killed a man, or maybe it was 2 or 3. They died as they always did, with screwed-up looks on their faces that said they had witnessed a terrible reckoning just before the door slammed shut. Afterward, Minnie had perched on a tombstone and socked the barrel of her Colt M1911 under her chin. She cocked the hammer, wanting it so badly, but knowing, without even pulling the trigger, it wouldn't work. The deal didn't work like that. It was a compact etched in blood, hers and the Englishman's, and Micah Shugrew's, too. Their blood and the blood of the black thing that had tendered the deal. You can't walk it back. You can't welsh on a deal that fills your very veins. She'd pulled the trigger anyway. What was the harm in trying? Ha! There had come a lifting sensation, her body a sail filling with wind. She came to sometime that night, though it could have been the next. The moon shone over the gravestones. Her hair was matted with blood and hardened curds that she instinctively identified as her own brains. But she was fine. Intact. Nothing but a small, coin-shaped scar on the top of her head where she used to part her hair before she'd taken to shaving it. She'd tried other ways, sure. Pills, hanging, slitting her wrists with a barber's straight razor. One night she'd paid a man $80 to stab her out back of a porno theater. The man had seemed the sort to stab a woman for $80, though he might have done it for free if she'd proposed it. There was little negotiation or discussion. He'd just smiled and begun to stab her with a bone-handled fillet knife. Powerful thrusts to her belly and chest. The pain sizzled through her as the knife sliced sideways, sawing through velvety muscle. The man was a dab hand with the blade. He might have had some butchery training. They were both grunting, she from the pain and the air woofing from her lungs with each knife thrust, he from plain old exertion. Minnie had braced her hands on his shoulders to stay steady and aid him at his task. She'd stared into the man's bright magpie eyes as her blood splashed the oily cement until she slipped gratefully into the black. When she came to, the man was dead, his neck slit so deep that Minnie could see the gleam of his severed windpipe. She was fine, of course, a few shallow scratches on her stomach. She had then dragged the man's body behind a dumpster, leaving him beside a box of sun-bleached porn magazines with titles like Old Farts and 50 and Nifty. But right now, tonight, yes, it would be different. She couldn't kill herself, and she couldn't induce someone else to do it. The deed had to be committed fairly. She had to lose. Well, she wasn't a sore loser. Tonight she'd get herself good and properly killed. Boogie Oogie Oogie segued into I'm Your Boogeyman by KC and the Sunshine Band. Had she stumbled into some kind of half-assed theme night? Minerva dropped another shot of whiskey down her throat. A woman came out of the men's bathroom. A jaundiced-looking businessman followed her out, hitching up his slacks. The woman elbowed up beside Minnie. How about it, pal? You want a ride? Minnie turned to face her. The whore leaned back. Aw, shit, she said, pronouncing it as she-it. She was stoned out of her gourd. I thought you was a dude. Her laugh was nasty. Her hands were covered in scabies, and her nose had been busted a few times. Well, so what? She said, more to herself than Minerva. Wouldn't be my first time with a chick. She wiggled her hips. What do you say? Oh, I imagine not, Minnie said breezily. I'd rather eat cat shit with a pair of chopsticks, to tell you the truth. I will leave you to it, then. The horse slurred, unfussed, and sidled down the bar toward the drunk smoking the cigar. Minnie heard the growl of a pickup truck. The light of headlamps washed over the bar's dust-clad windows. She tossed another shot down her throat. The door squealed open on its rusted hinges. The clopping of boots. You the one they sent? Minerva turned sluggishly, dizzy, sick, drunk. Good. Yeah, she said, and burped. I'm all of it. The man looked like they always did. Leathery, raw-boned, a face raked by the wind. A hard man made harder by the awfulness he had committed. A man untroubled by his past. She could not tell by looking if he felt any remorse for the things he had done, the things that had put his name on the breeze, put him in the wheelhouse of her employers, put her on a path to this very meeting. She did not rightly care. He probably saw himself as a fox set loose in a sheep pen. How could he be blamed for doing what came naturally to him? And who knows, maybe he really was that fox. Sadly for him, she was a wolf. The lady shootist, the man said. I heard of you, but I thought you wasn't real, just a spook story. Minnie said, You will find that I'm real enough. The man's gaze was cold, but then they always were right up until the end, when they turned fear-struck and childish. He smiled. I hear my head's worth 20 grand. Minnie shook her head. A heavy lead block had replaced her brain. You'll fetch 5 grand per ear, if I'm lucky. That's not too shabby, the man said, proud at the price. I've done better. The man's smile evaporated. I'm sure you have. But what about taking me alive? You get any more for that? Minnie said, Never bothered to ask. The man's jaw set. What if I go without a fuss? Do you have a mind to do so? The man shook his head. Then I save myself the haggling, Minnie slurred. The man said, Look at you. You're drunk as a tick. Minnie laughed at the odd turn of phrase. Then she spoke so everyone else in the bar could hear. You best all clear out, and none of you even think about calling the authorities. This will be done soon enough. The patrons obediently departed. Minnie's sight was failing, but she could see shapes behind the bar's front windows. The parking lot lights glinted off shotgun barrels. You brought help. I heard about you is all, the man said evenly. Got the devil's own luck. It isn't luck when all you want to do is die, son. What do you say we part company in good faith, the man said. You go your way, and we ours. There are other bounties, aren't there? Other men. The only time I ever shot a man in the back was when he was running away. She opened her palms to him. "There are things a man can't run away from, boy. And I am sorry to say that tonight you've run clean out of road." The man opened his leather bomber jacket. A pistol was tucked into his belt above his Confederate Eagle belt buckle. "I ain't your boy, bitch. I'll kill you," he said. "Dead as a beaver hat, that's you." This fellow was a fount of old-timey sayings, wasn't he? Instead of laughing, Minnie swooned. Guts heaving, bowels thudding, eyes screwed tight like piss holes in the snow. "Dead as a beaver hat. How quaint. I like your spirit, boy." She made no move for her pistols. Her arms were crossed. The man's hand twitched above the grips of his own gun. "Be a crack shot," she prayed. "Put one slug through my pump house, another through my brain box. That would meet the terms of the pact. All fair, all final." It happened then, right that very instant, even though she did everything to fight it. The sharpening. That was what she called it. Some natural mechanism snapping on. Her every sense became more attuned. Her view of the world expanded and shrank at the same time. She could see everything, the tiniest detail. The sweat on the man's forehead, each bead set to pop from his skin. The curve of the men's jaws beyond the windows. The tension of their fingers on the triggers of their scatterguns. Everything came into perfect focus. It was like staring at things through a huge magnifying glass. And she could operate within this view with total confidence and speed while everyone around her struggled like ants in molasses. The man went for his gun. Too slow, too goddamn fuckingly, cocksuckingly slow. "Come at me, man, quickly! Fill your Christing hand!" Her own hands uncrossed and moved toward her weapons with sickening swiftness. The next moment her fingers had wrapped around her Colts. I should have fixed them in the holsters with crazy glue, she thought, the barrels coming up smoothly. The guns kicked as bullets leapt from their muzzles, wasping through the air and hitting the young man spang in the heart and head, flinging him backward before his pistol had even cleared his hips. Minnie swiveled, no longer fighting it, giving herself over to the devil in her bloodstream. Perfect holes snapped through the windows, pip, pip, as bullets drilled through the glass and into the men outside, slugs slamming into their bulging eyes and coursing through the obliging softness, then out the backs of their skulls in a gout of sticky pink. By then the sharpening was already retreating. Like a sneak thief, it came and did its filthy business and left without a trace. The young man's body had been blown clean out the door, his boots stuck straight up in the air. Something between a sob and a scream built in Minnie's throat. "God damn you. I've had enough. God damn you. Let me die." The answer came in the wind curling between the dead man's boots. "Suffer. Suffer as you have made me suffer." She shouldered the door open, stumbling outside. The dead man's skull shone in the moonlight, the scalp blown apart, and a bubbly purple foam emitting from the brain with a pressurized gurgle. His wide-open eyes stared at the sky, the corneas gone milky in death. "Or you may come to me, child," the voice taunted. "You still know the place, don't you? We can face each other as deal-makers do. Strike a bargain." Her marrow went cold. She felt it that way exactly. The brown bone soup crystallizing into ice inside her bones, as cold as hoarfrost in a mountain pass. "Come to me, girl. Why play at this? Let us end these silly games." She walked in the opposite direction of that voice, which was impossible as it came from all points of the compass. It whispered inside her head in a voice she dared not name. Three. The Gardener. The man the townsfolk knew as Gardner walked into the glory with a death stalker in a glass jar. The man had gone by other names in other places. Some had known him as English Bill, though his name was not William, or simply the Englishman. Others had known him as the Whispering Death. Still others had known him by no name at all. His presence had been nothing but a shadow darkening their periphery, before their lights were snuffed out. But the people of Old Ditch, a decaying boomtown on the border of California and Arizona, knew him as Gardner. If townsfolk insisted on a proper name, and sometimes they did, as folks in small towns can be suspicious of nameless people, he would answer to Elton, though this was no more his name than William was. The mail that arrived at his house was often addressed to other names, too, none of them his own. But the people of Old Ditch knew him as Gardner. The fact that he was black helped in this regard. In the South, it was not uncommon for black men to be hailed by their jobs rather than their birth names. It might be Cook or Baker or, yes, Gardner. There was rarely any cruelty to it, despite the fact it was dehumanizing. It was simply how things were done. Everyone accepted it, more or less. Even Gardner did now. Years ago, he would not have been so obliging. In fact, he might have cut your tongue out if you refused to call him by his Christian name, or whatever name he commanded. Gardner had earned this name in the common way. He was a gardener. When he'd arrived in Old Ditch, the Ralston Paperworks was going great guns. The surrounding woods were harvested, pulped, rolled out in sheets of clean white 100 bond, and shipped off to the ivory towers of academia, to Wall Street, to mom-and-pop shops around the country. The women married to the Paperworks executives hired him to tend their flower beds while they fanned themselves on their whitewashed porches and said, "Good work, boy, very good," calling him boy, despite the fact he was often their elder. He tended the grounds at the mission church, making sure the marigolds and snapdragons were in full bloom from spring through early summer, and the orange glories and peonies on into the fall. Come the cooler months, he'd sweep the church and do odd jobs for the pastor. It was a good and quiet existence, in the daylight hours, anyway. The Glory, a bar at the end of Old Ditch's straggle-ass Main Street, was deserted when Gardner stepped into it that day. It was not long past noon, an unseemly hour to be seen inside a drinking establishment. Many of the buildings lining Old Ditch's main thoroughfare lay empty, their doors boarded over. The Paperworks had eaten the woods and shuttered its doors before moving on to another patch of unsullied wilderness, leaving the town to rot into itself. Gardner limped to the bar and sat down under a poster for Camel unfiltered cigarettes. It featured an overweight police officer smoking against the door of his patrol car, the sun sparkling off his aviator sunglasses. "Have a real cigarette. Have a Camel." Gardner could see his own reflection in the fly-spotted mirror behind the bar. His hair, which he had once worn long and straight, was clipped close to his skull and flecked with gray. His skin was ashy dark, as it had been uncommonly warm of late, and he washed with carbolic soap, which dried his skin. He set the glass jar with the Death Stalker on the bar. "Whiskey," he said. The tender was a God-fearing man named Clayton Suggs. He had bought the bar and its stock a year ago for a pittance. It took no time at all to discover he had been rooked, but by then the bar's old owner was miles clear of Old Ditch and surely laughing like a bastard. Suggs's only hope of financial gain would be to sell the place for its wood, but there was nobody to buy it, seeing as the Paperworks had fucked off and left. "Bit early for the hard stuff, wouldn't you say?" said Suggs. "I haven't touched a drop in 15 years, but time makes liars of us all, Mr. Suggs." Gardner's words held a trace of the English accent he'd carried across the Atlantic many years ago. "You need not trifle yourself over it." Suggs frowned. It wasn't that he didn't care for blacks in his establishment. Beggars can't be choosers, and if the man had folding money, he was welcome to a stool. But he knew Gardner only slightly, having seen him hunched over in yards around town, and the man had never looked entirely healthy. It wasn't just his pronounced limp, the way he dragged that one gimpy leg behind him like a curse. His body was skeletal inside his overalls, his wrists and ankles bird-like and queerly feminine. Suggs suspected his ill health was a product of those pansy British genes. Englishmen always appeared cadaverous to Suggs, and Gardner looked particularly bloodless at the moment, as if vampire bats had been at him. More than that, he appeared haunted. His eyes sank far into his sockets, as if they had witnessed an event of such horror that they had retreated into his skull. Yet Suggs had always sensed a strength in the man, too, dormant but bubbling just under the surface. A wrath, Suggs suspected, even a dangerous malignancy of character that the man struggled to keep bottled up. Old Ditch was a harder place now, populated by men who'd snatched the pennies off a corpse's eyes, but nobody ever laid a hand on Gardner. There was this gut instinct that if any man were to do so, that man might draw back a stump. Suggs set the whiskey bottle on the bar. "I'll put it within reach, champ, and I'm for damn sure not pouring it." "Good man. I shall administer the dose personally. Curate ipsum." "What?" Suggs said. "Physician, heal thyself." Gardner poured a heroic measure. Suggs made a mental note to charge him double for it. His eyes fell upon the Deathstalker. The scorpion was 8 inches long and dark as midnight. Its claws clicked upon the glass jar. Suggs said, "I can't imagine why in hell you bring that in here." "Well," Gardner nodded, "it is here now, as I have brought it." "And you keep it in that damn jar, too," Suggs said. 15 years, Gardner said, speaking more to himself than to Suggs. "It's a very long time to go without a drink, and my life has been much improved for it." "Let me take that bottle away, then. Let that improvement continue." Gardner gave Suggs a look. The spit dried up in Suggs's mouth. Something in his spirit fled from the dark holes that sat at the center of the black man's eyes. "I'd be obliged were you to find it in your heart to leave it, Mr. Suggs. It will be a balm to my wounded spirit." Gardner took a sip of whiskey. He winced. "Tell me, Mr. Suggs, perchance did you use this swill to strip the old paint off your car?" "Don't have a car anymore," Suggs said woodenly. "Bank took it." Gardner unscrewed the jar's lid. He set the jar on its side. The scorpion crept over the rim and hesitated 2 inches from Gardner's hand, which lay palm down on the bar. "What the hell's got into you?" said Suggs. "Have you ever seen the face of the devil?" Gardner asked quietly. Quite suddenly, Suggs felt a strong urge to urinate. He no longer wanted to be in this place with this man. "It is my judgment that people believe they have seen the devil." Gardner drummed his fingers on the bar. The Deathstalker reared back, poised to strike. "They have seen the devil in the faces of wicked men and at the sight of murdered women and children. But they have no inkling of the real devil and the horrors he can bring." Gardner's voice had gone breathless and dreamy. His fingers tap-tapped. The scorpion darted forward and jabbed its stinger in the back of his hand. If Gardner's features twitched, Suggs did not notice it. The Deathstalker's body flexed as it pumped in poison. Gardner picked up the whiskey glass with his other hand and drained it at a go. "Mr. Suggs, the quality of your whiskey is poor, and so truly I cannot tell you which is worse. Drinking this," he held up the empty glass, "or enduring this." He tapped the glass on the scorpion's exoskeleton. It made a sound like champagne glasses clinking during a toast. Gardner sloshed more whiskey into his glass, pouring with his free hand. The scorpion gripped his other hand in its pincers. It was beginning to draw blood. "You have been envenomed," Suggs said hoarsely. Gardner closed his eyes. He raised the glass to his lips. The gut rot washed down his throat with a fiery itch. The scorpion's stinger was embedded in his skin. The creature struggled to pull itself free, but could not. Gardner's flesh was swollen tight, trapping it. A miscalculation evident in men just as it is in beasts, he reflected. The urge to kill can be so great that a creature overextends itself, and in so doing threatens its own life. Gardner had served the citizenry of Old Ditch faithfully for many years. He had served it in clandestine ways, too. 4 years ago, a pair of petty drifters and brothers named Horace and Eldred Bilks had raped a prostitute at the old Fairfax motel. They had been hell-raising around town a few days by then. Evidently, the girl had made some offhand remark about Eldred Bilks's hair lip, about which he is sensitive. The younger and more sadistic of the two brothers, Eldred had lashed the woman to the hitch of his pickup and dragged her 500 yards down a gravel road, busting her elbows and one kneecap. She was 22 and considered a looker before the incident. Gardner had been planting pansies at a house a block or so from the Fairfax when the screams broke out. A few minutes later came the screech of tires as the brothers laid tracks. Next, an ambulance screamed past. What Gardner didn't see, and knew he would not see, was a police car. Not any time soon. The sheriff, a sniveling wretch named Gorse Elson, had no taste for the kind of violence those brothers could bring. "It's just some whore," Elson would tell himself. "No use getting hurt over it." Knowing this, Gardner fell to grim musings. The woman worshipped regularly at the mission church. Her soul was clean, if not her body. Gardner walked to his small home and lifted a loose floorboard under his bed. Underneath were 3 pistols, 2 German Mausers in a beechwood box, plus a smaller Patterson model. He had arrived in Old Ditch with these and little else years ago, the sole tether to his old life. He would take them out to clean and oil them every year, only to rest them back beneath the boards. But that day he holstered one of the Mausers and hung the Patterson on a length of wire descending from his left armpit. He pulled on his felt coat and set off. He did not own a car, but he was adept at hot-wiring them, a trick learned in the bad old days. He found an unlocked Dodge Dart behind the coin laundromat. Easy as pie, as the Yanks say. That evening, he found the Bilks brothers along the creek 10 miles outside Old Ditch. The car was parked at the end of a rutted wash under the sweeping limbs of an oak tree. Gardner waited until nightfall before creeping up on them. By the light of a harvest moon, he could make out a body curled by a guttering fire. He tensed, reaching for his pistol. He caught a noise in his blind spot, the clicking sound a rider makes to urge a stubborn horse forward. Gardner turned to spy Eldred Bilks, sitting in the crotch of a tree with a revolver trained on his chest. "Looky, looky," he said. "If it isn't Hopalong Nigger." Gardner cursed himself. As a younger man, he would not have been so easily ambushed. The second brother awoke and joined his sibling. Their eyes shone with bright avidity, 2 cruel boys who had come across a crippled bird. "I seen you around town," said Horace, the more observant of the 2. "Mowing lawns for nickels, huh?" "I do that, yes," Gardner said in his smooth British lilt, which took the brothers by surprise. "But I do not come to you under that guise." "What the hell? What guise?" said Eldred. "Hush," Horace told his brother. His gaze was sharper now. "What guise do we entertain you under, pray tell?" "I come as a death angel, Horace Bilks." "Yes," he went on, seeing their startled looks. "I know your names, but they will be unattached to you soon enough. I've come to kill you, Horace, you and Eldred both." The Bilks brothers laughed, until something in Gardner's eyes rendered their mirth stillborn. They thought they had been dealing with a middle-aged gimp, but it was dawning that they were in the presence of something else, something that had learned to hide its true face. "You are poor representatives of our species," Gardner went on. "I do not know how you came to be as such. A man cares not if the mad dog was once a good dog. He cares only that the dog has gone mad, and that it must be dispatched." Dispatched. This was how Gardner had once viewed his bloody work. Dispassionately, as a mailman viewed his job. The mailman delivered letters into mailboxes. Gardner had once delivered men into coffins. "You do us a grave disfavor," said Horace mockingly. Gardner opened his coat to show them the Mauser holstered on his right side. Horace Bilks angled his head to that same side, the cartilage cracking in his neck, eyes wolfishly set. "Tell me, nigger," Eldred said with casual venom, "do you stick up Texaco stations with that lump of pig iron? Because we ain't no Texaco." "You joke to cover your fear," Gardner said, "but I can smell it." Eldred's pistol hand came up, pinning Gardner between the eyes. "I will kill you," he said bluntly. "Ah, but will you act honorably?" Gardner asked. "Shall you be sporting, as your forefathers were, the great men who first colonized these empty lands?" "Wait, are you challenging me to draw?" Eldred barked laughter. "What year do you think this is, you old fart?" "How old-fashioned," said Horace. "But you have to understand my brother and me, we do everything together." "Including raping and mutilating women," said Gardner. "Oh, hell yeah, especially that," Horace said. "So what I'm saying is, you'd have to be faster than both Eldred and me." Gardner kept his peace. "Okie dokie," Horace cracked his knuckles, enjoying this game. "You mowed your last blade of grass, Jig," said Eldred. "Are you square with your creator?" Gardner asked them both. "I can give you some time to make that peace." "No need," said Horace. "It's you who's going to stop breathing." Gardner nodded evenly. "Shall we settle on a count of 3? Eldred holstered his gun. The brothers stood side by side, fingers twitching near the butts of their pistols. The sweat shone on their foreheads like diamond dust. Gardner's right hand hovered over his Mauser, while his left slipped slyly through a vent on the opposite side of his coat for his hidden gun. "Who will count?" Gardner said. "You do the honors there, old man," Eldred said. "Can you count that high?" Gardner began. 1. He fired the Patterson twice. The slugs ripped through his coat and slammed into the brothers a split second apart. The men staggered and fell into each other, their skulls knocking together. Gardner unholstered the Mauser swiftly and emptied its clip, for he was lethal with either hand. One bullet tore Eldred Bilks's jaw off, spinning it across the dirt. The man toppled and fell with his tongue hanging out of the fresh hole in his face, purple-rooted and unsettlingly long, like a skinned snake. His brother died with a little more dignity, but he died. Gardner had used this trick in his old life. It wasn't sporting, but then neither was dragging young girls down gravel roads by a trailer hitch. It was this night, the night he'd killed the Bilks brothers, that Gardner mused upon as he sat in Clayton Suggs's bar with the scorpion stinger buried in his hand. He had killed many men in his lifetime, both deserving and less so. The fact rested uneasily within him, yet he could do nothing to dislodge those acts from his past. There is a sect of monks who make an art of the act of self-flagellation. Gardner squinted at Suggs, the venom and liquor blurring his sight. "Do you know this word, Mr. Suggs? Flagellation?" Suggs swallowed with great effort. "I do not." Gardner poured himself another drink. He gripped the glass with his scorpioned hand, this time raising that hand to his mouth. The Deathstalker thrashed, pincers snapping. Gardner drank. His hand did not shake. "They thrash themselves, yes," he said, "using short, many-tongued whips tipped with metal spurs. They walk the streets, uttering psalms and rending their flesh. The gutters run red with blood. It's penance, Mr. Suggs. They do so to alleviate the stain of sin from their corporeal body, letting those sins escape through the flesh." "Your neck, man," Suggs said queasily. "It is plainly bloated. I'm thinking it'll make breathing a chore." "Penance is a very human need, Mr. Suggs. Yet I fear it is useless. A man does things in his life, things he cannot repay or outrun. That man can spend the rest of his life paying and running, but he can never quite find the required distance. The toll is too high, because that man set it that way." Gardner reached over the bar and coiled his fingers around Suggs's wrist. Suggs stared down at the man's fingers, hard as obsidian, digging into him. It was all I could do not to cry out. "Do you understand, Mr. Suggs? Do you share my view on this matter?" When Gardner released him, Clayton Suggs fled the glory. Gardner let him go. Perhaps he would run to the pharmacy and return with anti-venom, but the sting of a scorpion wasn't nearly enough to kill Gardner. There were some things, terrible things, that preferred to kill you slowly, over a lifetime, or perhaps even longer. He wished Suggs had not left. He wanted to tell him of the dream he'd had just last night. It was the same one he had dreamed every night for the past 15 years. He awoke each morning with his skin screaming as the terror fled from his veins. In this dream, he saw the face of God. For this had been his wish, the deal he'd made with that thing that lurked in the black rock. "Show me the face of God." And Gardner saw it, every time he closed his goddamn eyes. God's face was vile. The first few times, Gardner had suspected trickery, the black thing invading his head and twisting his thoughts. But in time, his soul moved against this proposition. He had been granted his wish fairly, and now he had to live with it. God's face was that of an idiot. The moronic, drooling, palsied face of an enormous infant. A face covered in seeping boils, and a crawl with insects not to be found anywhere in nature. God's eyes stared with malicious cruelty, and there was vast power in that gaze, yes, although it was witlessly applied. That gaze took aim at anyone, disregarding goodness or worth. It ruined people chaotically without wisdom or just cause. This was the purest terror Gardner felt each time he shut his eyes, at the fact the universe was lorded over by an infant of incalculable wrath and directionless evil, who had not the slightest sense of right or wrong, guilt or innocence, or the hope of a better life. And all of humanity worshipped that mindless, gibbering thing. When he awoke this very morning, Gardner had found the scorpion sunning itself on the front steps of his home, as if it had been waiting for him, and Gardner had known, with a certainty that lived someplace outside his flesh, that his old friend was coming. With that, he understood that the days marking his existence could perhaps be counted on the fingers of 2 hands, perhaps only one. Pinching with his fingers, he finally released the scorpion stinger from his flesh. "Go on now," he said to it, setting it on the floor. "You have had an eventful day." Part 2. Beginnings. 3 shootists come to town. 1965. 1. The Englishman's car was in atrocious shape, but he had been tasked with killing a man that day, that very day, without delay, if possible, so there was nothing to be done about it. The car and its driver would both have to cope. He had stolen the car, a Ford Galaxy 500 with red leatherette upholstery and faux marble door panels, from a traveling salesman working the Southern Territory. The salesman picked the Englishman up on the side of the road where he'd been thumbing a ride. After half an hour of polite chit-chat, the Englishman drew a pistol and ordered the man to pull over and get out. "But," the salesman sputtered, "I did you a favor, for God's sake." The Englishman said, "Yes, and that's the irony for you, chum." "I didn't have to, you know," the salesman said, getting out of the car. "A lot of people wouldn't pick up a man of your coloration." "You are a gentleman and a prince," said the Englishman, and drove away. The salesman trafficked in encyclopedias. The trunk was packed with them. The Englishman stopped and tossed them into the weeds. After a hard afternoon's driving, the car developed a persistent knock. The Englishman drove on, and a few hours later ran over some debris strewn across the road that tore the fender molding half off. The loosened metal flapped against the frame, which, in addition to the engine knock, created a din that he could not alleviate even by cranking the radio up and blasting Be My Baby by the Ronettes. He tried to ignore it and focus on the task at hand. He had been hired for a ticklish bit of work by a man named Seaborn Appleton. He had made Appleton's acquaintance following another bit of business he had done for his primary employer, who had remained nameless. Said business involved killing one Mortimer Blatter Nipple of Marfa, Texas, who had stabbed a man in a drunken fracas. The dead man happened to be kin to the Englishman's employer. Restitutions needed to be made, and such debts could be paid only in blood. The Englishman discovered Nipple brandy drunk in a flophouse outside of Wimberley, where Nipple pulled the same dagger he'd used to kill the other man. The Englishman's employer would have preferred Nipple be delivered alive, and if he had been, his sufferings would have been legendary. But as the Englishman had no inclination to tussle with the stabby drunk, he shot Nipple in the brain with a silenced pistol and took a Polaroid of the corpse. When he telephoned his employer to say the job had been done, he was given Seaborn Appleton's contact details, with the assurance that any job would net a handsome payout. He called Appleton. Appleton spoke a name. It was a name the Englishman was acquainted with, in the way a territorial wrestler is familiar with the work of a man toiling in another region. The name sent the slightest twinge up the Englishman's spine, which was a sensation he had not felt in years. He didn't mind it at all. It told him he was alive. It was that man the Englishman was presently making fast to murder. But again, there was the small matter of the car. It was shaking to pieces. There was a plastic hula dancer on the car's dashboard, its hips swayed with every shake and judder. The dancer was crass, like so much of Americana. The Englishman occasionally missed the stolidity of his home country here in the land of neon and silver lame and velvet Elvis paintings. That garishness set against both the Englishman's temperament and his adopted appearance. He favored well-cut suits and snappy hats, and wore his hair long and straight with the aid of a relaxing solution. He ripped the dancer off the dash. The suction cup came free with a loud puck and tossed it out the window. His mind returned to the small matter of killing a man. The Englishman was so preoccupied with the matters of the car, the man, and that man's death, that he took no notice of the person hopping antsily from foot to foot at the traffic light where he had stopped. The Englishman had needed to pull off the freeway into a sleepy burg in order to fill the tank. It was night by that point, the streets deserted, save for this lone person, a man hopping about as if beset by a dire need to piss. So preoccupied was the Englishman that he didn't even see the man snake up to the car. He took notice only when the man stuck his arm through the open window. At the end of that arm was a rusted pistol that looked to have been salvaged from a lake. The man holding it had the skin of a decaying apple. His eyelids fluttered with some kind of sickness. Rusted or not, the gun looked powerful enough to tear the stranger's stringy arm off if he elected to pull the trigger. The Englishman reached to one side. The man waggled his gun in warning. "You want money, I'm guessing?" "That's right," said the man, breathing his mouth stench onto the Englishman. "You's pretty smart, ain't you?" "Bright as a penny, old chap." The man licked his lips, cracked and salt-whitened. "You talk stupid." The Englishman retrieved his wallet, fat with bills. He did not believe in banks or of records of any sort, and handed it out the window. The man was so taken with the wallet's plumpness that he did not see the Englishman reach for his own weapon, a silenced Colt 1903 that lay beneath a folded copy of the Hobbs Daily News-Sun on the passenger's seat. The Englishman shot the stringy fellow through the car door. There came a sharp report as the slug drove through 1/16 of an inch of Detroit rolling iron. A hole sprouted as if by magic in the man's belly. He fell onto the street, shrieking and clawing at his stomach. "Give me back my billfold," the Englishman said calmly. "You Shot you. Yes, I did. The wallet, man. Give it to me now, or I will put the next one in your wrinkly bollocks." The man's face twisted in agonized incomprehension. "Your balls, sir. Your oysters. Again, for the final time, the wallet." The man managed to scrape it up, and, groaning, blood pissing through the hole in his gut, handed it through the window. The Englishman glanced in the rearview mirror, saw nobody had witnessed the event, and tipped an imaginary cap to the man he'd shot. "Hi-ho." "I need a doctor," the man wailed. The Englishman said, "You'll need an embalmer." The man sat on the street. Blood burped from the hole in his stomach. His mouth hung open in horror, spittle foaming on his lips. "I suggest you crawl to the nearest clinic," said the Englishman. "Or wait it out where you're sitting. Either way, it oughtn't take long." 3 hours later, the Englishman piloted the car up a hill that crested onto a plateau staggered with bur oaks. To the west lay the razor-backed peaks of the Mogollon Range. The San Francisco River Valley spread out beneath him. The lights of Mogollon Township glittered in the new dawn. 2. Micah Henry Shagrew had come to Mogollon to kill a man. Seaborn Appleton was that man's name. The chemist, as he was otherwise known. Einstein with the chemistry set. Appleton created acid that could rip your scalp off and fill your brain with fanciful visions. Supercharged PCP that would keep you high a full day. Wild and wonderful stuff that had the dope fiends, speed freaks, and needle jockeys lining up down the block for a taste. Appleton had acquired Micah for protection. Appleton did not maintain a home base. He preferred the life of the traveling snake oil salesman. Appleton went from town to town in a VW camper van, peddling his wares. It seemed a perverse way to live, But upon scrutiny, it made sense. The supplies he required were often available only with a prescription, so they had to be procured from pharmacies and hospitals, at night, after hours, with the help of a lockpick set. Following these thefts, those places adopted better security measures. Then it was time to move on to another town. Seaborn Appleton was also a suspicious sort, a paranoiac, you might even say. He'd adopted perpetual motion as a lifestyle. His enemies, of which he was convinced there were many, would find it harder to zero in on a moving target. Part of Micah Shagrew's job was to drive the VW camper from town to town, while Appleton dozed fitfully in the fold-out cot, occasionally screaming out as if in pain. Micah drove in silence, at Appleton's behest. No radio, only the musical tinkle of Appleton's powders and liquids, all housed in glass bottles, rattling in the back. Appleton preferred to sell directly to his clientele. Most drug lords, and Appleton was that, if one of minor regard, usually tasked low-level flunkies with the selling, who wanted to deal with the scabby-faced, buttery-skinned addicts themselves, who wanted to confront the physical manifestation of the poison they profited from. But Appleton got a kick out of it. He enjoyed the craven need in all those twitching, bloodshot eyes. Appleton himself was a dour, funereal, and jarringly skeletal man. But put him in front of a gaggle of crankers, and his limbs loosened, his dourness receded, and his voice took on the rich, plaintive tones of a lay preacher. "Oh, yes," he'd say, displaying his newest wares. "You will be astonished, my pretties. This magical stuff will take you places you never dreamed existed." By the time Micah joined him, Appleton was beloved by the addicts of the towns he cycled through. They would catch wind of his arrival and do everything short of roll out a welcome mat. When it was time to move on, they practically clawed onto the bumper of his van, wailing at him to take them with him. For Micah, the work was easy. There were the expected scuffles, jittery addicts brandishing box cutters, demanding money or product, an upstart rival asserting claim over a territory that had been the chemist's for years, but Appleton had let it go with a shrug. "This country is too vast and too full of paying customers to go to war over one tiny patch of it," he'd said. For 8 months, Micah kept Appleton from bodily harm and was compensated handsomely for his efforts. Then Micah met a woman. They had been looping back down into Oregon at the time, plying their trade in familiar ports of call. The woman showed up at the abandoned soap factory where Appleton was entertaining clientele. She was carrying something. Micah approached carefully, measuring her intentions, one hand on the butt of his pistol. Maybe she was carrying a gun. In his experience, sometimes the direst threat came in the most unlikely package. He roughly caught her arm. "Show me," he said. The woman twisted painfully to reveal her sleeping infant daughter, partly swaddled in a grubby fleece blanket. The baby's arms... Well, that was the trouble. The little girl had no arms, only a pair of melted nubs, like amputation remnants, jutting from her shoulders. "She was born this way," the woman said quietly, "and blind, too." "I am sorry." Micah didn't know what else to say. "It was the drugs that did it." She looked wretched, cored out by grief. "I shouldn't have taken them with her in my belly, but I was weak." The babe awoke and began to mewl. Its eyes were a featureless gray, as if molten pewter had been poured into the sockets. "Would you shut that up?" Appleton called over. "It's ruining my mood." After the last bug-eyed scrounger had left, Micah detailed this encounter to Appleton while they sat inside the van. Appleton's response was in keeping with his nature. "I sell drugs, man. Drugs hurt people. They hurt the trembling lives inside those people, too. They also make people feel wondrous and let them escape the horror of their inept, ridiculous existence for a while. I can't be responsible. I won't be." On the most basic level, Micah understood Appleton's point. People were responsible for their own lives. But still, he couldn't shake the sight of that tot. "From what depths of soul do you dredge up this moral outrage anyway?" Appleton said with a mocking laugh. "You've probably killed more men than my products ever will. Why else would I have hired you? Not women, not children, not the unborn. Appleton shrugged. It's settled then. We're both killers. Most every man I have ever killed was trying to do the same to me at the time. The infant isn't dead, Appleton said petulantly. She will simply have more challenges to face than other youngsters. Something snapped inside Micah right then. It happened from time to time, often without warning. He couldn't help it and didn't even try to. It came as a release of all that pent-up pressure. Micah stepped outside the van. He grabbed a box of the chemist's newest, dandiest product and hurled it onto the cement of the soapworks. He set about stomping on it, grinding the bluish powder into the oily floor, reducing it to worthless paste. "What are you?" Appleton cried. "You cock-sucking son of a whore!" Micah kept at it, laughing like a satyr. So intense was his rage that he did not notice Appleton reach under his cot for a small-bore pistol which he quickly fired. The slug hit Micah under the armpit, both his arms being raised in a gleeful jig. He was thrown down, and the wind knocked out of him. He reached for his gun, but Appleton was already behind the wheel. He fired the van up and tore out of the soapworks, leaving Micah on the floor with the silvery tang of the crushed drug sharp in his nose. He lay bleeding for several minutes. He thought, "It is always the goddamn amateurs who score the luckiest hits." He stood and staggered 5 long blocks to a payphone. He could not call a hospital. They would fix him up, but they would also send for the police. So he called a veterinarian, a man who owed Micah a favor. The vet arrived sometime later to find Micah passed out in an alley not far from the phone booth. The vet drove Micah to his office. He dug the bullet out and inserted a stent into Micah's chest to vent the blood. For many days, Micah lay in the garden shed out behind the vet's house with that stent jabbing out of him. He twisted a spigot to drain his own blood. He coughed up pints of blood, dark and thick as pancake batter, and descended into hallucinations. Once he healed, he embarked upon a relentless pursuit of Seaborn Appleton, who was by then miles away in the company of new henchmen. Micah shot 2 of those new men in a cat house in Elko, Nevada, but Appleton escaped with his 3rd hired gun. After that, Micah caught wind that Appleton had put out a call for harder men, professional mercenaries, ex-military, and put a bounty on his former protector's head. Undeterred, Micah headed to Mogollon. He suspected it would be the bastard's next stop, following his migratory pattern. And when Appleton arrived, Micah Shagru would kill him dead, and that would be that. 3. Minerva Atwater had come to Mogollon to kill 2 men. Her contract called for only one individual, a man named Micah Henry Shagru, a veteran of the Korean War who had spent the ensuing years on the shadow side of the law. A gun for hire, a merc. Of late, he'd been loosely associated with a criminal enterprise operating out of Kansas City. He wasn't a member of that particular outfit, more of a stringer. 5 years ago, he'd been set upon by Deputy U.S. Marshal Clint Smith, who rousted him in the bathtub of a Topeka whorehouse. Micah Shagru shot Smith in the leg with a zip gun stashed under the towel folded neatly next to the tub, and alighted on foot, running down the street and into the Topeka Gorge naked as a jay. Evidently, he'd survived. Shagru seemed to be that, if nothing else, a survivor. Micah Shagru, by many accounts the nastiest goddamn son of a bitch walking this earth. He was the first man she would kill. The second man was a foreigner, the Englishman, the whispering death, an assassin, remorseless, dead-eyed, black-skinned, talked with a funny accent, wore a fancy suit, fancy hat, grew his hair long like a woman, carried pearl-handled pistols, and, it was said, could knock the wings off a bumblebee's back with either hand. His shadow was the last thing you saw before your brains fanned out in front of your skull. He was the second man she would kill, though in truth the exact order was not so important. Minerva had no contract for the Englishman. In point of fact, both Minerva and the Englishman had been hired by the same man, Seaborn Appleton. Both for the same task, killing Micah Henry Shagru. "The man has gone feral," was how Appleton phrased it to her. I knew of Chagru's past misdeeds, but he was valuable to me. Yet in time, he was once again given over to wickedness. Appleton had repelled Minerva at first glance, a jangly skeleton draped in cheap seersucker, with a face like a dime's worth of dog meat. She boggled at his success in the pharmacology trade. The only thing she'd ever buy from Appleton would be a sack, which she would slip over his head so as to spare herself the sight of his puckered bunghole of a mouth and his snake handler's eyes. But a job was a job, and Appleton was paying cash on the barrelhead, as well he ought to, considering the man he was asking her to snuff. "Why the two of us?" she asked. "Insurance, my dear. If the Englishman fails, you will finish it, or the other way around, as may happen." "I don't need his damn help." "Oh, yes, and he doesn't need yours. But who can say? Mr. Chagru is he is a man to whom completeness is key." "What in hell do you mean by that?" "I mean he is a completist, my dear. He holds the most fastidious sense of it. A thing is only done once Micah Chagru has rendered it so, and it is he alone who concludes when those ends have been met. He is a finisher in all. A more scrupulous sense of finality than any man I have ever met." The poached eggs of Appleton's eyes quivered fearfully. Minerva found yet another reason to be revolted by him. "He's just a man," she said. "A bullet will end him, same as anyone else." Appleton didn't seem so sure. What did he think this Chagru was, some deathless devil? Appleton said, "How many men have you killed?" "Enough," said Minerva. "Don't lie to me. How many?" Minerva cut her gaze at Appleton. Her pale eyes were ringed with gold, but they were not yet those of a killer. She had hurt men, quite badly, in fact, but it was not that she was chicken-gutted. It was simply that the opportunity had not presented itself. She was a bounty hunter. The men she'd pursued to that point were meek creatures, debt shirkers, those on the scamper from their creditors. One of them had come at Minerva with a knife. She'd busted his knee with a length of stove wood. She'd peppered another one's buttocks with wolf shot when he tried to flee, and she'd crippled a bookie named Thelonious Skell for non-business reasons. But kill a man? End his life? No, not yet. But she was good and ready. "I've killed 3 men," she lied. "And did they die quickly?" "Slower than they would have liked." "You'll want to finish Chagru fast," said Appleton, "as quick as you can pull the trigger, because he won't stop until he's killed you, and depending on his mood, which is poor at the best of times, he might move on to your mother, your father, and your children." "Do I look like a mother to you?" she said. After wrapping affairs with Appleton, Minerva retired to her Fleabag motel. It was a day's drive to Muggion. Appleton intended to delay his arrival there to ensure that Chagru, whom Appleton could feel breathing down his neck, would show up the day before. Minerva and the Englishman would also come that same day. All things being proper, Micah Chagru would be dead by the time Appleton's VW van crossed the town line. "Maybe you and the Englishman can work together," Appleton had suggested. Minerva demurred. More precisely, she'd said, "I'd rather fall off the roof of a whorehouse and catch my eyelid on a nail." She had plans for both men. Micah Chagru was all business. The Englishman, that was entirely personal. 4. Micah Henry Chagru encountered the Englishman in Trotter's stables at the end of Muggion's ramshackle Main Street around mid-morning. Muggion was a scratch-ass town of less than 2,000 souls. It was afflicted with the same leprosy as a lot of these decaying New Mexico boom towns. A century ago, men had descended upon the area to pan for gold and silver. Claptrap camps went up to service the prospectors, saloons with faro tables, brothels, joints where men spent the gold dust sieved out of the rivers. But nobody was really from a place like Muggion, and when the gold dried up, towns like it mostly emptied out. Now all that remained was a shell, hollowed out, populated by those too stupid or lazy to move someplace better. Micah had taken a room at the 2 Points, the only motel in town. He did not sleep, but even on a normal night, Micah slept only a few hours. He had flicked on the black and white zenith and watched until the Indian's head came on and the words beneath it read, "Your local news at 7 a.m. When dawn broke over the sway-backed roofs of Mogollon, he dressed in fresh clothes and holstered his pistol inconspicuously and made his way to a coffee house that was just opening. He drank bagged coffee and ate a honey bun that tasted too much like the camels the man behind the counter smoked. But still, he ate another as he read a big city newspaper cover to cover. He scanned the street every so often. The town awoke sluggishly. Nobody seemed to have much to do or any intensity about them. He spotted a man walking down the opposite sidewalk in the direction of the horse stables. Micah had heard about a black pistolman with long ladylike hair and English manners. The exact sort of man Appleton might have hired. Micah ordered another coffee to go and carried his paper cup out onto the street. He tucked his body behind a wooden column propping up the veranda and watched the black man disappear into the stables. He crossed the street and tossed his coffee cup behind a shrub. The street was thinly trafficked, only a mother pushing a stroller down the opposite sidewalk. Micah unholstered his gun and eased around the open stable door. It was dim. Feathery shafts of sunlight slipped through the wooden slats, picking up a patina of dust. The air smelled of hay and of horse flesh. The Englishman was bent at the feet of a horse. He seemed to be examining a malady on its hoof. He made a sweet clicking noise that came from deep in his throat. Micah slipped behind another horse 10 feet away from the man. "Hello," he said. At first the Englishman remained bent at the horse's feet, its hoof clasped in his hands. Then he shook his head in a slow side to side, as if chastising himself. When he stood and turned, his own pistol was drawn. He was met by the sight of Micah, the majority of his body, his center of mass, as a rifle instructor would say, shielded by a dappled roan. Micah was aiming his Colt at the man from under the horse's belly. "Ahem," said the man. "You've put me in a spot, old bean." It was him, the Englishman, the whispering death. And he was right. All he had was a tricky shot at Micah's head or legs. Micah had the Englishman's whole body to hit. Of course, Micah knew that the Englishman must have already considered simply shooting the horse, but the bullets would graze through the beast's heavy vitals or be flattened on its bones. A gut-shot horse would buck and fuss, giving the Englishman an opportunity, but there was a much better chance that Micah would irrigate his opponent's chest well before that. Micah said, "I have never met a black man with straight hair. How do you do it?" "Relax, sir," the Englishman said. "Enough to float a coal ship." The horse's cock slipped from its sheath. Micah could not see its entire length due to his positioning, but what he glimpsed put him in the mind of a thick rubber hose. Not quite a fireman's hose, girth-wise, but not far off. Micah angled his gun away from the horse's comically large member. He did not want to accidentally blow a hole through it. "I will not lie," the Englishman said, looking at it. "I feel unmanned. It's not good to feel that way before a gunfight." "It is an animal. Our anatomies do not square up." "You make a good point, and yet—" The horse pissed, long and loud and luxurious. Droplets of urine splashed up to wet Micah's trousers. "My God," the Englishman marveled. "Do you think it's been given a diuretic?" The horse finished. It shook contentedly and began to eat hay. This interlude having concluded, the men returned to their own business. Micah said, "I take it Appleton hired you?" "He did. He claims you killed 2 of his men." "I never killed a man who didn't deserve it." "Bully for you." "And you?" The Englishman said, "I hunt people for money. I imagine most of them have been bad eggs, that I never bothered to read their diaries." Bold was the man who could joke with a pistol pointed at his belly. "It's a job to me, nothing more," the Englishman went on. "But according to Appleton, you've been asking for it." "Who of us is not asking for it?" "So then why not let it go?" "Appleton dealt me a bad turn," Micah said simply. "I will not be done wrong." "Ah, you're one of those." Micah set his jaw. The Englishman did not know about the baby with no arms. Micah had dreamed about that child. She was the reason, more or less, why he had to kill Appleton. He could even set aside Appleton's treachery in dry gulching him. That was business. But Micah hoped he'd sleep better with Appleton gone. For this reason, he did not wish to shoot the Englishman, not because he was scared of the man's skills. The Englishman was a trained killer, but Micah had his own abilities in that area. He was not anxious about taking out the Englishman on moral grounds either. He had murdered for lesser cause, sadly. No, Micah didn't want to fire on the Englishman because something might occur during the course of events to stop him from finishing what he'd come to Mogollon to do, that being to kill Seaborn Appleton. Kill him for that little baby with no arms. Such was Micah's mindset when a woman rushed into the stable with 2 pistols drawn and firing. For a split second, Micah assumed she was an apparition. He used to have similar visions when drunk, though in those the woman was stepping naked out of a lake or naked into a bedroom, in any event, naked. But this woman was clothed in a duster the color of old fingernails and alligator skin boots. She carried a pair of Colts that kicked skyward as she squeezed the triggers. The stabled horses reared at the deafening gunshots. The roan slammed into Micah, knocking the wind out of him. His gun fell to the dirt. He saw the Englishman catch a slug through his shoulder. It reeled him in a sloppy pirouette. Micah grunted and knelt for his gun, spinning toward the woman, a girl, really, to return fire as the horses stampeded out the stable doors. His bullet struck a post near her head, spraying splinters. She flinched at the flying wood and fired ploddingly from the hip. Minerva couldn't have hoped for better luck. She had been sitting in her car scoping the main drag when, precisely at 10 o'clock, she'd spotted the English twit. At 10:02, Micah Shagru followed the British fuck into the stable. 2 bugs in the kill jar. She had a mind to let them shoot each other dead, but that would not satisfy her. She had to flatline the Englishman. He would have to die first. He struck her as the sharper shot. Once he was dead, or at least down, she could focus on Shagru. But things began to spin out of control the moment she stepped into the stables. She'd intended to surprise them. Unsporting, granted, but she needed every advantage against such experienced gunmen. Minerva expected to take return fire. She might even be hit, but she could withstand that, she figured. This belief had persisted up until the moment the bullets began to sing through the air. When she charged into the stables, everything sped up. She pulled the triggers and could feel the Colt's hammers cocking back as the springs compressed. She could even feel the firing pins strike the flash holes, igniting the powder in each round. But her own movements were lethargic, her veins running with molasses, her arms leaden. Oh, Christ, she thought. This is happening too goddamn fast. Micah Shagru saw this woman coming, and he did not blink. He thumbed the hammer of his own Colt and put his first shot into the Englishman's side. Gray smoke mushroomed from the barrel. The Englishman's tailored shirt blew inward, then out again as the bullet jolted through his innards. Turning then, his mind clear and his breath quickening, Micah fired at the woman, whom he assumed to be the Englishman's partner, despite the fact she was firing at the Englishman, determinedly so, her lips skinned from her teeth. His bullet winged her left leg down at the calf. She continued to advance, teeth bared and wolfish, her Colts thundering. In the midst of all this, the Englishman sat confused. A rare inertia gripped his mind. Such sudden violence when he had been anticipating a gentlemanly tete-a-tete, followed by him dispatching Micah Shagru and collecting Appleton's reward. But then, this harridan, an appalling harpy with murder on her mind. At once he had been winged. Moments later he was hit again, this time by Shagru. Only then did he pull his pistol and take aim at the murderess. A bullet whizzed past his skull, making the sound of an angry hornet. One of his own bullets struck her. She collapsed behind the water trough. Minerva crumpled behind the trough, clutching her belly. It felt as if she'd been kicked by a donkey, and yet there was no real pain, only the sudden and somehow blunt force of impact. The fact blitzed through her brain pan. I've been hit. She'd never been shot before, so this was how it felt. She had expected worse. All she sensed was a cold disconnect between her chest and legs, like a bunch of threads had been cut. Miraculously, Micah Shagru was unhurt. The Englishman had eaten considerable lead, and the woman too. Micah could see the black man on his back, with blood running out of his shirt. A fine layer of dust and hay was stuck to his face. "Oh," the Englishman said. "Gents, I am killed." "I'm sorry for shooting you like that," Micah said to him. "It was not my intent." Micah approached the trough. The woman lay behind it, grasping her side and retching. He turned back to see the Englishman sitting up. Too late, he noticed the dainty derringer clutched in his hand. The lead ball struck Micah in the left eye. He fell straight back. A fine mist of blood hung in the air. He knew nothing else. 5. Micah awoke blind. He sat up with a jolt. Where was he? His final memory, the Englishman's bullet snapping his skull back, followed by a terrible squelch inside his head. He lay on a threadbare mattress, or so it felt. He could tell he was naked save for a pair of underwear. Sightless. An icy thread of fear spun round his heart. What goddamn use was a blind gunman? Forget killing Appleton. If he was blind, he could be killed by a child. A beggar could sneak up and slit his throat. His fingers spidered up his chest, his face. He felt the bandages wound over his eyes. He unraveled them. Oh, thank Christ, he could see. He blinked. His view improved. He was in a makeshift infirmary. White privacy curtains were draped around his bed. He ran his fingertip around his right eye socket, the eye he could see out of. His fingers investigated the left eye next, figuring that the eyelid was gummed shut with blood or otherwise occluded. His index finger pushed past the sagging lids and into the sticky vault where his eye had recently resided. His fingertip grazed the raw flesh at the back where the nerves collected. He gasped. "Christ, careful what you're doing!" A man had stepped through the curtains. He wore a much-bloodied shirt and a hat with a beaten crown. Needles of sweaty hair protruded under its wide brim. "Quit poking at it. It'll get infected, turn to sepsis. And you see, I can't very well amputate your head. That would be what you call a terminal decision." "You a doctor?" said Micah. "Who the hell else would I be? Who else goes around fixing shot-up morons?" "You took the eye?" The doctor nodded. "I took the eye." Both men were silent a spell. "It does not hurt," said Micah. "It tingles. I flushed the socket with a numbing agent and gave you a shot for the pain, but you'll feel it soon enough. It won't be pleasant." "Did you have to take my eye, Doc?" The doctor removed his hat and ran a hand through his hair. His hands were stained with blood, the way a mechanic's hands can get with axle grease. The skin takes on the tincture of the substance that he works with all day. "I am no surgeon. I administer to the men and women around here, most of them farmers or ranchers. If a hand gets crushed and we can't get them to the hospital 2 towns over, I take it off. A foot mangled, off it comes. Better to lose a limb than die of septic shock." He reseated his hat. "Your eye was obliterated, Mr. Shagrew. Yes, I know who you are. The bullet glanced off your ocular ridge, the bone, I mean to say, and dodged around inside the socket. A lucky break. Otherwise it would have passed through into your brain. Then all you'd be good for is drooling." "How did you remove it?" "You really want to know?" "Tell me." "A tool called a curette," the doctor said. "A sharpened spoon, pretty much. I scooped it out, snipped the nerve. The eye was smashed fruit. Useless, even as a decoration." The doctor possessed little in the way of bedside manner, but Micah was grateful for his candor. "You could be fitted for a fake one, Mr. Shagrew, or a patch." "Maybe I will keep it the way it is," said Micah, filled with momentary despair. "Or have a flagpole jut out of it with a little flag at the end. Stars and stripes, like the kids wave at parades. It would be patriotic of you," the doctor said dryly. Micah pulled his knees to his chest. He was sore but otherwise unhurt. "The black fellow," the doctor said. "He'll pull through. He was shot through the hip and shoulder. No organ damage." "Where is he?" The doctor gestured to the other side of the curtains. Micah craned his head toward the bedpost, where he always hung his pistols. They've been confiscated, the doctor said, sensing the intent. The other fellas, too. Now, you could get up and try choking him to death, but I'd tell the deputy stationed outside and he'd shoot you dead. I will stay here, then. That's a good boy. The woman? She's here also, the doctor told him. She's hurt. She won't be bothering anyone. Who is she? Bounty hunter, I'm told. A chuckle. Not worth a damn at her job, though, is she? Michael leaned back in bed. So? You'll all live. You will all go to jail, you and the black man, for the rest of your natural lives. The woman might get out just in time to start collecting Social Security. From what I gather, you have dodged the law a long time, Mr. Shagru. Now you're going to have to pay the ferryman. He shrugged. I hear tell you might even get the electric chair. So why recommend a fake eye for me? It will just melt out of my head. Michael laughed until a tear came out of his good eye. Something might have squirted out of his empty socket, too, but he couldn't tell. Hell of a thing, Doc, healing me up so I can be fried. The doctor allowed himself a small smile in acknowledgement of how ludicrous his task must seem. He then drew liquid morphine into a syringe. I'll give you this so you can sleep. But, doctor, is it habit-forming? The sawbones chortled at this. He administered the shot and squared his hat to Micah. Get some rest. 6. Micah awoke that night to the Englishman's voice. Oh, you awake over there? Micah waited until his eye, adjusted to the darkness. I am up. What the hell do you want? Are you mobile? The Englishman asked. I can get around. Wunderbar. I, however, am confined to bed rest. Micah sat up. A needle was jabbed into his forearm, feeding some manner of medical mixture into his veins. The needle ran to a tube, which in turn ran to a glass bottle hooked to an IV pole on casters. Micah shuffled through the curtains. The casters squeaked as the pole rolled along. The world felt strange with only one eye. It was as if Micah's body had already accepted that the eye was gone and was in the process of reorganizing itself to account for its loss. The Englishman lay in a hospital bed, his head slightly raised, his long dark tresses fanned over the pillow. The ends were frizzing, reverting to their natural state. You got me, he said. I apologize for that already, said Micah. Really? I can't recall. In any case, you shouldn't. Pistols were drawn, yes? I would have done the same to you, were it not for that mad woman. You did her wrong? The Englishman frowned. I've never laid eyes on that batty witch. Micah said, You do the things men like us do. You are bound to have enemies you have never set eyes on. Micah could get a better sense of their location from here. They were in a makeshift ward. The woman was behind another set of curtains to the left. He could hear her deep, sleep-thick breathing. A small window gave a view of Mugion's main drag. He saw the brim of a man's behatted head at the lowest edge of the window frame, the hat of a New Mexico police officer, who he assumed was standing watch. When he and the Englishman and the woman had sufficiently healed, he imagined they would be transported to a more secure location. The Englishman wriggled his head into the pillow. What did that doctor shoot into me? Lovely stuff. The doc has cooked you on it. He nodded dopily. Oh, yes, I am well pickled. You seem okay. A few gobbets of flesh missing here and there, but I feel Jim dandy. The Englishman hummed the refrain to Polly-Wolly Doodle, then stopped. You were very cool in the heat of it. Your hand did not tremble. I have been there before, was all Micah could say. Korea. Off Micah's nod, the Englishman said, Me as well. Royal Marines, the 1181st. First boots on the ground. Silent as death. You must have been young. Oh, yes, a wee stripling. But I found I had an aptitude for it. Killing, I mean. It didn't trouble me. I woke up screaming in the trenches sometimes, yes, but not half so much as the other lads. It is horrible to have a talent for something so dreadful, but there you have it. Micah nodded. They were both good at the same damn thing. They gave me a dishonorable discharge for knobbing my CO and breaking his nose, the Englishman continued. He deserved it, I assure you. After that, I came here. There was nothing for me back home. The Marines turned me into an agent of chaos, yes, a piranha set loose in a goldfish tank. I was not fit for polite society. But here I found a heightened need for a man with my particular skills. The land of the free and the home of the brave. Your country is so unformed, even now, and that lack of form creates pockets for me to ply my trade. You were cool in the cut, too, said Micah. He did not exactly mean it as a compliment. The men kept their peace. In time the Englishman spoke. The doctor took your eye. He took it. Well then, I am sorry. Micah said. They will put us in prison. Give us the electric chair. They took our pistols. Faintly, the woman's breathing carried over the curtain. We are still in Muggion, Micah said, on the main strip. Near the stable. Near enough. We could take those horses, said the Englishman. Light out. Micah frowned. Horses? The Englishman grinned. It's a few minutes' hard gallop to the woods. They run deep and thick in this part of the state. We could melt right into them. Can you ride? Capably, yes. Micah had some experience with horses. He was no expert, but he could ride. He said, You and I? Why not? I do not know if I can ride with the man who stole my eye, said Micah. I'm humbly sorry again about your eye. We had reason to kill each other before. Money was our sole motivator, yes? Without it, there's no reason to kill anyone or do much of anything, truth be told. Micah didn't see the line being so clear-cut. There were reasons outside of money why some men needed to get themselves dead. What about Appleton? Oh, I imagine he's well pleased by this turn of events. The prisons will eat us all up, and he won't owe anyone a cent. I still aim to kill him. The Englishman grinned. What chutzpah? The woman, Micah said. Piss on her head. She tried to kill us. Micah could see the Englishman's point of view. Still, part of him rebelled at leaving her. He was curious. Clearly, her attack had been planned, which meant she knew who they were, and how dangerous, too. Knowing so, why did she act so recklessly? I will think on it, he said, and shuffled back toward his bed. Micah? Micah started. It had been years since anyone had addressed him by his Christian name. It will have to be tomorrow, the Englishman said. Can you manage? The Englishman coughed weakly. With some more of that doctor's magical cocktail? You know my name. I do not know yours. The Englishman seemed reluctant, but ultimately he spoke. Ebenezer. Micah had not known that a black man could visibly blush, but Ebenezer appeared to be doing so now. Ebenezer Elkins. My parents were sadists, he said with a slight shrug. It is the only explanation. You may call me Eb, if it suits. Eb. That is good. So be it. 7. The doctor returned the next day. He saturated a ball of cotton in rubbing alcohol and poked it into Micah's socket. This caused him considerable pain, as the doctor averred it would. He offered Micah another shot of morphine. I do not need it. The doctor nodded. The U.S. Marshals are coming to get you, is what I hear. When? Micah asked. Tomorrow or the day after. Just me? And the other fella. The woman goes someplace else. The doctor passed back through the curtain. Micah heard him offer Ebenezer a shot, which the Englishman happily accepted. After the doctor had left, and once Micah could hear Eb's morphine-thickened snores, he got up and went to look in on the woman. She lay in bed with a sheet draped over her legs up to her hips and another folded across her breasts. Her stomach was bare. An ulcerated hole lay to the right of her belly button, oozing at its edges. Her eyelids fluttered. She saw him. Her pupils constricted. Come to kill me? She croaked. Micah was not angry at her for trying to assassinate him. He had no leg to stand on, morally speaking, having done the same thing himself. He poured water from the bedside jug and held the glass to her lips. Gratefully, she drank. What is your name? He asked. Minerva Atwater. You one of the Atwater clan out of Tuscaloosa? I have no family in that part of the world. She drank some more. So they took your eye. It is gone. She uttered a note of sympathy. Was it my round that... Micah shook his head. The other man, with the little derringer concealed. The sun shone through a window overlooking the main street. Micah could see the back of the deputy's head where he stood guard. He hired me to get you, Minerva said. Appleton. That was my figuring. Micah gestured to where the Englishman lay behind the curtain. Appleton hired him, too, but it seemed you were more intent on him than me. She shifted her body and winced. Goddamn Christly hell, don't that hurt. But the doctor said no vitals were hit. Will you ever dance again? What makes you think I'm a dancer? You should try. You are not cut out for this. Minerva sneered. You figure I should be tending home fires? Micah offered her another drink. She snatched the glass from him. I'm not a spit-bubbling infant. She drank and coughed, water dribbling down her chin. I only just started collecting bounties. I'll get better. You will not. The hell I won't. You will not because you are finished. The feds get here tomorrow. She dwelled on this. I guess that's fair enough. It is for me and the English fellow. I do not know what you have done. Micah was certain that she hadn't done much. This could very well be her first transgression. It would put her away for a long time, all the same. Maybe they'll hang me, she said. It is doubtful, said Micah. They hanged a woman named Ellen Watson up in Natrona County for cattle rustling, and Lizzie Potts in California on account of stoving her husband's head in with a shovel. That all went down a century ago, but still. You appeared to have studied these matters. So what then? She said. We just gonna let them take us, I guess? That, said Micah, or we slip our necks from the noose. Minerva stared at him a long time. Take me, she said. Well, I do not know. I won't be a burden. I can move as fast as grease goose shit when I have to. How would we do it? Can you ride a horse? I helped out at a local stable when I was a girl to earn some pin money. Used to canter the horses around the paddock, exercise them. Most of them were nags or glue-footers, but I can ride any horse you put in front of me. Micah said, Okay. And him? Minerva said, meaning the Englishman. Oh, yes. The Englishman's druggy voice floated over the curtain. I shall be along. I was hoping to leave you for the crows, but Mr. Chegrew's veins run thick with the milk of human kindness. But be aware, milady, if you so much as look at me funny, I will snap your neck like a hen's. 8. They made their attempt the following evening, the sunlight paling over the ridges. Chain lightning flared soundlessly to the east. The day had been spent in nervous anticipation. They expected to catch the rumble of the marshal's trucks down the main road, but the rumble had not come. Their clothes had been confiscated, their boots too, but otherwise their wardship was surprisingly lax. They had not been handcuffed or restrained in any way. A deputy checked on them every few hours. In all, they had been treated more like convalescing patients, which they were, than ruthless and calculating mercenaries. This gave them ample opportunity to plan their escape. The three of them grunted in pain as they wound bedsheets around their bodies. When they were done, they resembled Socratic disciples on their way to the agora. The deputy guarding them was an easy matter. Micah ethered him with the contents of a brown bottle the doctor had carelessly left in a supply cupboard. It was almost as if these gormless deputy dogs wanted them to escape. Micah arranged the deputy's body in the chair, tipping the head back so he would not choke on his tongue. He took the deputy's sidearm and walkie-talkie. They crossed the street barefoot in the deepening night, bed sheets fluttering. A few solitary squares of light burned in the odd house window, but the street was empty. Nobody saw them make their way to the stable, looking like a trio of half-fleshed Halloween ghosts. The stable was deserted, the horses penned. They found saddles in the tack room. It was a chore strapping them to the horses. The light was thin, and they were badly hurt, and only Minerva was a true horsewoman. The horses whinnied softly, but to Micah's ears, they might as well have been shrieking. The seconds snipped off a clock inside his head, counting down to the moment when their escape would be discovered. Micah essayed his companions. The woman was clearly nauseated with pain. The doctor had stitched her wounds with catgut, but a goodly number must have popped already, because her bedsheets were bloody, only a pinpricking so far, but the more she moved, the faster the blood would flow. The Englishman was not much better. Micah resolved to abandon them if they couldn't keep up. Perhaps they could kill each other before the authorities slapped handcuffs on them, if that was their wish. The walkie-talkie crackled. "Wiley, come in. Eddie's off to the Sip and Dip for bear claws and coffee. I get you some?" Micah pictured the town sheriff, fat and beery the way only southern lawmen could be, a barrel-shaped gut straining against the buttons of his mule-colored shirt. "Wiley, come on back now." Silence. Then, with a wary edge, "Why?" "Mount up, goddammit," Micah said. Minerva and Ebb struggled into their saddles. Micah knotted the deputy's pistol to his saddle with a length of rawhide. The horses shied beneath them. Minerva's steed was an especially twitchy specimen. Micah shouldered the stable doors open. They galloped onto the main road, cracking the stirrups into the horses' ribs. A few townsfolk occurred in lit windows and on the porches of the houses along the main street. They watched the criminals ride into the deep black of the mountainsides, half-naked, bloody, ungainly atop animals that dearly wished to buck them off, without food or flint or medicine. What an odd sight they must have made. 3 pasty phantoms on horseback, stampeding into the wild like a fever dream of the Old West. "God will see them dead," one man said to his wife, once the trio had ridden from sight. "His holy eye will seek them out and cut them down." 9. Micah's eyelid fluttered over his empty socket as he flogged his horse into the foothills. The slack flesh, no longer bulwarked by an eyeball, flapped in the wind that blew into his face. The eyelid made a tender sucking sound, the wet edges of each lid gumming shut before blowing open again, as he imagined wet curtains might do. The sensation was not entirely disagreeable. The wind washed into the empty socket, cooling the inflamed tissues. It felt as if it had been swabbed out with lidocaine or essence of spearmint. They halted after half an hour of hard riding. White froth foamed at the edges of the horses' mouths. They had reached a split in the path. Micah examined his companions. The woman was slumped over the saddle, her head lolling against the horse's neck. The Englishman sat favoring his wounded hip. His sheet was red with blood, the excess running down his leg to drip steadily off his toes. His arm swayed limply from his ruined shoulder, and yet he was grinning like an idiot. Micah considered which way to go, while his companions waited patiently and bled. "We could ride up and off the path until the ridge plateaus," he said. "Ride then," said Ebb. "I will follow." "And if I fall," Minerva said, her voice muffled by the horse's mane, "leave me where I lie." Micah said, "I will." The whop-whop of helicopter blades carried over the hillsides. They sallied their horses under an oak tree. The horses' hooves crackled on a carpet of rotted acorns. Once the whirlybird had passed on, Micah gussied his horse along the steep incline. The beast stirred up clouds of dust, which drifted into his empty socket. He probed inside it with his finger and touched an exposed nerve. A jolt of pain drove straight back into his skull. The hillside carried up over bare grass and fescue and through a copse of gnarled desert willows. Micah's breath exited his mouth in plosive pops as he leaned hard into the horse. Every so often, he hazarded a glance back. The other two appeared to be held atop their horses less by gravity than by some unholy magic, their heads sagging, their bodies rocking so it seemed they would pitch into the hawthorn on the horse's very next step. Yet they kept following Micah, a pair of ghostly effigies. He topped the plateau. A bone-searching wind rattled the scorpion weeds. The other two caught up. Their sheets were now more blood than white. Micah gussied his horse along Minerva and checked to see that she was still alive. Her breath came thin and raspy. "We must sleep together," said Micah. "Any other way, we freeze to death." They led the horses to a dip in the earth, bulwarked by a flat-topped chunk of shale. The limbs of a cottonwood tree fanned overhead to provide cover. Micah dismounted and corralled Minerva's horse. He popped her feet from the stirrups and braced her across his shoulders. "Goddamn hands to yourself," she mumbled. She was in a dream state, trapped someplace between waking and sleeping, alive and dead. Micah lashed the horses to a nearby tree. They nickered unhappily, hungry after a long ride. The three escapees bedded down on the hard ground. Micah wrapped his arms around Minerva. Her spine touched his chest. He twined his thick legs with hers. There was nothing sexual in this. They were too exhausted for carnalities. Micah did not find her comely, in any case. He preferred a woman with breasts and hips, some brisket on her bones. The Englishman curled up behind Micah. An oily, carbolic smell leached out of his skin from the powerful narcotics he had been given. The wind shivered empty seed pods. It churned up dust devils that spun through the gloom like mad tops. If the woman made it through the coming hours, it would count as some manner of miracle. The Englishman was a mess, too. Micah felt the blood trickling from Ebenezer's wounds and soaking his own sheet. If they died, he would not bury them. He had no shovel and no time for the observance. If one of their horses was superior to his own, he would take it. He would hide out a few weeks, recuperate, then resume his pursuit of Seaborn Appleton. He closed his eye and fell into a dreamless sleep. 10. Micah awoke to spy the woman on her knees, hefting a rock the size of a stag's head, readying to bring it down on the Englishman's skull. It was dawn. New sunlight ribboned through the trees. Minerva was a vision straight out of hell. Her face a mask of dried blood. Her eyes bulged, wide and full of hate. Her arms quivered with the weight of the huge stone she bore above her head. Micah rolled away, believing the blow was destined for him. He reached inside his sheet and came up with the deputy's pistol. He pointed it at Minerva, then looked at the Englishman. The sand under his head was soaked with blood, leading Micah to the false conclusion that she'd brained him already. A closer inspection made it clear that he was merely unconscious. Neither Micah nor Minerva spoke. Her arms trembled under the weight of the rock. Micah gestured with the gun that she should drop it. She hesitated. He then leveled the barrel, dead between her eyes. She set it down softly. Micah shook his head. His skull was quite literally buzzing. He probed inside his ruined socket with his thumb. A winged insect clambered out of it and flew away before he could identify the damn thing. Micah flicked the gun barrel toward a stand of pines and mouthed, "Move." Minerva managed to stand. Her sheet crackled with blood. The bottom of it was heavy with caked crimson and dust. She walked resolutely to the trees. Micah followed. "That marks the second time in 3 days you have tried to kill the Englishman," he said. Minerva held a hand to her side. Blood sponged through the sheet and leaked over her fingers. She frowned, as though it were coming from a spigot she'd forgotten to shut off. There was something to be admired about a person who could bleed with such a total lack of concern. "I cannot travel with anyone who wishes to crush a sleeping man's skull with a stone," said Micah. "Tell me why." "It doesn't concern you." "It does now, until you are dead or him." "It could be him that's dead," she pleaded. "Let me make it him." "No." "Why do you care?" "If I am given good reason, I may be inclined to take your side in this." Minerva scrutinized him with hooded eyes. Her stare was calculating. The odds must have told it in his favor, because, at a breathless clip, she told him everything. 11. It happened in the springtime. Minerva Atwater was 11 years old at the time. She lived in Grass Valley, California, with her father, Charles, and younger brother, Cortland. Their mother had died in labor with Court, whose skull was evidently too wide for her birthing chute. The loss destroyed Minerva's father, yet he continued on for the sake of his children, finding work in the silver mines. They lived in an isolated shotgun shack skirting the Yuba Reservoir. In the summer months, Minerva and Court explored the grasslands while their father toiled underground. The day it happened was much like any other. Court and Minnie, as her father and brother called her back then, romped through the tall grass to a sandy wash where the water rolled out blue and clean in the afternoon light. Court was 6. He was thin, his hair prone to cowlicks, and he wore wire-rimmed spectacles patched with cellulose tape. He wanted to hold Minnie's hand while they walked. Sometimes she refused, finding it babyish. But Court's bottom lip would tremble as his eyes brimmed behind his thick glasses. He adored his big sister and was hurt when she denied him these small kindnesses. So she would take his hand, which was often sticky and moist, the way only small boys' hands can be. They would wade into the water with their trousers rolled to the knees to catch mud skippers and narrow-mouthed toads. In the late afternoon, they made their way closer to home. Their father would arrive soon and call them in for supper. They lazed under the trees in a shady grove, sunlight hitting the leaves and giving their bare skin a faint green tint. "Minnie?" "Yes, Court, what is it?" "Why can't we have nice things?" "What do you mean?" Court sucked on his knuckle. He'd skinned it scaling a rock. "The Safeway has Granny Smith apples. I never seen a green like them, different than a grass green or a leaf green or grasshopper green." Court smiled. "They so perfectly green, but we never get none. We have to eat the crab apples that grow around here. They give my tummy the crummies." "Apples are apples," said Minnie. "Don't grumble." "And buttons, too. Minnie, my shirt's got 2 bust buttons, and Dad never gets new buttons to sew on." Court held his shirt out as proof. Minnie knew about Court's buttons. Her shirts were missing buttons, too, and her big toes had worn through her socks. "We eat potatoes every night," said Court. "Boiled and baked and mashed without butter. I believe my tongue will fall off if I have one more bite of spuds." Charles Atwater was a fine father and a hard worker, but his one failing was at the card table. He was a gambler and a poor one, and so his children's clothes had busted buttons, and so his children ate potatoes and crab apples. "We will eat high-class apples one day," said Minnie. "Promise?" "Of course." There came a rustling from the feather grass. Minnie faced it, ears pricked. An arrow-shaped head appeared. It was green, too, different from the grass green or leaf green or the green of a Granny Smith apple. The green of a snake's head, the largest snake Minnie had ever seen. She had dealings with snakes, as did any child growing up in the wilds. Harmless black-neck garters were the most common, but she had startled coach whips and Chihuahuan hognoses. Even an old Mississauga rattler coiled in placid contentment under the porch. But she had never seen the likes of this one. It glided forward inch by nightmarish inch, its movements so silken it was as if its belly were lined with ball bearings. To Minerva, it was not unlike watching a train of inconceivable size steam out of a tunnel. Its scales had the shimmer of hammered copper, gone green in the rain. It made its way toward them with a sickening but somehow dreamy speed, the grass whispering against its dry body. Minerva grabbed Court's arm, jerking him up. He uttered a yelp of pain and confusion. The grove spilled down to the water. Their only escape route was blocked by the advancing snake. Minnie had half a mind to hurdle the thing. Jesus, it was thick, as stout around as a quarter-horse's leg. But she had jumped over bigger logs. The logs didn't move the way the snake did, with those lazy yet threatening undulations. And she didn't think the water was any way out. She was pretty sure the snake was as nimble in water, or nimbler, than on land. They would be at a disadvantage if it followed them into the reservoir. So they had to go up. They would have to climb a tree. Court had seen the snake by then, too. He actually adjusted his spectacles, as if under the assumption they were deceiving him. "That's a big one," he said, his voice set at a high-pitched whinny. "Go," said Minnie, shoving him toward the nearest hackberry tree. The snake. Sweet Christ, that snake. It was 14, 16, 18 feet long. It did not have an end. Minnie did not know then that the serpent was a green anaconda, the largest of its kind. She did not know, in fact would never know, that it had hatched in the Orinoco Basin in Venezuela and was netted by an indigenous tribesman while it was still an adolescent. The tribesman sold it to an exotic animal merchant. It twice escaped containment and ate that merchant's more valued specimens, a scarlet macaw and a spider monkey. The merchant then sold the snake to a Mr. Edwin P. Popplewell, operator of the Popplewell Traveling Menagerie. For some years, the snake had circuited the southwestern states, gawped at by rubes in Bullhead City and Las Cruces. One night, while the menagerie was camped on the banks of the Yuba, the snake escaped. When Popplewell noticed that its cage was empty, he did not search for it or report it missing. The snake was a menace, having consumed both his new and a tiger cub, offering nothing in return save its sullen lethargy. Let it be someone else's problem, Popplewell figured. Minnie and Court were halfway up the tree when Court's footing slipped. His heel slid on a branch with a frictionless sound, as if the bark had been oiled. Next he was falling. He uttered a fearful squawk, but that was all. It happened quickly, so quick that Minnie didn't know he'd fallen at first. It was just this terrible absence below her, as if the ghostly outline of her brother were still there. Court fell 15 yards straight down. He landed on his feet the way cats always do. The lower bones of his left leg snapped with the sound of lake ice cracking in a spring thaw. He fell over then and struck his head on an exposed rock and began to jitter as if in a terrible seizure. The snake rushed at him. Minerva's lungs unlocked and she screamed, "Daddy! Daddy, come quick!" They were within shouting distance of their shack. Their father was almost always home by this time. A punctual man was Charles Atwater. "Daddy, please hurry. A snake's got Court." A snake's got Court. It sounded so silly, something you might cry out in a dream. But this was happening. Terribly, it was happening. The snake could have climbed up the tree. Minerva and Court were no safer there than on the ground, as Minerva would later realize. But that was not necessary now, seeing as its meal had fallen right in front of it. It wrapped the boy in the greasy rope of its body, which flexed and thinned as the huge muscle worked beneath its skin. "Oh no," was all Minerva could say, watching the snake coil lovingly around her baby brother. For she still thought of him that way sometimes, as a baby, despite the fact he could talk and count his fingers and toes. His little feet stuck out one end of the snake's coils, one boot off, his baby toe poking out of his sock. His head on the other end, his spectacles askew with the right lens shattered, the pressure purpling his face. Blood squeezed through the pores of his cheeks and ran from the edges of his eyes. There came a series of shuddery snaps as his ribs broke. Minerva couldn't stop screaming. She wasn't screaming for her father, it was too late for that. Not for God or some divine intercession. She just screamed at the horror of it all, at the dark, sucking hole that had opened so suddenly in her life. The snake unwound itself. Court's body tumbled limply from its embrace. The snake's jaw unhinged and it began to consume the boy, starting at his skull. He might still have been breathing. Minerva screamed until she went temporarily blind with the effort. She screamed over the hot hum of the cicadas. This did not startle the red-tailed hawk circling the sky above. From that bird's vantage, what was happening below was simply nature taking its course, in the way nature sometimes did. Something splintered deep inside Minnie's head. Perhaps she went just a little insane on that hazy sunlit afternoon. Who could blame her? Time passed. The snake slithered back into the feather grass. Its belly was swollen with the outline of Court's body, stretched so that its scales separated to show the silky silver skin beneath, so sheer you could almost make out the boy's features. Where was her father? Why hadn't he come with an axe, a butcher knife, with only his 2 hands and the fatherly madness that must come when he sees his youngest in such peril? But he never came. He'd turned his back on her and Court. It was night by the time Minerva's legs unlocked and she could move again. She shimmied down the tree. Her body had detached from her mind, which was totally blank. Court's spectacles lay on the ground. the moon glossed the one unbroken lens. She slipped across the night-lit field to their shack. She found her father, sitting dead in a chair with a bullet hole in his forehead. Minerva was too shocked to believe it possible. It wasn't a hole at all. No, it was just a blot of raspberry jam on his forehead, or a flash burn he'd gotten at the mine. Never mind that his eyes were wide open, and his last thoughts were splattered over the wall behind him. She touched her finger to the hole. She would wipe away the jam, was what she'd do, then tell her father what had happened to Court. Then they would get the axe and the cudgel and find and kill that horrible snake. Her finger slipped into the hole, into her father's skull. It was cold in there. 12. My father was shot by a black man with an English accent, a hired killer. Minerva trembled as she spoke. She had begun to shake, though that could be the blood loss. Her eyes remained hard on Micah throughout. My father owed debts, to a bookie mainly. Thelonious Skell was the bookie's name. Skell? She nodded. It was Skell who hired the Englishman to claim the debt. My father, she gritted her teeth as a wave of pain flooded through her. My father owed him $5,000. I don't entirely blame Skell. My father owed him. But what did Court owe? Debts should not carry forward that way. She paused, spat a sack of blood. It was the Englishman who did it. He stole Court's life by stealing my father's. He would have saved us. If he was still alive, my father, he would have. But the Englishman killed him and wrecked my life in the bargain, and that is the which of why I aim to kill him. Micah nodded. You are sure it was him? Minerva said. You figure there's a bunch of British Negro assassins out there? Micah had only ever heard of the one. You have been chasing him for a long time. Until that man is dead, I cannot rest. So, will you let me end it? No. Minerva bared her teeth. Piss on you. We are hurt, Micah told her. Our best chance is to band together. Once we have made our way clear, go ahead and finish matters with the Englishman. Minerva said, I don't need your goddamn permission. Then betraying some worry. If I don't kill him, he'll kill me. Micah shook his head. He will not. How do you figure? I tried to kill both of you. But I tried to kill him a lot deader than you. Micah knew men just like the Englishman. He himself was a lot like the Englishman. Ebenezer killed because he was good at it, and because the killing didn't trouble his soul. But he did not kill without reason or without a clear threat against him. Unless Minerva made a move, he'd bear no grudge against her for trying to flatline him back at the stables. That was just business. He kills for money, Micah said simply, and you are not worth anything. She silently digested this. Micah laughed real soft. Did you ever consider the sweetness of the moment? If you were to draw him in, gain his confidence, and then... Minerva bit her tongue, but Micah could tell she was pondering it. 13. The Englishman lurched into wakefulness, like a ghoul shuddering from its casket. His neck wore a plaited collar of blood. Micah was uncertain whether Minerva would get her chance to end his life. Ebenezer appeared to be knocking on death's door with some urgency already. They set off again. They were dehydrated, their horses too, their stomachs empty and their wounds festering. Simply getting mounted required a massive outlay of will. The Englishman was sinking into a delirium. He rambled on about last night's nightmare, where rats, the galling black-eyed bastards infesting the sewers in his hometown of Stretford, were packed into his chest cavity, squirming contentedly in the fuming stew of his guts, their ropey pink tails curled around his ribs. "Their fur tickles," he tittered. "So tickly." The sun crested the hills and beat down wrathfully. Horseflies alighted on their shoulders and heels, carrying away tasty morsels of flesh. They came to a pool of brackish, sulphur-smelling water. They drank and retched most of it back up, then drank some more. Their horses drank and exhibited a mild rejuvenation. They rode on. The sun turned the blood on their bodies to a dark crackling. The Englishman rode naked to the waist, the sheet wadded clumsily around his hips. His flesh was a heavy, beautiful black with an undernote of blue. A rough path bled down through the swale to a swift-running river. They followed it in the direction of its flow, their shadows lengthening across still pools where the river ran into slack-water hollows. Micah spotted a pin of smoke rising some ways off. They crossed at a shallow meander, tracking the smoke. Micah drew the deputy's pistol. A fire. 3 men sat ringing it, naked as jaybirds, drying themselves after bathing in the river. Their clothes hung from a line knotted between 2 trees. "Stand up," Micah said. They did. 2 of them covered their privates. The 3rd did not. "What are you doing here?" Micah asked them. "We're hunting for Burl," the shameless man told him. "Do you have a vehicle nearby?" "A pickup," the second man told Micah, gesturing with a nod. 500 yards that-a-way. "We will need clothes," said Micah. "So will we," said the man who had until then not uttered a word. Micah said, "Do you have extra pairs?" The same man said, "We do not." A pause. Micah said, "We need clothes." 14. Seaborn Appleton was a happy man, delighted in fact. Business was booming. He had experienced an unprecedented run of prosperity ever since Micah Shagru had fallen off his scent. That situation could not have resolved itself any more pleasantly. Shagru was dead, or assumedly so. The English assassin and the woman had been cut out of the picture too. He owed not a nickel for their services. Saints be praised. Of course, he had felt some concern upon discovering they had escaped before the U.S. Marshals had arrived in Mugion, but those who witnessed their flight claimed that the trio was bedraggled, bloody, and without supplies, and on horseback, the idiots. They could not have lasted long in the unforgiving wilds. Their bones were surely yellowing inside a wolf den by now. Savages, the 3 of them. Appleton found no joy in his dealings with such individuals. He was a businessman. He preferred not to traffic with unsavories, other than the ones buying his merchandise. His VW was parked in a field skirting the mining town of Chloride, New Mexico. This place had fallen upon hard times. Its citizenry was primed for the sort of succor Appleton could provide. It had gotten so that he could see the dread and anxiety hanging in a pall above such bergs. It resembled a thick gray cowl. It was an exquisite sight. It looked like money. His men were sleeping in a car 50 yards off, in the shelter of the willows. The night was still, only the chirruping of crickets. Appleton poured a stiff belt of rum and reflected on how good things happen to good people, to enterprising people such as himself. A sound carried across the wind-scrubbed earth from the direction of the willow trees, a strangled scream that became a hissing whistle, the sound a man might make as his throat was cut. It was joined by a rising adagio of pain and bewilderment that ended abruptly, replaced by a wet, hiccuping sound. That went on a while, too, before being ushered into the softer notes of the night. Appleton adjusted the flame on his oil lamp, washing the VW's interior with its shifting light. The sliding door was open. He could barely discern the flat fall of the earth, the rich soil dark as grave dirt. "Eugene?" he called. "Danny?" The imbeciles. They drank without measure. They played childish games and hooted laughter well into the night, only to act petulant the following morning, their heads rotten with the ache. He really should find new men, ones whose wits challenged his own. He held the lantern out, squinting against its greasy glow. A figure coalesced from the darkness. It was joined by another. "You dolts," said Appleton. "If you're looking for liquor, I have none for you. Go back to the goddamn car." A third figure joined. Appleton's breath came out in a sharp hiss. "Mr. Appleton." The voice seemed to come from a great distance away, deep within the guts of the earth. And yet it was close, too, so terribly close, nestled right up to his ear. "I have come home to roost," Micah Shagru said. Hearing his voice, Seaborn Appleton began to scream. He would scream for some time before all was said and done. Part 3. The Circling, 1980. 1. Petty Shagru did not know what this creature might be, but she was positive it was not a man. It looked human, 2 arms, 2 legs, a head. But that was the problem. It only looked that way. For one, it was far taller than any man on Earth. The dairyman, Mr. Bickner, was the tallest man Petty had ever seen, and this thing was at least 2 feet taller than him. Its arms were long, and its joints were set in weird places, making its arms bend in odd ways. Its legs were also too long, and did not hinge at the knees so much as pivot in all directions, a bit like a spider's legs. It wore dark pants and a duster of black lizard skin. The coat rippled out from its body, stinking like the dead gopher she'd found under the porch 2 springs ago. Its face. Petty didn't ever want to look at its face again. Its head was big and bulgy and hairless. It had no nose, only a pair of moist holes. Its mouth was so wide it nearly split its head apart, and its lips were plump, fleshy, somehow succulent, which was a word Petty had recently learned in grammar class. The summer strawberry was succulent. You almost wanted to kiss those lips. Not really. In fact, you'd rather kiss anything else, a bowl of razor blades, or a starving piranha, or any other thing at all. What Petty felt was an ungodly compulsion, a revolting desire to kiss those lips, even though she knew they would taste like death. Even worse than its mouth were its eyes. 2 chunks of coal screwed into its head. The moonlight reflected off them in terrible ways, showing their broiling inner cores. Petty swore she could see things squirming behind its eyes, like leeches in a jam jar. It moved at a swift clip, without effort. Its legs hurdled logs and snarled deadfalls in great unhurried strides. She was carried along with it, her hand swallowed in its own. Her feet were still bare, and she wore nothing but her nightdress, but she wasn't cold or sore, even though they had covered many miles. Her feet rarely touched the earth. She seemed to ghost along it on a ribbon of air. The Long Walker. That was what she would call this thing. It was her habit to name everything, her dolls, Jenny and Josephine, her wooden trains, Honey and Tugger and Pip, even the little brown mouse that lived in a hole in the kitchen, Mr. Squeaks. She had been with the Long Walker for... Petty could not say how long. Her mind was foggy, like it was after the doctor took out her tonsils. Time didn't seem important. She could tell some hours had passed, maybe even a day. She was thirsty. "Soon, my dear. We both have thirsts to slake." She had not uttered a word. Could this thing read her thoughts? It must have. It had slid into her head somehow. This worried her, but what could she do about it? "Where are we going?" she asked. "Your father owes my father," the Long Walker thought spoke in her mind. The trees petered out. They came to an empty field. An encampment of some kind was set up not far away. Petty could see lights winking, brightly colored ones blinking and circling. They skimmed across the grass. A traveling carnival came into view. Shaky old rides, a midway, caravans where the workers slept. They circled the carnival's perimeter where the light was weak, a pair of wolves scoping things out. They passed a caravan. Petty caught a snatch of a familiar jingle playing on a transistor radio, hanging from its open window on a strap. "We're gonna make a hot cereal lover out of you, with ready-to-serve Quaker oatmeal. You did it." Cars were parked on a strip of beaten earth not far from the ticket-taker's booth. There were Monte Carlos and Dodges and pickup trucks with bales of hay in their beds. Beyond the cars, Petty saw a string of shotgun shacks lining a paved road. They must be near one of the little towns ringing her home, places with names like Mescalero and Picos and Elephant Butte. "Elephant butt attracts flies," her mother used to joke, even though it was pronounced Butte, not Butt. Petty was sure the people of Elephant Butte were nice. People generally were around here. They worked and scraped their knuckles raw and drank too much and prayed away their sins every Sunday at church. They skirted the midway, where grizzled-looking hucksters called out, "One play, one win," and "Test your luck for $50." Rain dripped from the awnings of the ring toss and whack-a-mole booths. The long walker pulled her toward a striped tent. Light spilled from under its canopy and shone through eyelets where no ropes had been strung. They stopped a ways from the open flaps at the back, getting a view of its insides. 30 or 40 people were seated on folding chairs, facing away from Petty. Most of them were dressed simply, in sun-bleached frocks or overalls. A lot of the men had pipe holsters threaded through their hand-tooled leather belts, with their smoking pipes looped through them. Everyone was focused on the man who stood on a raised stage in front, a preacher. It was not uncommon to find lay preachers peddling old-time religion from town to town around here. Some people just couldn't get enough. If there was a midweek opportunity for a top-up, they jumped at it. Strange to find a preacher at a carnival, but maybe some of these folks felt the urge to atone after too much cotton candy and spins on the tilt-a-whirl. The preacher was tall and bony, and what Petty's mom would have called onion-eyed, meaning they bulged from his sockets like pearl onions. But he spoke with great conviction. "And many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and never-ending contempt," he thundered as he strode across the stage. "Hell, that's right, that eternal place of damnation where you will go if you are not right with God when you perish. That's right, hell is a real place, and you will be sent there, sure as shooting, if you do not obey the Lord's commandments." The congregants swayed in their seats. Rain pattered on the tent and dripped to the earth in ragged streamers. What of God's promise of eternal life? There are conditions of that promise. Whoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life, the good book says. So we must believe in him. As Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up. The preacher stabbed an accusing finger at his audience. My question to you, my good Christian neighbors, is this. Are you lifting the Son of Man up as Moses lifted the serpent, or are you wandering around the wilderness? The long walker pulled a flute from the folds of his duster. It looked as if it was made out of a bone, perhaps a human one. It held it to its lips. The notes the flute made weren't harmonious, but they were compelling. Petty turned toward the long walker instinctively, the same way as a moth was drawn to a bug zapper. The children in the tent turned too. There were only 5 or 6, but they all looked back. The adults didn't take the slightest notice. A child seated in the back row, a girl of 4 or 5, stood. She had been sitting on the aisle beside her mother. Nobody saw her walk out of the tent into the spitting rain. The little girl strode right up to the long walker. A shy smile touched the edges of her heart-shaped mouth. But her eyes were huge with fear, and her shoulders were set way back, as if every part of her was repulsed. The long walker whispered to her. Petty imagined how his voice would feel sliding into her ear. She pictured a thin, unbreakable icicle. The girl giggled. The long walker reached out and touched the girl on the tip of her upturned nose. She covered her mouth as if the long walker had said a dirty word. The flesh of her nose was beginning to blister already. After the ensuing chaos had ebbed, her mother would pale when she noticed the very tip of her daughter's nose had gone the cracked gray of an old unwrapped piece of liver forgotten in a freezer for months. The girl walked back into the tent. "Now, what the Lord wants," the preacher thundered on, "is for you to pay the tariff. The wages of sin, ladies and gents, is a high price indeed." "He touched me." The preacher stopped mid-sentence. The little girl's voice cut through his sermon. She stood in the middle of the center aisle with her finger pointed at the holy man. "The preacher, he touched me in my dirty spot." Her finger dipped down and down until it pointed between her legs. The congregation rumbled. The men, most of them with thick, sunburnt necks and brush-cut hair, began to redden as their jaws went tense. "I did no such—" A low moan escaped the preacher, who had turned pale as cottage cheese. "Oh, God, lies, lies!" The long walker made a noise that could have been laughter. The men had begun to rise, their fists balling at their hips. The preacher was frantic, wrung by all those blood-hungry faces. "No, where is this girl's mother, her father?" he said desperately. "They will tell you I did no such—" "She was lost from my sight for 5 minutes," a woman in the back row said hollowly. "I have never lost track of her before, not once until tonight." "Let's draw and quarter the turd," a voice called out from the rear of the tent. The long walker's face was fixed in an expression Petty could not read. It might have even been sadness. The men advanced on the preacher, who raised his hand skyward in a silent plea. The first man who reached him threw a fist with pure venom. The preacher's nose exploded. He fell. The men and more than a few of the women then fell upon him, kicking and stomping. "Enough," the long walker said, sounding bored. He took Petty's hand and led her away from the pandemonium. 2. The Greyhound pulled over on the side of the road at 5:15 in the afternoon. Micah exited under a sun hazed with the grit lifting off the breakdown lane. "Town's a mile or so that-a-way," the driver said, pointing. Micah shouldered his bag. He had to stop himself from running. After that encounter in the woods, his first instinct had been to set off on foot after the thing that had snatched his daughter. But the creature would outdistance him easily, or backflank him and kill him, or do something much worse. Micah knew Petty would not be killed. She had been taken to establish Micah's purpose, his end goal. Aside from his wife, his daughter was the only person capable of compelling Micah to retrace his steps back there. And the black thing knew Micah's heart as well as Micah did himself. Better, just maybe. He had hired a caretaker for Ellen, his wife. He had done so before, on occasions when he needed to be away. Ellen's sister Sherry was usually available, but was out of town at present. When Sherry returned, she would take over the caregiver role. Ellen posed only the smallest of burdens. She lay in bed. Occasionally she would rise, eyes open, but seeing nothing, lips trembling with words Micah couldn't quite understand, and pace the bedroom, vanity to door to nightstand. Her comatose state was unaffected. The doctor said that this was uncommon behavior, but not unique. Her bed sores often burst during these episodes. Micah would trail her as she walked, dabbing ointment on her sores. The bedroom door was always locked at these times. There was no need for Petty to see her mother that way. Better to remember her as she'd been. He'd hired a man to feed and water the animals. By all rights, his crops should die in his absence, but they would thrive. It had made Micah a wealthy man, the envy of those who eked a living out of the same inhospitable soil. But he was no crop whisperer. His fields produced simply because that was part of the deal, and that deal carried terrible penalties, too. The town of Old Ditch seemed comatose. The industry had moved on, and with it went the hope, and with that went the incentive for the citizenry to improve. The buildings were stooped and tumbled down, as though affected with a case of architectural leprosy. A fine layer of dust had settled over the shop windows. A piebald dog dashed across the main street, through an intersection where the stoplights had gone dead. Micah stopped in at a diner devoid of customers. The revolving pastry case displayed its unappealing wares, a lemon meringue pie so old the whipped eggs had cracked like the mud in a dry riverbed. A fly swatter lay on the countertop. Below the swatter lay the smashed remains of the insects it had squashed. A man's face appeared in the kitchen pass, old, fatigued, a grease-spotted fry hat cocked on his head at a defeated angle. "What do you have?" Micah set a dubious eye on the deformed pie, the coffee gone bitter on the burner. "I'm looking for a man. We don't traffic in that kind of business around here. He's English, black, speaks with an accent. There's only one man in town has one of those. Where can I find him?" The man wiped his nose. "Sure you don't want something? Hash is a specialty of the house." Salmonella is the specialty of the house, Micah thought. "Just the man and where I can find him." Half an hour later, Micah had walked to the end of a narrow street lined with derelict dwellings. He spotted a blank, sun-challenged face peering at him from an upper-story window. The piebald dog moped along after him, flinching whenever Micah turned to face it. He rooted half of a 7-Eleven sticky bun out of his pack and dropped it. The dog ate it with that same flinching fear, as if under the suspicion that the treat was poisoned, as if it had witnessed its fellow pooches die that very way, in moaning paroxysms on the street. The house he arrived at was small, but in better condition than the others. Micah knocked. Footsteps shuffled to the door. "Who's calling?" "It is me, Ebenezer." A pause. A considerable one. The door opened. Ebenezer Elkin stood in a house coat, knotted chastely at the waist. His right hand was bandaged. He was drinking. He appeared to have been doing so for some time. He bowed and stepped aside. "Come in." The main room was unadorned. The walls were bare, save for the crucifixes hung at every corner. A small bookshelf with books that appeared to have been well read. Demons in America, that title jumped out at Micah. Ed gestured to one of two chairs before taking a seat in the other. His bottle sat by the chair leg. He poured himself a splash. "Where are my manners?" he said, gesturing with the bottle. Micah consented. Eb limped into the kitchen and returned with a glass. He poured for Micah. "How long have you lived here?" "Years," said Eb. "Looks like you just moved in." "It does, doesn't it?" Eb blearily stared around. His eyes were bloodshot, but he did not seem especially drunk. "I suppose I never expected to be here this long." "Are you well?" "Not especially. Thank you for asking. You?" "Not really. What did you do to your hand?" Eb waved the question away. They sat for a spell, drinking in silence. "Have you come to kill me?" Eb asked. Micah shook his head. "I didn't think so," said Ebenezer. "I thought you would be coming soon. Believe it or not, I dreamt it. Which may sound ridiculous, or it would have been at one point in our lives. Superstitious drivel." He refilled their glasses. The hooch was strong, cheap, with a wicked burn. "Lots of crucifixes," Micah remarked. "I get a deal on them, cheaper by the dozen." The Ebenezer I knew did not have much use for them. Ebenezer looked at his feet. Each of them had spent the past 15 years trying to unbecome the man the other had once known. "It took my daughter," Micah said. Eb looked up sharply. "You have a daughter?" "By Ellen, yes. Petty, Ellen's naming. Pet is her common name." "Ellen. How is she?" Micah said. "She is at home and untroubled." Eb's brows knitted. "Her daughter is gone, and she's untroubled." "She is unaware of the loss." The Englishman pursued it no further. "You have a daughter," he said again disbelievingly. "Jesus Christ." Micah said, "It took her 2 nights ago, in the woods edging my home. I encountered one of the handmaids, but the other one, the more dangerous one, the flute player." Micah nodded. "If you wish to call it that. It took my pet." "How do you know?" "I heard its song on the wind," said Micah. "It wanted me to hear." "And it's taking her back to—" "Where else?" Eb dropped his head again. His body appeared to deflate. His breath came heavy as a man's does just before he's about to heave up his guts. "Bloody fucking hell, I thought we ended all that," he rasped. "It almost killed us all, and it certainly wrecked the 3 of us going forward, but I thought we put that to bed for good and all." Micah did not fault the Englishman his belief. But was the thing they encountered in the woods ringing little heaven the real terror lurking within the black rock? Could such a thing truly be mastered by the hand of man? Or had they shackled it for only a brief while, years for them, for itself the mere blink of an eye, and given it time to heal, to plot, and to nurse its rage? "I need your help," Micah said quietly. "I would never ask, except—" Ebenezer did not stir for quite some time. When at last he looked up, his eyes were still bloodshot, but there was only a slight quaver in his gaze. "I'll need to pack some things." Ebenezer got up. He went into the bedroom. He shut the door and closed his eyes. He didn't want Micah to see the way he slept. His bed was a single mattress on the floor, 1 sheet, no pillow. Micah didn't need to see Ebenezer's crucifix collection either. Dozens of them, on every wall, hung from the ceiling on loops of fishing line. Ebenezer himself had drawn crude crosses with charcoal pencils, scratching them onto the walls between the nailed-up crucifixes. Even though he did not believe in God, even though the God he saw when he closed his eyes was a leering idiot, the crosses comforted him in some odd fashion. Ebenezer tried to sleep during the day. He found it easier to surrender consciousness with sunlight streaming into the room. But he was a hair-trigger sleeper. The sound of an ant pissing on cotton batting was enough to wake him up these days. He hadn't slept, really slept, in 15 years. At night he paced the house and stared out at the street or surveyed the empty fields from his kitchen window. In the deepest hours of night he saw, or believed he could see, undefined shapes cavorting where the night was thinnest, just beyond the glow of the streetlights, or at the edges of the moonlight where it played over the barren grassland. Things waiting, things watching, hungering. Sometimes at night, Ebenezer slipped into a fitful doze. His system would just crap out like an old radiator. Then the dreams would come. Not just the one where he saw God's face. That one was bad enough. This other dream was even worse. In that dream, he was trapped beneath the earth, in a place where no light ever shone. He had been there before, in that darkness, so absolute he felt it attaching to his skin, pulling the blood out of his veins and the very sight out of his eyes. He could hear things, terrible things, sucking sounds, and other, subtler tones made worse by how delicate they were. That of flesh being pulled apart, maybe, which is not a very loud noise at all, though one might think it ought to be. Rending flesh carries its own note, which sounds like no other, a little like silk sheets slid apart with a scalpel. In the dream, he stood in that clotted darkness, surrounded by the moist sucking, ripping, and the high, breathless inhales a person makes when ice water is poured down the back of their necks. Taken together, they were almost sexual, the ecstatic, groveling noises of sexual climax. Wending through these sounds, writing an alternate sonic register, was a note composed of many tiny voices threaded together, and it sounded like the laughter of children. Ebenezer stood in his room surrounded by flea market crucifixes and began to shake, his body racked with uncontrollable shivers. He hugged himself and bit his lip until blood squirted. His knees went out, and he collapsed to the floor silently, not wanting Micah to come in and see him this way. He laid his head on the floor. "You have no choice," he told himself. "You have to go. Pull yourself together for the love of Christendom." He got the shakes under control. He stood, jelly-legged. He wiped away the blood. It was all right to be scared. Any man would be. He pushed the mattress aside and prized up 2 floorboards. He pulled up a familiar beechwood box. "Hello again, ladies." His Mauser pistols. A few loose bullets rolled around in the bottom of the box. The guns would need oiling, and he would need more ammunition. A great deal of it. He dressed in faded jeans and a white V-neck t-shirt. He packed a bag with underwear, socks, shirts, and some trousers. The pistols went in the bag, too. He took a crucifix off the wall. A 4-inch Jesus with a tarnished copper face was nailed to the crossbeams. "In you go, sport," Ebenezer said, slipping it into his bag. He stepped into the hall and shut the door behind him. Micah was still in the chair, right where Ebenezer had left him. Micah said, "You coming, then?" "You think I got all dressed up just to stay here?" "You probably will not come back, Eb. Neither you or me." Eb nodded. "It is probable." "Well, thanks." "Oh, well, I've lived long enough." They went outside. Ebenezer left the front door wide open. "Need to say your goodbyes to anybody before we go?" said Micah. Ebenezer shook his head. "My creditors can seek redress with my next of kin, if they can be found. Now, how did you get here?" "Took the bus." "Ah, I don't have a car." "We can rent one." "Not in this town, we can't." They walked down the street. Micah walked slowly to allow his limping companion to keep stride. The sunshine imparted a pleasant tickle on their skin. The piebald dog resumed its pursuit. "We could steal a car," said Ebenezer. "That could be fun." Either way. Eb sighed. I imagine we're off to find Minerva. Yes. Do you imagine she's expecting us? Were you expecting me? Yes? Then yes. Eb sighed again. I don't imagine she'll be terrifically pleased to see us. Pleased or not, we are coming. 3. Minerva figured it was high time to try and hang herself again. She couldn't remember when or where the last time had been. The attempts all blended together after a while. Anyway, why not? She had no other plans for the afternoon. Another town, another rat-bag motel room. The Double Diamond Inn, this time. New Mexico was littered with shitholes just like it. The mattress was 30 years old, and probably saturated with 1,000 dreary cum shots milked from the nutsacks of basset-faced Johns by one dead-eyed whore or another. And here Minnie was, sitting on the mattress, buoyed up on a cushion of grim, dried-up old sperm. Minerva tended to get moody before a suicide attempt. It was tough to see the rosy side of life. But perhaps there had been happiness in this room, too. A young couple could have passed a night in this dump on their way to another city, a better life. Maybe their first child had been conceived in this very bed and had gone on to invent the floppy disk or star in an off-Broadway play or some shit. Who could say? The noose was fashioned out of stout nautical rope. She had pulled a ceiling panel loose and knotted the rope around an exposed pipe. She sat on the bed, staring up at it. She had a 40-ouncer of rye, bathtub-grade shit, just slightly more pure than sterno. She would drink as much as she could, then clamber up the chair and stuff her head through the noose, kick the chair away, la-di-da, carefree as a bird, say goodnight, Gracie. But there was a chance, a perfectly good one, that she'd come to a few minutes later, her pants heavy after her bowels had involuntarily loosened and the whites of her eyes gone red with hemorrhaging. If so, she'd cut herself down and get on with her day. She had drunk the neck out of the bottle when someone knocked on the door. Shit. Fucking hellfire. It wasn't the cops. It never was. She had killed 3 men in a bar 2 days and 500 miles ago. Afterward, she had driven away. Nobody had pursued her. Nobody ever did. It wasn't the fact that the men she had killed in the bar were themselves killers, and as such didn't exactly inspire the police to discover who had ended their lives. When a mad dog kills another mad dog, the dog catcher still pursues the murderous hound, under the suspicion that it might kill an innocent creature next. And it was not that Minerva had left no trace. She had shot the men with witnesses present. No, the cops did not give chase, because that was part of the deal. She had made one discreet wish, but with it came all manner of consequence, unknown to her at the time. It wasn't just that she had to live with the killing she'd done, it was the lack of comeuppance for having done it. She had killed, Jesus, how many? 20 men over the past 15 years. 20 souls gone to heaven or hell, or just vaporized, blown to some other part of the continuum on the cosmic winds. The people she had killed were bad in a basic sense, pollutants whose dismissal off the food chain was mourned by a precious few. But still, nobody ever came sniffing after her. She went wherever she wanted and left whenever she desired. Her life was free of consequence or reprisal. She had spent not a single day in jail. She had been called in for questioning on occasion, spent a few hours in the stir, but inevitably a detective would tell her that she was free to go. "What if I did it?" she'd asked one of them once. "You didn't do it," the detective had said, as if reciting some boring middle school fact, his face blank as a test pattern. The knock came again, insistently. Minerva set the bottle down. Her pistols lay on the bed. She reached for one. "Who calls?" she said in a falsetto. "It's Micah Shagru, Minerva." A profound coldness invaded her chest. Minnie gritted her teeth and waited for it to pass. "You standing in front of the door?" she asked. "No." "Why? You think I tried to shoot you through it?" Silence. She put the gun down and got up. She opened the door a crack, then she sat back on the bed. The door opened a few more inches. Micah slid his head through the gap. "Do come in," Minerva said primly. "Splendiferous beauty awaits you." His gaze made a quick circuit of the room, Then he twigged on the noose. Am I interrupting something? How did you find me? She said, ignoring the question. Caught your scent on the wind. Micah didn't need to explain. Although she hadn't exactly known he was coming, Minerva wasn't surprised. She always had a sense of where he'd been these past years. And the black son of a bitch, too, who had to be nearby. She never knew their precise coordinates, but all she had to do was close her eyes and concentrate. Little by little, their presence would start to ping. Seems they now each had the same ability, thanks to what had happened. All any of them needed to do was track those pings to their source. Hey, she said. You out there? I am, Ebenezer called out. You scared of me? A smidge. Minerva sighed inwardly. When she considered the damage she had done over the last 15 years to her fellow human beings, to those who deserved it, and some who had not quite been deserving, well, it would be disingenuous to say she and Ebenezer were not now peas from the same pod. Get your ass in here. Eb's head poked around the doorframe. He limped inside. Minnie, he said. Shithead, she said flatly. Ebenezer said, Charmed, I'm sure. He too scoped the noose. His eyebrow ticked up. Minnie swallowed more rye whiskey. What the fuck did she care what they thought? You boys made it in time for the show. Which one of you wants to kick the chair out from under me? The men hung their heads, unwilling to meet her eyes. Were they actually embarrassed for her? Well, screw them both, and the horses they rode in on. Okay then, get the fuck out of here if you're not going to be useful. Micah turned his cold eye on her. A point of light sparked in the center of his remaining pupil. You think I showed up to watch you hang yourself? I don't know why you showed up, Minerva said sullenly. You followed the wrong bat signal, boy wonders. Micah went into the bathroom. She heard him unwrap a plastic cup from its wax paper cover, next running water. When Micah came back, his glass eye was missing. He crossed to the dresser. A crumpled Burger King bag sat beside the portable TV. A few salt packets were scattered beside the bag. You need these? Micah asked. Minerva shook her head. Micah ripped the packets open and spilled salt into the water. He gave it a stir with his finger to dissolve the crystals. He leaned forward until the rim of the cup encircled his empty sockets. He tipped his head back, holding the cup in place. He shook his head and hissed as the salt water cured the flesh inside his empty socket. Then he brought his head down and took the cup away. Water dripped out of his socket onto the grimy motel shag. He dabbed away the excess water with a napkin. He then pulled the glass eye from his duster pocket and dropped it into the cup. It sat in the bottom like an olive in a martini. He swirled it around, then fished it out and put it back in. Good? He asked Minerva. A little bit to the... Micah adjusted the glass eye with his finger. Minerva said, Yeah, that'll do. Micah sat on the bed beside her. Ebenezer watched from the doorway. I need your help. Minerva was surprised. Micah Shagru wasn't one to ask for anything. He was the sort of man who would track down the doctor who delivered him just to repay the debt. He said, I have a daughter. Minerva's surprise deepened. You have a daughter? Isn't life a cavalcade of wonderments? Ebenezer said. Micah said, by Ellen. Ellen, the woman who dragged them into it, dragged them straight to hell. Minerva said, So are you sore at me for not showing up to the baby shower? It has taken her. The coldness Minerva had felt earlier intensified 100-fold, layers of ice crystallizing inside the ventricles of her heart. Oh, Micah, are you sure? She didn't run away. Young girls make a bad habit of that. He encountered one of them in the woods, Ebenezer said. The handmaids, the one stitched together out of scraps. But it was the other one who took his daughter. The other one, Minerva thought grimly. The piper, the son, whatever you wanted to call it. How could Micah be so calm? It will not hurt her, Micah said. It is taking her back to act as bait, right? Minerva's head nodded numbly, automatically. Yeah, makes sense. No way any of us would go back willingly. Minerva dropped her head, She closed her eyes. The room tilted on its axis. "And you need me. Why?" she said. "What can I do? Any of us. I'm so sorry for your daughter. But we barely survived last time, and that was a long time ago. I'm a damn sight worse now than I was then." Micah said, "You look okay, apart from the drink." "And the noose," said Ebenezer. She tried to smile. "I'm used up, and I'm scared, Shug." "Well, so am I." She looked up. Micah was placidly regarding her. "You?" He nodded. "Not so much for myself, but yes, I am scared." "I don't know," she said quietly. "I honestly might not be any use to you." "Cry me a river," Ebenezer said. "What was that?" Minerva said icily. "Are you the only one who harbors fear in your heart?" Eb mordantly chuckled. "I'm as broken as ever I've been. My own shadow on the wall scares me most nights." "So go," Minnie said. "Who's stopping you?" Ebenezer shook his head. "I pegged you as many things, my dear, but never once did I peg you for a coward." Minerva cut her eyes at him. He met her gaze, a challenge. She dropped her head and waved a dismissive hand. "Sell it walking." She flipped a switch inside her mind, her eyes going hard. "Take your crazy somewhere else." Micah stood. Minerva thought he might try to press her, but that had never been his way. They would go without her, and die wretchedly in the dark, but they would go. Ebenezer might quit when the madness got too much, and it would, as sure as breathing. But Micah would wade right in until it stole everything he had to give. "There a bar around here?" Micah said. "There's one jutting off the ass end of this motel," she told him. "I think he meant one where the cockroaches don't have name tags," said Ebenezer. "It will do," said Micah. She waved her hand again. "Go on, then. Scat." They did. The door shut behind them. She sat in the shadow of the noose. She ran her hand over her freshly shorn scalp. She always liked to get a buzz cut before trying to snip her mortal cord. She had this weird fear that some shitty, unscrupulous undertaker would sell her hair to a wig shop. Stupid, the things people worry about. She shut her eyes, but something leapt up, a long-forgotten shape that shone a delirious bone white in the darkness behind her eyelids. She jolted, opening them. "I can't. Christ, I can't do it again." She dropped a dime in the box, bolted onto the TV. It bought her a couple minutes of flickery black and white. She needed the distraction. Micah and Ebenezer were in the bar now, waiting for her to change her mind. She had to hold out. One drink and they would surely leave. She tuned into an episode of The Waltons. Usually this kind of saccharine shit made her teeth ache, but right now it was just what the doctor ordered. "Good night, John boy, you pig-fucking little bastard," she muttered. The commercial came on. "What's inside this little blue egg that keeps Barbara Eden looking slim and trim?" asked the jovial announcer. "Who gives a flying fuck?" Minerva said. "Oh, there's only one answer to that. It's Legs Control Top Pantyhose. Legs slims and trims but doesn't bind, so you get comfort and control." The meter clicked. The screen blinked out. Minerva went to drop in another dime. She stopped. She swore she could see something in the smoky square of the dead TV, something jesting and capering. Human fears obeyed a hierarchy. Minerva had discovered that as a girl. She had never been as scared as on that sunny afternoon when her brother was taken by that snake. Her fear had held different layers, the helplessness, the heaving revulsion, the understanding that the world could yawn open at any time and take what was most precious. That afternoon, those few minutes within it, dominated by the sound of the snake's mouth opening to ingest her still-breathing brother, so much like the stretching of 1,000 wet rubber bands, Minerva never thought she would know a terror to rival it. Her belief had stood until one night in Little Heaven, when she rounded the edge of a chapel to spy a boy sitting cross-legged in the moonlight. The darkness twitched all around him, moving with a trillion sightless eyes. The boy turned, knowing she was there, though unable to see her. He smiled so sweet, so innocent, with his eyes the color of smoke. He was holding something in his hands. Beyond him lay the feasting darkness of the woods. From behind the trees had come the sound of something consuming its prey, but not in any natural way. Minerva sank down on the bed. It was there again, that old squirming fear creeping up her legs like gangrene. It got inside and ate you from within, squandered and reduced you until you were helpless to fight it. That kind of fear could ruin you, you and those around you too, because you were no use to anyone with that dread lodged in your heart. She sat for a few minutes thinking. Was she seriously going to do it? Was she actually contemplating hurling herself back into that horror? She was just a sack of skin. That was how she saw it. Hell, that's all anyone was. She was a sack, and Micah was a sack, and Ebenezer, oh, he was definitely a sack. Billions of sacks colliding with one another every goddamn day. Sometimes two of them collided and something good came of it. Sometimes two or three or more collided and something awful happened. But that's all life was, sacks of skin bumbling around, bumping into their fellow sacks, and stuff happening. But she had to admit that Micah Shugru, old Shug, he was about the best sack of skin she'd ever bumped into. That said, she owed them nothing. Not the Englishmen, for damn sure. Not even Micah. The debts, still due, were their own. But then, what else did she have? What was her life? She killed people. She was denied the mercy of death. She woke up screaming more nights than not. She owed, and she was paying. Maybe it was finally time to follow that line back. Pay a visit to her old benefactor. Renegotiate their deal. Isn't my life hell anyway? Minerva thought. Isn't that why I want to die? There are worse hells than this, a voice whispered softly in her ear. 4. She found them in the bar. I'll come. Micah said, Okay. Don't go getting all dewy-eyed on me, Shug. Micah said, Okay. Part 4. Little Heaven, 1965 to 1966. 1. After the Seaborn Appleton matter had concluded to Micah's satisfaction, ultimately Shugru had allowed Appleton to continue to suck breath, though it's possible Appleton would have preferred death to the state he was left in. The three outlaws hid out on a farm on the outskirts of Angel Fire, a town in Colfax County, New Mexico. In later generations, it would be difficult for two men and one woman with a history of illegalities to disappear quite so easily. But in the 60s, when records were written out in longhand and transferred to carbons and put in files that went into filing cabinets in dank basements infested by mice and mold, it was still a possibility. You could live off the grid, in unmapped places, sheltered from the long arm of the law. If you kept to yourself and paid in cash and didn't get sick and drove at the speed limit, well, there was a chance you might never run afoul of those government agencies whose job was to track the movements and intents of its citizenry. You could just vanish. Micah had done some work for the farm's owner back when the man had made his living by rawer means. There was a mutual respect and fealty between them. Johnny Law did not come searching for them. What had they really done, anyway? Tried to kill one another without success, then ganged up to mutilate a drug dealer. The law had more pressing matters to address. Over the following months, their wounds healed. Not perfectly, but then wounds rarely do. Micah took to wearing a patch over his squandered eye. Ebenezer's unrelaxed hair mushroomed into a massive afro. Minerva kept her own hair razored tight to her skull. They slept in the hayloft above the horses. During the day, they walked the fields alone, testing their strength against some unknown eventuality. The scent of cut garlic leached out of the earth, perfuming their skin. They were happy as people like them could be. They had no family. Many of their old friends had been eaten by the war. At night, they slept fitfully, like wolves from separate packs forced to share a den. One night, Ebenezer awoke to find Minerva staring at him. Her eyes were a peculiar blue in the drowsy light of the barn. See anything you fancy? He asked. Can't sleep. Try thinking pleasant thoughts. That's hard looking at you. Ebenezer laughed softly. Oh, you are truly an incorrigible flirt. Minerva would kill him eventually. She was as certain of that fact as she was that the sun would rise in the east, even more sure, in fact, because if the sun failed to rise one day, she would still kill Ebenezer in the dark. Ebenezer believed her actions had been motivated by monetary concerns. He did not fear or suspect her. And Micah was right. It would taste all the sweeter for the wait. Minerva had read that people who had the ability to delay gratification were the most successful people on God's green earth. One day the farm's owner summoned Micah to his kitchen. There's a job needs doing. Micah said, I thought you were quit of all that. The man said, It ain't mine. Still needs doing. I figured your crew might be up for it. My crew? Micah thought. They are just a couple of strays. Payroll job, the man said. Hungarian gang operating out of Albuquerque. He snorted. How they ended up there, you got me. Good payday, but it's not a one-man job. Micah nodded. I owe you. Don't owe me much. Just reckoned it would get you back on your feet is all. Micah floated the idea to the other two. He was surprised when they both readily agreed. Ebenezer was a mercenary at heart, happy to join any cohort, so long as the payday was involved. Minerva was the real surprise, but she was sick of bounty hunting, and her old outfit was unlikely to take her back now anyway. They were all poor as church mice, too. She said, Even splits? Even splits, said Micah. Then I'll do it. They took a Greyhound to Albuquerque. Micah bought a Dodge Dart at a used car lot, signing the ownership papers under an assumed name and paying cash, the last $300 in his wallet. Micah drove down to the payroll swap site, a hardware store on Euclid Avenue. When the delivery van showed up, Micah strapped a hockey helmet on his head and gunned the Dart's engine and charged out of a blind alleyway, slamming into the van, T-boning it, and rocking it up over the curb. His head slammed the dash, blood leaping out of his nose. He gazed out the busted windshield and saw Ebenezer and Minerva, who had been sitting at a bus stop directly across the road, hauling open the van's rear doors and dragging out a pair of stunned delivery men. Micah staggered out of the Dart. A Hungarian mama with a corrugated Dust Bowl face ran out of the hardware store with a machete. Still woozy, helmet on, he leveled his pistol at her. She got the point and dropped the blade. Ebenezer retrieved the cash bag. They dashed down the blind alley and onto another street. Sirens, distant but closing in. They walked into a pet store. Micah still had the hockey helmet. He took it off, left it on the stacked sacks of dog kibble. They breezed past caged puppies and lizards and twittering birds, exiting out the back door. They walked down another alley to a park where kids were playing baseball. Minerva bought a lemon Italian ice from the ice cream truck. They were sweating, but so was everyone else. Ebenezer tried to hail a cab, but nobody stopped. One did for Micah, but only once Ebenezer had hidden behind a bus bench. When Eb hopped in, the driver made a face like he'd sniffed something rank, but he kept his lips zipped. He took them to a bar on the outskirts. The cash bag sat under their table. Ebenezer played the pinball machine. Minerva played Sugar Shack and Blue Velvet on the jukebox. Micah pretty much stared at the wall. After a few hours, another cab dropped them at the bus station. They caught the 6:30 Greyhound to Angel Fire. Back at the farm, the farmer counted their take. There was also a pound of heroin in the bag. The farmer claimed it was primo stuff. Micah didn't care. He'd had his fill of drugs. The job had gone off without a snag. They worked well together. The farmer said there were other jobs. The three of them didn't have much else better to do. 2. And so they formed a loose association. They had no obligations, no taxes on their time. It was not a natural fellowship. Each of them preferred the sound of one hand clapping. Plus one of them nursed a blood grudge against another. But something happened during their flight from Magoyan, their recovery at the farm, and the jobs they did under the farmer's supervision. They came together in a manner none of them could credit. They were professional and declarative in their actions. Judgment did not enter into their thinking. As they were good at their chosen endeavor, for many months they prospered. Between jobs, they would drift apart for a week or two, leaving the farm to pursue their own amusements. Then they would return, like honeybees following an old pheromone trace. This was the nature of their existence for months. Then a woman entered and changed everything, as women often will. Afterward, Micah Chagru would dwell on this idyll of good months and the two people he shared it with. He would wonder at their fates, such a strange path to chart. The heart pulls, the mind resists. The heart wins. It wins. Nobody can chart the shape of his or her life before that shape emerges. There is hardly any rhyme to that shape, and almost no reason, and that is the grandest, the most irreducible mystery of all. 3. Micah knew the woman was watching him. When a man spends a lot of his life with a target on his back, that man had better develop a sixth sense if he wants to keep drawing breath. He had driven into Angel Fire in the farmer's pickup to purchase sundries, flour, sugar, molasses, a new button for his duster. Also ammunition. He'd been practicing on the farm, pegging cans off the corral fence. His aim was screwy, with only the one eye, even though he used to squeeze that eye shut when he fired. He had never been a crack shot anyway. It was more that he never flinched in the cut. He exited the gun shop with 3 boxes of 7.62mm cartridges. He crossed the road to a small grosseteria. It was cool inside, an old Westinghouse wall-mounted AC pumping, the tinsely ribbons tied to its grate fluttering. He walked the aisles, a sack of sugar, a 5-pound bag of gold medal flour, a box of sugar-sparkled rice crinkles. All men had their vices. He passed a cooler and grabbed a 6-pack of Blatz. He felt like blowing the foam off a few. He picked up a church key, too. He had spotted her by then. First, when he came out of the gun shop, she was lingering across the road, pretending to be absorbed by the display window of the hardware store. A heap of men's work gloves. Why would she be so interested in those? She wasn't. She was watching him in the reflection of the glass. She was tall, not stork-like, the way Minerva was put together. A hint of power down through those legs. Her dark hair was cut in a bob. She wore dun-colored Carhartts and a t-shirt of palest blue. She had followed him into the grocery store. Maybe she was craving a Hershey's bar or a pack of Now and Laters. She didn't seem threatening. He caught her reflection in the fisheye mirror at the head of each aisle. A bag boy put Micah's items in a brown paper sack. The woman idled behind him. She didn't have a thing in her basket. She seemed to realize this and tossed a pack of chewing gum into it. His truck was parked around the side of the store in the shade of a bur oak. He dropped the tailgate and dug a can of Blatz out of the bag. He punched 2 holes in the lid with the church key and took a deep drink. The woman rounded the store. Her face was startling. Her eyes were a peculiar blue, the blue of the water in an Arctic lake, and her hair was so black it reflected the sunlight. But neither of those details was jarring. No, it was the skin on the left side of her face, trailing under her ear and along her jaw, on down her throat. The flesh was mottled and runneled, like wax that pooled around a lit candle. She stopped. She put her hands in her pockets and rocked forward at the hips. Micah was not worried about her, but he scanned behind her, waiting for someone else to show. Micah Chagru? She took a step toward him. It was one of the worst facial burns Micah had ever seen. He couldn't imagine how it had happened or who might have done it to her. She would have been beautiful without it. Micah could not say that she wasn't, even with it. Sherry Belhaven told me I might find you here, she said. In Angel Fire, I mean, not the grocery store. Micah knew Sherry Belhaven. He'd done a few jobs with her fellow, Leroy Huggins. Belhaven had been a bank clerk, a square John with a taste for rough customers. Micah had liked Sherry, but believed those tastes would get her in trouble eventually. He said, I used to know her. She's my sister. I'm Ellen Belhaven. Ellen pulled a pack of Doublemint from her pocket and unwrapped a stick. Micah hitched his foot up on the tailgate, balancing his elbow on his knee, glugged some beer. How is she? In jail. She balled up the foil and flicked it off her thumb. Up in Tacoma. Micah just drank his beer. She trusted the wrong people, Ellen Belhaven said when it became clear he wasn't going to speak. Same old story, huh? Micah finished his beer and dropped the empty into the bag. He dug out another can. The woman, Ellen, watched him. Did she expect him to offer her one? He'd give her one if she asked. She heard you were out here. Jailhouse intel, she said. 8 months ago, Micah had sent Leroy an envelope with the $10 he owed. He forgot what Leroy had loaned him the money for, but he never forgot a debt. The letter's postmark had been Angel Fire. Perhaps that was the how, as to why this woman was facing him now. Ellen laughed. Like I know a thing about jail. I hardly ever got grounded as a kid. The good girl, that was me. Sherry, on the other hand, got grounded so often that her windowsill had grooves in it she had to sneak out so much. Ellen was babbling a little. Micah understood. Normal people tended to do that in his presence. Listen, she said, are you, for hire? Why did some people think he was available for scut work? You want someone to pull your kitty out of a tree? Call a fireman. No. Her throat flushed. The blush carried up to inflame her unburned cheek. Oh, okay. It's just that my sister said maybe you could... You in trouble? Me? She shook her head. No, it's my sister. Her son, actually, Nate. He's been abducted, I guess you could say. So call the police. No can do. He was taken by his father. You call that an abduction? Your sister is in the clink. Ellen nodded. Sure. Where else is the kid going to go, right? It's not that Reggie, that's his father. It's not that he's taken Nate, so much as where he's taken him. Micah raised an eyebrow. Little Heaven, Ellen said. You heard of it? Micah shook his head. It's some kind of compound, Ellen went on. Survivalist? Really, I don't know the who or why of it. Religious nuts. Reggie nearly died 2 years ago, yeah? He was a mailman. Heart attack on his route. The doctor hit him with those shock paddles to kickstart his heart. He woke up blubbering in tongues, a real come-to-Jesus moment. Sherry says he started going on and on about taking his faith to the next level. When I knew Sherry, she was with Leroy Huggins. I remember Leroy, said Ellen. Decent guy. Good for my sister, apart from the criminal tendencies. Micah drank his beer. So anyway, Reggie's the new guy. Sherry gave up dating badasses. Total 180. She and Reggie started dating after Leroy. It lasted a few years, and Nate was the fruit of it. I met Reggie once, at Nate's christening, a prissy bald-headed guy with spectacles, his back all stooped from delivering the weekly penny saver. Only the one time? She started. Pardon? Only the one time you met him? She nodded. I haven't seen Nate since he was a tot, either. Ellen probably expected Micah to ask why. When he didn't, she told him anyway. I had some issues of my own during those years. Sherry took the straight and narrow. I strayed, then came back to heel. Then Sherry went off the reservation entirely. So your nephew is at Little Heaven, with Reggie, living with a bunch of snake handlers for all I know. She dipped her chin. You a religious sort? Micah shook his head. Me neither. I mean, okay, Unitarian, Methodist, those vanilla faiths, fill your boots. But some camp in the forest, people dressed in robes, praying 8 hours a day? She threw her arms up in evident frustration. Micah noted the burn scar carried down her left arm and peeked from the sleeve of her t-shirt. Sorry, I'm probably boring the piss out of you. My piss remains in my bladder, he told her. I find this interesting. That was not 100% true. Micah had heard stories like this a dozen times, but those stories had not been told by Miss Ellen Belhaven from parts unknown. He said, You try the cops at all? Sherry barked up that tree already. Like I said, custody of Nate fell to Reggie after my sister went to jail. He's a mailman, for Christ's sake. Police hear that? Stable job, money in the bank. Okay, they figure the kid's fine. Could be he is fine, Micah thought. Sure, he's getting a belly full of scripture, but there are worse things. He is with his father, not huffing diesel fuel out of a jam jar. What is your stake in it? Ellen looked at him funny. The sunlight fell through the oak leaves and settled on her arresting face. You said you hardly even know your nephew, Micah went on. And that matters? Micah squinted at the sky. He felt itchy all over. Ah, fuck it. Beer? He punched holes in a can and left it on the tailgate. Ellen came closer to pick it up. She ran the cold can across her forehead. She took the gum out of her mouth and stuck it on the top and took a sip. Thanks. She pulled a dollar bill from her pocket and dropped it into the grocery sack. Micah took it out and put it into his pocket. My sister said you would do it for money. You got much? Our father was pretty good at making money. Why not go on your own? She said, I thought about it. The truth, it freaks me out. The place where they are, this little heaven, really isolated. A bunch of Bible bashers stewing out in the middle of the woods. Hell, I might turn into a pillar of salt. They're harmless, I am sure. Why not hire a wilderness guide? She drank deeply. The muscles of her throat flexed. She did not answer his question. But Micah knew that if the boy was in a rough spot, she would want him removed. Any guides would be out of their depth in that circumstance. I'd go if you go, she said. You cannot walk out with the kid. She set her jaw. I'll pay you to try. No, forget I said that. Just to get me there, okay? I want to see the place. Peace of mind, yeah? Micah shut his eye. The sun warmed the eyelid, not covered by the patch. No. No, you can't do it. Cannot is not so much part of it. Ellen Belhaven put the can down. She unwrapped another stick of gum and folded it into her mouth. Why not? Micah got up and shut the tailgate. Ellen took a few steps back. He opened the door and slung his body behind the wheel. Hey, she said. Hey! He started the truck and set it in gear. I'm staying at the Budget Inn, she called as he drove away. Just think about it, for Christ's sake. 4. Micah had no intention of thinking about it. But he did, which is to say he thought about Ellen Belhaven, which forced him to think about her offer. My sister said you would do it for money. Which was true. Micah had done much more ignoble things for the coin of the realm. He wasn't picky, as a rule. But the idea of shepherding a woman into the woods so she could check up on her nephew struck him as a chapter ripped out of a Hardy Boys book, The Legend of Little Heaven's Gold. But then, considering he did do pretty much anything for money, and providing Miss Belhaven had the means to pay, he was trying to talk himself into it. Idiotically, he found that he wanted to spend more time with Ellen. Still, wasn't it easy money? Guide her to this little heaven and let her get a peek at the kid. So long as the boy's arms weren't covered in fang bites from handling cobras and he didn't have a crucifix branded on his forehead, well, they could just toddle off again, right? How hard could it be? Micah dwelled on it for a day. Then he brought it up with the other two. He shouldn't need them on this job. But there was that old chestnut. Better to bring a gun and not need it than to need a gun and not have one. So what? This guy and his kid are shacked up with a bunch of freedomites? Minerva said once Micah had outlined the situation. Something like that, said Micah. Ebenezer spanked his hands together and high-kneed around in a little circle. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare, Hare. How much are we talking? Minerva said. Micah said, I am given to understand her family has money. Minerva said, so why not just rob her? Micah frowned. It will only take a few days. We can have a weenie roast, said Eb, warming to the idea, and tell spook stories. Isn't that what you Yanks do on campouts? The two of them were game. Micah left it at that. Ellen Belhaven had probably left by now anyway, packed up and returned to wherever she had come from. She was gone. Micah was sure of it. 5. Micah pulled into the graveled lot of the Budget Inn. One car was parked in the lot. He noted its out-of-state plates. He was heading inside to check with the clerk when he heard his name. Micah! Hey, Micah! Ellen stood on the second-floor balcony, dressed in the same Carhartts but a different shirt. The sun glossed her hair and made it shine like a mirror, which was a stupid, dainty detail to take note of. Micah chided himself for it. He said, How much to take you? She gave him a number. It was quite a high one, with more than 2 zeros. Wouldn't anything be high enough? An arch voice whispered in his head. Wouldn't her giving you the time of day be enough? We leave tomorrow. My partners will come. She slapped the balcony railing and hooted. God damn it, Micah. I was just about to give up on you. You are making a fool of yourself, said that arch voice. Well, maybe so. He liked to think he never made the same mistake twice. He didn't have much experience with women. One mistake was within his rights, wasn't it? 6. It was past midnight. Little heaven lay in darkness. The Reverend Amos Flesher slept with a purple-headed erection. Someone was touching him in his dream. Small, soft fingers running up and down the shaft of his penis. Unsexed fingers, not identifiably male or female, boy or girl. But they were very knowing, those fingers. Oh yes, playing over the crown so teasingly, coaxing him toward climax. Oh please, pretty, please. Only to slow their rhythm the instant before release. Next, the fingernails dug into the sensitive tip, pinching the slit where some semen was just starting to leak out. Amos shrieked up out of his slumber. My Lord! He was clasping his cock in a vice grip. The tip was speckled with angry dots, blood vessels that had burst from the throttling pressure. You have been thinking impure thoughts, boy. Amos's chest was clammy with sweat. His pajamas were stuck to him. 3 oscillating fans wired to an outdoor generator stirred the room's muggy air around. He sat up in bed, a king-size mattress. Everyone else at Little Heaven slept on cots, but Amos needed his sleep. It was when he communed with God and received his guidance. But God had not come to him tonight, only those knowing fingers. Dirty stick! That's what Sister Muriel, one of the nuns at San Francisco Catholic Orphanage, used to call the male penis. She always made that distinction, the male penis, as if it was necessary. Don't fiddle with it, she would say, adding emphasis with a hard lash of her pointer. That's what the devil wants, for you to put your hands all over your dirty sticks. Do you want your fingers to rot off, boys? They will. You can count on it. Amos Flesher went to the window. His compound sprawled out before him. The mess hall, the study hall, the square, and the supply shacks. The hum of gas generators. Security lamps shining around the perimeter. Little Heaven, his own small slice of perfection. His gaze fell upon the chapel, topped with an enormous crucifix. He'd had it shipped here in pieces and nailed together. The 3 points of the cross were glossed by the moon. Seeing this, he felt a deep tranquility settle within him. It was soon broken. You were milking your dirty stick, weren't you? Milking it in your sleep. Amos tried to ignore Sister Muriel's voice. His eyes wandered past the cross to the high fence ringing Little Heaven. The woods fanned out in every direction, thick and impenetrable. They offered solitude and isolation, which were necessary for his ambitions. No telephones, no mailing address. The civilized world was full of degradations that forever sought to lead a pious man into licentiousness and vice. It was here, so far from the machinations of man, that Amos could hear God's voice clearly. He had awoken one day to hear him calling, the true, unquestioned voice. Come to me, my lamb. These were the only words at first. Amos had left his ministry in San Francisco to follow that voice. By car, by bus, on foot. He traveled many miles. The voice grew stronger. He did not eat and scarcely slept. The pull of that voice obliterated those needs. There were times during his pilgrimage when he thought he'd go mad or collapse, but the voice guided him through despair. Come to me, my lamb. Amos followed the voice to this spot. It was easy, like scanning a radio dial until you tuned into a powerful frequency. He was exhausted by the time he arrived, his sandals nearly disintegrated from the 13-mile hike through the woods. At some point, everything went black, a fugue state, and when the darkness cleared, he was where he was meant to be. Nothing about the spot screamed out, behold the seat of the divine, just trees and scrub. Had he been a bit more aware, Amos might have noticed how the sounds of nature had bled into a relative silence the closer he drew to the site. The chirping of the birds died away, as did the rustle of animals in the underbrush. But the voice overpowered all of that. Once he had tuned in to this unearthly transmission, a direct conduit to the Lord, Amos beckoned his flock. They came, as he had known they would. They would follow their prophet. They helped build Little Heaven to Amos's exact specifications. Not all of them had come. He had ministered to some 200 souls in San Francisco. Only a quarter of them made the trek into the wilds of New Mexico. Still, Amos was satisfied. Most importantly, they were families. Mothers and fathers, sons and daughters. They were so much better than 50 directionless souls who could lose faith at any moment. Families stayed together. Bloodlines ran thick, oh yes. They had been here nearly 6 months. Things were not perfect, but then things never were. A few outbuildings had collapsed in a freak windstorm. 2 worshippers were bitten by snakes. Greta Hughes, the children's teacher, had broken her leg in a construction mishap. The limb had become gangrenous. Neither the ministrations of Colby Lewis, a one-time medic in the Vietnam War, or the flock's upbeat prayers had much effect. The Hughes woman wept wretchedly as she was shipped back to the devil's den of society. God must test the pure of heart in order to cull the wicked and slothful from their number, Amos had counseled his flock at that evening's sermon. There had been 1 or 2 other events, isolated incidents, nothing worth dwelling on. A few of the elect had claimed to see things, shapes in the woods at night, sounds that could not be accounted for by natural means. Amos had dealt with those complaints harshly. Such hysterics had no place at Little Heaven. The children, too. Some of them were having trouble adjusting. Their behavior was perhaps a little off from time to time, but that too was to be expected. Everyone had to adjust. The poisonous teat of civilization, with its televisions and pinball machines and McDonald's hamburgers, you had to wean yourself from that vile nipple. The children struggled with this more than the rest of Amos's worshippers, but... You were fiddling with yourself, weren't you? Milking your dirty stick so it would spurt. It is what syphilitic perverts do to themselves. It stains the soul, boy, and yours is stained already, isn't it? Hush 'em, hush 'em, hush 'em. Amos spoke in a reedy sing-song, the tone of voice you might use to head off an argument. It was a tone his worshippers would find quite different from the rich baritone that issued from his chest during sermons. Smutty little fiddler fiddling with his dirty, filthy stick. Amos ground his teeth. It sounded like cement blocks rubbing together inside his head. He stared over the trees, at the rock formation looming against the sky. It was darker than the night, as though carved out of a different kind of blackness altogether. The Devil's Rock. That was its name, according to some mountaineering guide Brother Fairweather had showed him. No matter. It was not for mankind to name the works of the Creator. We must humble ourselves before him. Big Heaven, not the Devil's Rock. That was Amos's self-given name for the skyscraping formation that rose, pillar-like, from the forest floor. He had built Little Heaven, which stood in the shadow of Big Heaven, which itself stood in the shadow of God himself. He pictured Big Heaven as a massive antenna, broadcasting the Lord's voice to his ears alone, although he had to admit that sometimes the voice did not sound as though it belonged to God. Just the odd blip where, well, it was like when you were on a road trip and you lost the radio signal. That was the only analogy Amos could come up with, the sort of obvious comparison he worked into his sermons so that the more squirrel-headed members of his flock could grasp it. When you were driving and lost one radio station but started to pull in another at almost the same time, that brief span where the frequencies got crossed. This was how it felt. God's voice, the calm, uplifting one, would bleed away the tiniest bit and another voice would interfere for just a moment. And this other voice was different. It wasn't even a voice, precisely. Amos could call it that only insofar as it spoke to him, though not so much in words. Amos Flesher envisioned an immense, dark space teeming with flies, their wings and legs producing a hum that rose and fell in sonorous waves to fill the void with the sound of their mindless industry. Flies and something else. A silky constriction that pinged on a fainter sonic register. A rhythmic coiling and tightening that called to mind a sightless worm of endless length, braiding over and around itself in knots of terrifying complexity. The rub of its flesh produced a delicate hiss that was somehow staticky, like the sound on a vinyl record between songs. This voice, was it a voice? This presence would occasionally intrude upon the voice of God. Amos would flinch from it, shaking his head to fling it out of his mind. Just a blip. Then it was gone again. Amos Flesher stared over his fiefdom, shrouded in midnight dark. He heard no voice now. He heard nothing at all. Only the jumpy beat of his own heart. 7. The road ribboned eastward, flat and gray in the morning sunlight. They had been driving for hours, Micah, Minerva, and Ellen in Ellen's '57 Oldsmobile. Ebenezer followed on a Honda CB77 motorcycle he had bought from a pawn agent in Albuquerque. Evidently, he wasn't entirely sold on the idea and wanted to be able to skedaddle if things went hinky. They had stopped in Albuquerque for the motorcycle, gasoline, and camping gear. They bought backpacks, boots, tents, and sleeping bags. Lost hikers, that would be their angle. They would hike it to Little Heaven. Ellen knew its whereabouts. Her sister had demanded that Reggie tell her, going so far as to make him draw a map and mail it to her in jail. If they needed a closer look, they would claim to be lost and appeal upon the Little Heavenites' Christian decency for a night's sanctuary. Once they knew the boy was well cared for, they would thank the Bible bashers for their hospitality and leave them to their woodland rights. According to Ellen, the settlement nearest to Little Heaven was Grinder's Switch, a village of less than 300 souls, situated in a valley, with the wilderness unfolding to the north and east. They drove down a single-lane blacktop, banded by vast sweeps of sorghum. They passed the odd billboard for Dash Laundry Soap, or Lest Oil, or Winston Super Kings, but most of the billboards were of a religious nature. "Satan tries to limit your prayers," one billboard proclaimed, "because he knows your prayers will limit him." "Well, he's doing a hell of a job," Minerva said. "I don't pray at all, so good for you, Satan." Ellen tried the radio. They pulled in a few old episodes of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar. "The transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account," the announcer intoned. "America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator." When the station bled out of range, Ellen manipulated the knob with great delicacy to pull in Dr. Don Rose, broadcasting on AM 610 KFRC all the way from San Francisco. They listened to One Grain of Sand by Eddie Arnold, which segued into Roll Over Beethoven and Pocketful of Rainbows. This was followed by commercials for Bubble Up gum, Roytan cigarettes, and Kennel Ration dog food, which Ellen sang along to lustily in a little boy's voice. "My dog's better than your dog. My dog's better than yours." They lost the signal in the hills. Ellen fiddled with the dial until... "Pestilence!" A great fulmination filled the car, a man's warbly, southern-fried voice. "The 4 horsemen are saddled people. Their spurs are sharp, to goad their flame-eyed steeds up from the bowels of the infernal pit, to spread pain and suffering amongst the unbelievers, the heretical, the unwed mothers, the adulterers and the idolaters and fornicators, and all the homosexuals, the tax cheats, the niggardly of spirit, the interbreeders, the faithless, the impure, the—" Ellen snapped the radio off. "Holy shit, buddy," she said. "Take a pill." They pulled into a gun shop that sat off the freeway. Jimmy's Gun Rack, a squat, flat-top building that resembled a bomb shelter. Barred windows, smoked glass. They needed ammunition. Micah had his Russian Tokarevs, Minerva her U.S. Colts. Ebenezer had borrowed the farmer's English-made Tarpley carbine, a .52 caliber single-shot rifle. He hadn't hunted wild game, a gentleman's diversion, if ever there was, in years. This trip might offer the chance to sportingly plug a deer or feral hog. Micah wasn't sure they would even need guns. He hoped not. But then he couldn't be certain there weren't a few rogue survivalists at the compound. If so, there was a chance those men would have guns. Better to be safe. A bell chimed as they walked into the shop. Rifles lined the walls with heavy-gauge chains threaded through their trigger guards. The man who was assumedly Jimmy stood behind a glass display cabinet. A stuffed boar's head was mounted on the wall above him. Some joker had put a pair of Buddy Holly glasses over the boar's snout and stuffed one of those trick cigars, already exploded, in its mouth. The boar's eyes were wide and shocked-looking, as if the cigar had just blown up in its face. Jimmy was himself boorish in appearance, squat and round with stiff hairs sprouting from the V of his camouflage shirt. His eyes were loose and eggy behind a pair of thick bifocals. "What can I do you fine folks for?" he said. "Unusual request, my fine fellow," said Ebenezer. "I've got an old hunting rifle, .52 caliber. Jimmy hooted. "Jesus, son, you steal it off a dead boer?" Micah and Minerva gave Jimmy their orders. "Those I can do," said Jimmy, "and I'll take a look for some .52 loads. Not promising nothing." Jimmy opened a door leading to the stockroom. Ebenezer spotted an unusual weapon just inside that door, 2 huge canisters and a long-nozzled gun with an attached asbestos-wrapped hose, a flamethrower. He tapped Micah on the shoulder and pointed. "You ever use one of those in the war?" Micah shook his head. "No flame unit in our detachment." Jimmy returned some minutes later. His forehead was caked with dust. He slapped down a box of shells on the counter. "Son of a bitch, boy. You're in luck," he told Ab. The box was ancient, the colors bleached out. Jimmy opened it and checked the loads. "They look fine. Found it way in the back, where I lay down poison for the rats. But they'll fire. I wouldn't sell them to you if they didn't." "You are a prince among men," Eb said, peeling a few bills out of his wallet. They reached Grinder's Switch just past 1 o'clock that afternoon. The village had a single paved road. The surrounding land was peppered with shotgun shacks. A sundry store with a gas pump out front composed the entirety of the Grinder's Switch commercial district. Minerva pulled the olds up beside the Sky Chief pump. She had been behind the wheel the last few hours, as Micah's depth perception tended to drift on long car trips. Micah popped the hood. The radiator was boiling over. The rad cap was blisteringly hot. He pulled his sleeve over his hand and unscrewed it. Oily steam hissed up. A man came out of the sundry store. The skin of his face was as thin as a bat's wing and stretched tight over his skull. He wore overalls with an oil-spotted rag poking out of the chest pocket. "You let her boil dry," the man spoke in the tone one might use to address the feeble-minded. Ebenezer pulled on his bike. He took off his helmet, his hair stuck up in comical sprigs. "Petrol, garçon." The man just looked at him. "Gas, please," Ebenezer said. "Fill her up." The man hesitated, as if deciding whether he wanted to fulfill the order of a fellow with Ebenezer's coloration. Then he uncapped the motorcycle's tank and carefully filled it. The pump dinged at every half-gallon. The man wiped a few drops of spilled gas off the tank and said, 63 cents. Pay inside." Micah said, "Do you have a water hose?" The man shook his head. His mouth was sucked inward, and Micah wondered if he had a tooth left in his head. It looked as if something had been feasting on him from the inside, a parasite of some kind. "Got a pump round back," the man said. The pump was old and rusted. A pail hung off the spout. Micah worked the handle until red-tinged water splashed into the pail. He filled it and went back to the car. The water hit the scorching radiator. Steam boiled up. Micah waited for it to clear, then tipped the rest in. The others were inside. The shop's shelves were modestly stocked. Micah picked up a tin of Spam, a can of Hunt's pudding, some wooden matches, and Tootsie Rolls. He added a quart bottle of knee-high grape soda from the ice chest, brushing past Ebenezer, who was picking up 2 bottles of Yoo-Hoo. "Elixir of the gods," Ebenezer said. "The gods of diabetes," said Minerva. "Drink up." Micah took his goods to the cash register. $9.35 with the gas, the shopkeeper told him. Micah informed the man that he needed a receipt. "Business purposes." The man scratched one out on a bit of scrap. His fingers trembled. "We are looking for an encampment," Micah said to him. "It's called Little Heaven," said Ellen. "The religious crazies?" the man said. "The hell you want with them?" Eb said, "We are true believers who seek to walk in harmony with Christ Almighty." The man flatly scrutinized Ebenezer. No, you ain't. So you've met them? Minerva asked. They came in droves, going on half a year now? The man said. Them, their slick-talking leader, and all their earthly possessions. They hired a track machine, a flatbed on a tank chassis, to haul everything up. It's rough sledding through those hillside passes. Since then, I'll see the odd one pass through on their way up. Any of them ever come out? Ellen asked. Not that I ever saw. The man flitted his tongue on the tip of his left canine tooth, one of the precious few teeth he had left. No, there was the one. Had to leave on account of a bust leg. Micah said, They seem dangerous to you? Not so much that, the man said. They seem stupid. Whole idea of it. Who needs to slog into a forest to commune with God? There are perfectly good churches with roads leading to their front doors. It's damn dangerous out there. Floods, forest fires, wild animals, all sorts of things. An apathetic shrug. Ain't my job to talk folks out of being stupid. What about the guy in charge? Ellen asked. You met him? Not myself, no. Arnie Copps, local guy who owns the track machine, had dealings with him. Short-ass little fella. Wears his hair in a greased-up duck's ass, kept in place with about a pound of pomade. The horseflies got to love him, walking around with that grease trap on top of his head. But his people bend over backward for him, gobble up every word that falls off his lips, I hear. What's the best way to get there? Ellen asked. Why in the hell would you want to do that? When nobody answered, the man came around the counter and towed the screen door open. Follow this road, he said, pointing. 3 miles, you'll hit a cut. Walk the dry wash a ways and you'll hit a trailhead. I don't know the exact spot. I wouldn't go on a bet. Ebenezer peeled the foil off a roll of cherry lifesavers and popped one into his mouth. You prefer to worship in a civilized setting, I take it? Something like that, the man said. You talk queer. I speak the Queen's English. Can't imagine you hear it often. They stowed their supplies in the trunk and made ready their departure. You got something to shoot with? The man asked. A rifle? Scattergun? Micah said. We might. Yeah, you seem the type. Don't know it'll be much use against whatever's up there, but better to have than not. Ellen said, What do you mean by that? But the man had already turned his back on them. The screen door shut behind him. Flies, dozens of them suddenly, battered their bodies against the wire mesh. The din of their wings was disquieting. They drove to the cut. Gravel popped under the tires. Road grit drifted through the windows and clung to their skin. The townsfolk watched them from sagging front stoops or from behind dust-clad windows. Their faces were uniformly ravaged, jaundiced, and cored out, just as the man's at the shop had been. It was only later that Micah would realize that he had not seen any boys or girls, no kids and none of their harbingers, no playgrounds, no tricycles or kiddie pools in any of the weed-tangled yards. Grinder's Switch was a village of premature ancients, not a single child. 8. They reached the cut the shopkeeper had spoken of. They parked the olds and stretched their road-stiff limbs. They pulled on their Danner boots and organized their packs. They tightened the straps and made their way to the trailhead. Ellen walked in front. She had a bouncy stride. Micah followed Ellen with his eye. Then he caught Minerva watching. Minnie shook her head with a wry smile. Micah pressed his lips together and focused on the trees. They were scraggly at the base of the valley, clinging to the ribs of rock, but they got taller and shaggier as the valley rose into the hills. Pitter-patter tenderfeet, said Ellen. A trail was grooved through the dirt. It steadily ascended. They would have no trouble following it. They walked under a canopy of knit branches. The sunlight fell through the leaves and touched their skin, making it look as though their flesh had been dipped in a faint green dye. Didn't that guy say something about a tank delivering supplies? Minerva said. Why not just follow this trail? It could get a lot tougher, said Ellen. It might cross creeks and mud holes as it winds up into the hills. Steep grades, rock slides, that kind of stuff. They hiked a few hours. The day grew warm under the trees. Hey, said Minerva to Ellen, what do you think would be the worst radioactive animal to get bitten by? What? Said Ellen. You ever read Spider-Man? Minerva said. Peter Parker got bit by a radioactive spider. He got all the powers of a spider. He can spin webs, climb buildings. He's got a spider sense. All in all, pretty good. But I got to thinking, what if he got bit by a dung beetle? That doesn't sound so hot, Ellen said, laughing. You bet, said Minerva. Dung beetle man. He can roll boulder-sized rocks of shit up small hills. He can leap a pile of manure in a single bound. Ellen was laughing harder. What about, I don't know, platypus man? One day on a research trip, Minerva intoned, a humble scientist, Peter Pancake, was bitten by a radioactive platypus. That day he became Platypus Man. What can he do? Oh, he can open all sorts of tin cans with his bill, and— Lay eggs, said Ellen. Lay eggs in the soft sand. The world needs a hero, and now they have one. Platypus Man. The women were laughing so hard now that they were having a tough time staying on the trail. Micah and Ebenezer bemusedly watched them. What about Tree Sloth Man? Ebenezer ventured. One day a radioactive sloth fell out of its tree and bit mild-mannered podiatrist Peter Porkchop and— That's stupid, Minerva snapped acidly. Why don't you shut up? Nobody asked you. This is what happens when you hire professional mercenaries to take you on a hiking junket, Eb said to Ellen in a mild tone. They are uncouth. They make things uncomfortable. Minerva said, Go piss up a rope. Example A, Eb went on pleasantly. Vulgar, yes? Barbaric, you might even say. From that point on, they hiked in silence. The land was dry, the crumbly, baked earth aridness that would make firefighters pray for rain. Ebenezer aimed his rifle and obliterated a tumor-like toadstool growing on the trunk of a saw palmetto at 200 yards. The crack of the gun pushed every other sound away, ushering in a thudding stillness. Simply checking the aim, he said, reloading the rifle. Every gun shoots a little different, as you know. Ebenezer and Micah were now breathing hard. The women fared better. Minerva's strides carried her over gnarled roots and fallen logs. Ellen moved with a preternatural grace. The men plodded behind them. A fungoid smell rose from the earth, which was spongy beneath a carpet of browned pine needles. Minerva said, What is that? She was looking at a hackberry tree. Something had been carved in its trunk, a symbol, a rune. It had been gouged deep into the wood. Micah ran his fingers over the marking. The bark had not grown back. The pale heartwood was smooth as scar tissue. He had seen things like this in Korea. The enemy would score them on trees or rocks as warnings to passing soldiers. Sometimes an army translator had been able to decipher them and gain Micah's unit a crucial advantage. Other times not. A trail marker? Said Ellen. Maybe someone hung their bear bag in the tree. There's one over here, too, said Eb. They discovered 7 of these markings hacked into the surrounding trees. There might have been others farther back, only they hadn't noticed. The markings were all roughly the same, a cross with a shorter line underneath the horizontal beam. It looked somewhat like a telephone pole, but what struck home was the intensity with which they had been laid into the wood, crude, thudding chops that had torn out chunks of wood. It was some boys with their daddy's axe, ventured Eb, or a crazy fool who wanted to remember which tree he buried his jar of pennies under. There being no more logical explanation, they silently accepted Ebenezer's reasoning. But the markings lingered in their minds, the violence with which those marks had been laid. The path gradually rose. They wended over the foothills into the deeper passes. The land plateaued but never dipped. The trees thickened until the woods became impenetrable in some spots. A deer-fly settled on the nape of Ebenezer's neck. It bit him and flew away before Eb could slap the bugger. Cock-sucking bugs, he thought. Cock-sucking trees, cock-sucking dirt. Ebenezer hated everything about the wilderness. Rather inconveniently, he'd forgotten this fact. He was not built for this. His was a delicate constitution. As a boy, he'd been forever coming down with the sniffles. His humors were perpetually in arrears, as his grandmother used to say. His iron was probably low. He should shoot something that hopped or skulked through this godforsaken purgatory, put it out of its misery, and eat it raw. That would surely jack the life back into him. But there was nothing to draw a bead on. He became aware of this quite suddenly. Where before there had been the industry of animals ferreting through the brush and birds wheeling in blue sky, now there was almost nothing. An odd serenity, just the sound of their boots and Ebenezer's own breath whistling in his ears. We're trapped with the monster from Green Hell. Ebenezer flinched visibly. Where had that thought come from? Then it dawned. Monster from Green Hell was a B-movie he had watched, along with The Brain from Planet Auros, at a creature feature matinee many years ago in... Where had it been? Barstow, Illinois? Bar Harbor, Maine? He'd been on a job. He watched both films at a second-run movie house where the popcorn was stale and the floors sticky. The movie's plot involved a rocket ship of mutant bees that crash-landed in an African jungle. The queen bee found sanctuary in a dormant volcano. Her progeny set about killing the local tribesmen. Then a delegation of blow-dried American students arrived. They tossed grenades into the volcano and triggered an eruption that incinerated the vile bugs. Fin. The film was forgettable dreck, except there had been this one shot. Only a few frames of stock footage the cinematographer had jammed in to establish the setting. A panoramic view of the jungle. A riot of creeping vegetation and trees that had witnessed generations wither and die under the wide sweep of their limbs. A place where things never stopped growing, implacably and endlessly and insidiously so, pushing up through the ground, entwining around whatever was closest to them, strangling it. A lunatic vista of inhospitable, brooding, vengeful green. Yet his soul was mad, Ebenezer whispered. Being alone in the wilderness, it had looked within itself, and, by heavens, I tell you, it had gone mad. Joseph Conrad. As a boy, Ebenezer had been forced to study that malarial old moper. Those lines from Conrad's Heart of Darkness had leapt into his head unbidden. But Eb wasn't in a jungle, was he? He was in a forest. And yet, the green was of a different shade, but it was everywhere. Did you say something? Ellen asked him. Nothing of importance, my dear. They crested the back of a ridge. The sun hung above the treetops. We've put 8 or 9 miles under us, Minerva said. We should find a place to camp for the night. They made their way across the ridge, scanning for a sheltered spot. The daylight was guttering, and they still had to pitch their tents and gather firewood. Minerva saw the Englishman staggering toward her, cursing. She did not want him to collapse. He might fall down the steep slope and break his loathsome neck, robbing her of the opportunity to slit it later on and dance a happy jig in his fountaining blood, like a child skipping around an open fire hydrant. She was half considering retreating to help him, when her thoughts were derailed by something that sat high up in a tree. She stopped short. Ellen, who had been following tight on her heels, slammed into her back. What's the... Minerva heard Ellen's breath escape in a whinny. She must have seen it too. When Micah and Eb caught up, they also saw it. It was 70 feet up, near the top of a ponderosa pine that had shed most of its needles, dangling at the end of a branch. It wasn't that big. It could have been many things. Twilight prevented accurate identification. It seemed to have been skinned, whatever it was. It glimmered wetly. If it was a body, it could only be that of a small woodland animal, a rabbit, a kit fox. It hung from the branch on a thin strip of something or other, like a Christmas ornament suspended on a line of filament. What predator would do that? Steal the skin of its prey and hang the body way up there? The wind spun it in a slow circle, spinning, spinning. Rags of flesh swayed from its limbs as though it had perished thrashing and shrieking. The longer a person gazed at it, the more familiar its outline became. "Let's go," Micah said. 9. They came upon a tiny meadow carved from the trees and hunkered down. It was too dark to hike any farther. The tents were made of heavy canvas, the poles packed in 8-inch sections that had to be slotted together. They snapped on their flashlights and got to work. It took the women 20 minutes to set theirs up. The men muttered and griped as they struggled with their own. "I'll sleep outside," Eb yelled, hurling a pole into the trees. "Bugger it all, I'll sleep outside like a dog." Ellen helped the men get their tent set up. She worked quickly but deftly, shooing the men aside so she could work unencumbered. "A million thank yous," Ebenezer offered a bow. "I'm afraid I'm all thumbs, my dear." Ellen curtsied. "Think nothing of it." Their exchanges were exaggeratedly comical, a distraction from the dread they had felt earlier while watching that small thing spin at the top of the tree. They gathered wood and soon had a fire. The forest closed in, isolating them in that trembling pocket of firelight. Minerva pulled a Hebrew national salami from her pack. She cut it with her pocket knife and ate the thick wedges. Ebenezer drank his warm yoo-hoos and stared at the can of beans he had brought. "A can opener," he said. "Ebenezer, you horse's ass." Micah said, "Give it here." He stabbed the lid with his dirk knife and levered it open. "I am not built for such rough living," Eb said, accepting the can back. Knots popped in the fire. Minerva produced a flask and drank from it. She passed it to Ellen, who took a nip. "Is it even legal?" Minerva asked. "An isolated society way out here? No laws? Nobody to answer to?" "They're adults, is how you have to look at it," said Ellen, passing the flask back. "It's their right. Nobody's forcing them." "Unless they've been brainwashed," said Minerva. "Yeah, unless. It's not that uncommon," Ellen said. "You've got little, enclaves like this all over the country. Utah, Montana, California. I went to the library and looked into it. It's not that the authorities don't know where they are. It's that they don't give a rat's ass." Minnie said, "But you got kids there, too." Ellen nodded. She had thought about that part of it quite a lot. It was, apart from her nephew's general safety, why Ellen felt compelled to make arrangements with Micah. Nate had no choice but to go with his dad. And if Reggie wanted to devote himself to God in some remote encampment, okay. But Nate was being forced down a line, was how Ellen saw it. He was being pushed, bullied for all she knew, to accept this new life. That didn't sit well with her. If he chose to walk that same line as an adult, fine. But to have that crucial element of choice taken away just because he was too young to make up his own mind seemed totally unfair. "What about this grand poobah?" Eb said. Ellen said, "I don't know a thing about him." "We know he's fussy about his hair," said Minerva. "Sherry and I weren't raised religious," Ellen went on, "so the idea of following someone, one person, devoting your whole life to him, just doesn't add up. What if he's wrong? What if he's nuts?" Ebenezer said, "Oh, ye of little faith." Eb said it with a smile. He thought this Belhaven woman was a fool, but a good-hearted one, and those were the best sorts of fools. He would gladly take her money. She would get a gander at this rugrat nephew of hers. On the way back, he would pay a visit to Ruby at the cat house in Albuquerque. Ruby did this most delightful thing with her hips. Micah said, "You will not get him back." He peered across the fire at Ellen. His face was grave. "You should not harbor that hope." Ellen stared back at him. "All I'm asking is to see him. He doesn't even know who I am. He won't remember me. I am—" She casually encircled her face with one finger. "I look different than I did then. Nate was just a baby anyway. Reggie couldn't pick me out of a lineup either. I just want to make sure he's okay." Micah said, "Okay by whose estimation?" Ellen's shoulders drew tight. Her head dipped. "You know what my sister said to me once? She said that maybe the best thing about having a child, especially a young one, was that you could love that child shamelessly. She said you could put everything into that kid, love crazily, give everything in your heart and mind and soul over to that other person. You can't do that for a husband or a wife, not really. The only other entity you could love that way would be God, if you're a believer." She looked up again, directly at Micah. "You and me, we don't understand that kind of love, do we?" Micah blinked his eye. He said, "We should turn in." 10. Thump. The first one landed softly. Micah stirred. Thump. He cracked his eyelid. He was inside the tent. The Englishman was snoring somewhere to his left. Thump. Something collided with the tent. Micah heard it roll down the canvas. He grabbed one of his pistols and crawled past Ebenezer. "What's that?" Eb mumbled. Micah pushed the flap aside. The clearing was washed in pale moonlight. Thump. Thump. "What the bloody hell?" Ebenezer said. He sounded like a man who had been kicked violently awake. Thump. That soft pattering all around them. Something else struck the tent and rolled off. Things were landing on the ground with muted whoops. "Shug?" Minerva called out. "You okay over there?" He didn't answer. No sense in disclosing their position. He had no idea what manner of assault they were under. Thump. This one landed 8 inches away, on the grass in front of the tent. A bird. He did not know what kind. It wasn't a birder. It was small, its body no bigger than a plum. Its wings were folded tight to its body. Micah reached out and touched it. Cold, stone dead. Thump, thump. They continued to fall, the oddest downpour Micah had ever encountered. Ebenezer crawled up next to him. His hair was in disarray, but his eyes were sharp to the task. "Arm yourself," Micah whispered. Ebenezer retrieved the Tarpley carbine. "What is it?" he said. "Birds." "Birds?" Micah pointed at the ground. Ebenezer's fingers crept along the grass. He picked the bird up. It must have felt so light, Micah figured, seemingly hollow, but then birds were built that way to help them fly. Its feathers were brown except the tips, which were shock white. Its beak was open, as though it had died mid-chirp. Its eyes were white, too, not black, as a bird's eyes should be. The white of mother of pearl or of concentrated smoke. There came a final snapping impact, the sound of something much heavier plummeting to earth. The rain of bodies slackened, then stopped. Micah and Ebenezer crawled from the tent. Ellen and Minerva were already out. Minerva had one Colt stashed behind her waistband, the other Colt in her right hand, and a flashlight in her left hand. Her flashlight beam swept the meadow. They were everywhere. 24 birds, maybe more. Most of them were the small brown-winged ones, but there was at least one large bird, a hawk, could be a falcon. None of them were struggling. No wings flapped. It was as if they had died mid-flight and tumbled gracelessly from the sky. "It's like that goddamn Hitchcock movie," Minerva said. "They're kites," Ellen said softly. "Most of these birds, I mean. They're called kites. Their coloring's a bit different from the ones back home, but it's the same bird." "Tippy Hedron," Minerva went on. "That broad's got to scream to wake the dead." Micah scanned the trees beyond the clearing. Nothing moved. "I've heard about such a thing," said Ebenezer. "In Dunchurch, a village in Warwickshire not far from my hometown. Birds fell from the sky there one day. Hundreds, they say. Their hearts had burst. Every damn one of them." Micah knelt before the largest bird. Its wings were tucked tight to its body, as if it had curled into a protective ball. He tried to pull a wing back to see if it had been shot, but the flesh and bone were locked in place. That was strange in itself. All bodies were softest in the minutes after death, after the muscle and nerve spasms, and before rigor mortis set in, but he could not peel the bird's wing back. A sharp inhale. Ellen was staring at the woods to the east of the meadow. The blood had drained from her face. "What is it?" Micah said. "There's something there," she said. Minerva trained her flashlight. The trees fringing the meadow shone whitely in the glare, the woods impenetrable beyond. They all looked, waiting. Nothing materialized. "I swear, Ellen said. "What?" Minerva asked. "I don't know." She shook her head as if to dispel a bad thought. "Just movement. Something." "Hey!" she called out. "Who's there?" Micah clapped a hand over her mouth. Her eyes were wide and shocked above his hard-knuckled fingers. Micah held a finger to his lips. Ellen got the message. She nodded. "Give him one of your Colts," Micah told Minerva, nodding at Eb. "He's already got the rifle." "He is the best shot amongst us. You know it. Best he be armed." Reluctantly, Minerva handed Ebenezer one of her pistols. He stashed the Tarpley back in the tent and accepted the sidearm. Minerva pulled the second Colt from her waistband and thumbed the safety off. They faced the woods. There. A flash, a pale flickering. It trembled through the flashlight's beam, impossible to categorize. Micah took a step back. He needed to widen his perspective. He couldn't make sense of what he'd seen or was still seeing. But he felt something out there. He suspected they all did. Watching them from the blackness past the trees, its presence was unmistakable. It galvanized their blood and rashed their necks and goose flesh. It seethed at them with a hunger they could feel squirming in their own stomachs. Hunger and a malignancy of purpose none of them could even guess at. It's nothing, Micah thought, his mind rioting just a little. It is nothing, he said. Not a damn... 11. A flash. Nothing definite. It wasn't that it was too fast for the eye to chart. It was more that the eye rebelled, defaulting on its own optics and reducing whatever was out there to an indefinite smudge. Maybe their brains did this as an instinctive protective measure to spare them the true contours of the thing. What they did see was long and gleaming, like an enormous length of bone. That was all they could make out. It was enough. Ebenezer raised the Colt and fired. 3 quick shots. Flame leapt from the barrel. Minerva's Colt tore the night apart, making 4 concussive booms as she squeezed the trigger. The gunshots trailed away. They squinted through a haze of cordite smoke. Nothing. It had left. They could feel it. That squirming insistence in their stomachs was gone. But then, sounds to the left of the clearing. Wait, the right? No, both sides. Twigs and pine cones snapped underfoot. With those came another kind of sound, more difficult to grasp. Snortings, gruntings, these weird high whistles, scrapings and wickerings, and noises that might have made sense in isolation, but taken together created a lunatic symphony. Micah ducked into the tent and grabbed his pack. Minerva followed suit. Micah stepped into his boots. Ebb blundered inside the tent to yank his own boots on. They had one obvious escape, the trail that continued onward to Little Heaven. The one they had traveled on was on the far side of the meadow, where the noises were coming from, and the meadow felt constricted now, a killing jar. Ebenezer laced his boots with fingers that shook, just a little, but still. It took a lot to rattle him. He had seen things, done things. Once a man has witnessed a certain kind of human pestilence and seen some of it reflected in his own soul, well, that man turned hard. The last time Eb had been scared, really scared, was during the Suez Crisis. But that had been a vital fear, one shared by every soldier in his regiment, of being blown to bits by an enemy mortar, his body scattered in wet chunks over the canal banks, of dying far from everything he knew and could draw comfort from. But this fear, no, this worry, just a gnawing worry right now, was airy and dreamlike, because it was unanchored from any clear threat. Just noises in the dark. They could be anything, an overweight raccoon for Christ's sake. But it really wasn't that, was it? No. Ebenezer could not say how he knew that, but it was a fact. The things, in the woods was dangerous. So what he felt was, if anything, the terror of a boy who knows that something is lurking underneath his bed, even though he has never given that monster a name. Minerva shone her flashlight on Eb. She saw the pinched worry on his face. Her breath rattled in her lungs. She wanted to run, more than anything on earth. She finished with her boots and picked up the flashlight and her Colt. The gun dangled limply at the end of her arm. It had never felt so useless, a mere toy. The trees shook. 60-foot pines trembled as this thing, whatever it was, grazed their trunks. A smell wafted to her nose, decay, and a sourness that reminded Minerva of something her father once said. You ought to kill an animal with one shot, Minnie. It should never die in fear for 2 reasons. For 1, no creature should have to die that way. And 2, when a creature dies terrified, its meat tastes sour. 1 shot, 1 kill. Make sure the poor thing never knows what hit it. She turned to Micah in time to see him raise his Tokarev and fire. 6 shots in a tight grouping. He lowered his pistol and then, sensing movement, raised it again and emptied the clip. He ejected the mag and slammed a fresh one in. He was already backing toward the trail. He hissed at the others. They began to retreat too. A shape broke through the trees on the far side of the clearing. The night was too thick to make out its exact definitions, but it was enormous, shaggy and lumpy and stinking of death. A bear, it could only be. Minerva fired while backing away. Ebenezer squeezed off a few shots. The thing kept coming. Something broached the trees on the opposite side of the clearing. The moonlight glossed its contours. Another bear? Micah's head swiveled. Events occurred more slowly, the way they always did when his adrenaline started to flow. It wasn't a bear. This creature was slightly smaller. One of its legs stepped between the pines, long and clad in coarse fur. Was that a wolf? It made no sense. A wolf and a bear stalking them together? Different species didn't team up to form a hunting party. It wasn't natural. Micah watched the wolf thing creep forward. Its paw came down near one of the larger birds on the grass. Micah squinted, his head cocked at the inconceivability of what he was seeing. What he saw was... No. The thing's paw and the dead bird seemed to merge. The bird's body broke apart, liquefying somehow, passing into the other thing's body. It was absorbed. The thing's flesh rippled as the bird became part of it. But that couldn't be. The starlight bent at weird angles, refracted unnaturally, so that it merely seemed this was what had happened. A growl rippled out of the blackness, cold, furious, infused with a silvery note of menace. "Go," Micah said. They ran. They left everything. Ebenezer's rifle, Micah's second Tokarev, the food. The trail scaled up into the hillsides. It was darker under the trees. The beams of their flashlights, Minerva and Ellen were both carrying one, skipped over the earth, over roots cresting from the soil like fingers. They tripped and stumbled and kept motoring. Crash and thunder from behind. Micah had hoped the creatures would have been satisfied ransacking the tents. No dice. They were giving chase. God damn it all. Micah whistled sharply. The others turned to him. He slung his pack off. "Give me some light." Ellen trained the flashlight on his pack as he rummaged through it. They were in here somewhere. He knew it. 3 waxy cylinders. He had bought them back at the camping store. An impulse buy. The things were scrambling up the incline toward them. There was nothing stealthy about their pursuit. He could hear them snapping tree limbs and scraping against their trunks. The sound was enormous, out of scale with any animal Micah had ever known. It was as if a blue whale had grown legs and started blundering after them. They were closing in, 60 yards, now 50, now 40. Ebenezer flanked behind Micah. He squeezed off 4 shots. The muzzle flash lit the trees, illuminating the shocked face of an owl perched on a low branch. He pulled the trigger again and got only a dry click. "Give me another magazine," he said to Minerva. "I've only got the one." The things kept coming. If the slugs had hit, they had done nothing to deter them. The sounds intensified, eager squeals like a hog snuffling for truffles. "Better me than you," Eb spoke with an eerie calm. "The clip, now." Tight-jawed, Minerva handed it over. Micah was still rooting through his pack. "Jesus, man," Ebenezer said, tugging Micah's arm. 30 yards. 20. Micah couldn't find them. They started to run again, putting distance between themselves and their relentless pursuers. They hit a straight stretch. The trees opened up. The moon shone against the clouds to provide a weak welter of light. Minerva spun, waiting for Ebenezer and Micah to ramble past before she unloaded her Colt. Bullets ripped into the darkness. There was no way a few of her slugs couldn't have hit their mark, providing the things were using the path, which they might not be. For a drawn-out moment, silence. The softer sounds of night enveloped them. Then the thud of pursuit amped up again, harder now, more intense. The night bristled with screeches and yowls and hisses. "What in Christ's name are these things?" thought Micah. They ran hard, their lungs shuddering. Ellen tripped and fell, skidding a few feet across the dirt. Her chin was cut, blood cascading down her neck. But she got up and ran on pure adrenaline. The path dipped through a dry creek bed. Micah slung off his pack. He tore stuff out, clothes and other vital supplies, not carrying any more. How would he eat with his jaw torn off? What use were his socks when his feet had been gnawed to the bone? "Shug!" Minerva called out. He ignored her. The beasts were closing in, blood-hungry bastards. They will be in for a rare fucking disappointment if they catch up and sink their teeth in, he thought. They will find our kind to be stringing, all tendon and cartilage, not good eating or human beings. His hand closed on what he'd been searching for. He pulled out an emergency flare and tore the strip. Bright red phosphorus fanned from its tip. He tossed it into the creek bed. He scampered up the other side and thumbed the safety off his pistol. Go, he told the others. I will meet you directly. They obeyed him, scampering farther up the trail. Micah stood rooted. He had to see what he was dealing with. They came. There were two of them. Micah was almost certain. The sounds of their chase indicated they were coming from both left and right, a scissoring maneuver, the way pack animals hunted, flanking their quarry from each side, cutting off escape angles, and then snick, snapping shut. The flare shed bloody light over a 10-foot radius. He had shot animals moving at a good clip before, animals and other creatures too. It was a matter of putting the bullet where they would be, not where they were at present. He listened. They might try to skirt the flare instead. But the quickest path, the one leading directly to their prey, would carry them through its... A shape fled through the light. Micah's mind flinched, though not his body, which remained motionless. The shape was unlike anything in nature. It was composed of too many parts, a seething mass of hysterical dimension, a ball of limbs and tails and teeth, so goddamn many teeth. It flashed across the riverbed at terrific speed. Micah tracked it with his pistol and fired 3 times. The thing screeched and withdrew into the trees on the far side of the creek. The second one was coming now. The big son of a bitch. There was something terrible about its approach, the blundering, crashing awkwardness of its body. It sounded like a creature in almost unspeakable pain. Micah saw it. Not everything, but an outline. It was huge. It rose up before the light could engulf it and stood there, as a grizzly might on his hind legs. The dry earth of the creek bed cracked beneath it. The rotten stink of its body was overwhelming. Micah had smelled its equal only once before, when he had stumbled across a mass grave in a small village in Korea. The creature made the softest noises imaginable, little clucks and pips and peeps, gentle exhalations that sounded like a baby drawing breaths in its sleep. It's a bear, Micah thought, shutting his mind to other possibilities. A rabid bear. He emptied a clip into the bear, center of mass. He did not feel good doing it, but the creature was ill and it would die by his hand now or days later, crazed with brain fever and foaming at the mouth. At close range he could hear the slug smacking into its meat. If that did not kill it, it ought to at least flatten its tires a little. The bear dropped. A rag of snot or bloody meat hit the flare and made it sputter. Then it began to advance on Micah again. Why don't you just die? He thought tiredly. He retreated up the trail to find the others. The bear was still chasing them, and he could hear the other one too, farther down and to the left of the path. Go, he shouted. They fled again, slower this time as they were exhausted and banged up. Just keep moving, Micah reasoned. Both animals had been hit. All they needed to do was keep hustling until their pursuers bled out. The path switched back up a steep hillside. All 4 of them scanned the bottomlands for some trace of the beasts. Their faces were shiny with sweat by the time they hit the summit. The land beneath was black and unknowable. They couldn't hear anything. Stay close, said Micah. They moved down the trail in a tight knot. The path hit a bottleneck. The trees pinched in on either side. Minerva heard it before her brain was able to grip what was happening. A sly cracking under her boots. The ground broke apart under her feet. She plunged into darkness. She caught sight of Ebenezer scrabbling at the lip of the earth, bellowing madly, before his purchase slipped and he was falling with the rest of them. There came a strange weightlessness, that feeling in the pit of the stomach when a plane takes off. Oh, Minerva thought giddily, I'm falling. It lasted no more than half a second. Minerva hit the earth so hard that the breath was knocked out of her. Pain needled across her chest as her spine bowed, then something slammed into her skull with terrific force. 12. Minerva's eyes cracked open. She was squinting up at a box of daylight. She's coming to. Where was she? She rolled over, moaning. She could feel an enormous lump on her forehead, as if a hard-boiled egg had been sewn under her skin. Minerva? A woman's voice. How do you feel? She opened her eyes fully. The sky was breathtakingly blue. Why couldn't she see more of it? Why only that box? It was as if she were staring up from the bottom of an open elevator shaft. A face loomed over her. Micah's. Blood lay gluey on his neck. Minerva swallowed. Her throat was dry as chalk. Micah tipped his canteen to her lips. She drank and coughed. Ellen said, "Can you get up?" Minerva managed to sit up. Her skull thudded. She dropped her head between her knees and breathed deeply. "Where are we?" she said. "Trapped," said Micah. "Trapped how?" "In a trap," he answered her. She lifted her head. Jesus, that hurt. Her skull felt like it was full of pissed-off hornets. They were in a pit. Clay bottom. The walls were sheer and went up 15 feet. Severed roots poked through the dirt. Must have taken days to dig. Was someone looking for a fucking brontosaurus? She said. Micah picked up one of the snapped sticks littering the bottom of the pit. Minerva could see it had been sawed partway through. Her father had dug a similar pit trap on the west side of their shack to catch the foxes that had been killing their Buckeye chickens. What's that smell? Ellen pointed behind Minerva. She craned her neck to spy a heap of spoiled meat in the corner, squirming with maggots. Bait, Ellen said. How long have I been out? 4 hours or so, said Ellen. What a mad galloping donkey fuck this had turned into, Minerva thought. Stuck in a pit with their dicks hanging out. And as the cherry on top of this particular shit Sunday, she had a knot the size of a goddamn golf ball on her head. She could see its shadow hanging above her left eye like some overripe fruit set to burst. Can we get out? I tried already standing on Micah's shoulders, said Ellen. No such luck. Why didn't you help them out? Minerva growled at Ebenezer. You got 2 broken legs? Not quite, he said, pointing at his left ankle. His boot was off. His flesh was swollen at his ankle, the sock stretched out like a gruesome balloon. You busted? She asked. I don't believe so, Eb said. Just a bad sprain. Minerva said, Lucky you. I'd have left you in here otherwise. Ebenezer's smile was as gruesome as his ankle. You're a peach. Minerva stood. The blood rushed to her head. She swooned, steadying herself against the pit wall. It was then that they all heard a voice from somewhere above. Who's in there? A man's voice, gruff and a little worried, but not threatening. Minerva still had one of her Colts. Micah had his pistol, too. But what were they going to do? Shoot at the only person who might be able to get them out? Hikers, Micah called up. 4 of us. I see a gun on the ground up here. That would be mine, said Eb. I dropped it when the ground opened up and ate me. I'm sure you understand. The rest of you armed? The same voice asked. Pistols, Micah said. Why are you hiking with pistols? The same reason you must have dug this pit, Minerva called back. The man said, Toss them out. Micah launched his Tokarev over the edge of the pit. Someone approached above. A shadow fell over the lip of the pit, then it withdrew. Never seen a gun like this before, the man called out. You do some work to it? It is stock, Micah lied. The man said, I don't know about that. Minerva heaved her gun out next. You going to help us or what? She said. Considering it, the man said. Minerva clenched her teeth. Her head hived with pain. That she would be left at the mercy of these Bible suckers, who else could they be, was infuriating. She wanted to quote scripture at them, something about the milk of human kindness or whatever, but she had never memorized a single verse. In time, a rope was lowered over the side of the pit. Mind your P's and Q's. We are armed, the man said. 13. The compound, known as Little Heaven, was carved back against the encircling trees. The perimeter fence bowed under the menacing weight of the woods. The fence was 15 feet tall and topped with coils of razor wire. Each supporting rib had been fashioned from a delimbed pine tree, with chain-link fence strung between them. It gave the place the look of a backwoods prison. Upon her approach, Minerva could see the roof of a long, warehouse-like structure, and the smaller peaks of the outbuildings scattered around it. She was half shocked not to spot guard towers manned by shotgun-toting Jesus freaks. It had been a 2-mile hike from the pit to Little Heaven. By the time they arrived, they had learned the names of the men who had hauled them out, Otis Langtree and Charlie Fairweather. They seemed to be the same age, mid to late 30s. Otis was the bigger of the two, but both looked like they could use a good meal. Their faces were drawn, their eyes tunneled too far into their skulls. Minerva learned a bit more about the men besides their names, as they were both happy to talk. Charlie had been a member of the flock for about 3 years, Otis much longer. Otis was single. Charlie had a wife and a son, Ben. Charlie had worked at a box factory before coming here. Otis did not speak much of his history. They had both made the decision to join their leader, giving their life savings over to the erection and continuance of Little Heaven. They both carried .30-30 rifles. Charlie had a Ruger pistol in a holster, too. "Sorry you fell in," Otis said. "We dug the pit for animals." Ebenezer was slung between Micah and Ellen. He limped painfully along. Minerva refused to help him. "What did you dig it to catch, pray tell?" Eb asked. "Bear," said Otis. "Wolves. Something's been carrying off our dogs. We used to have 5 or 6. Then a month or so back they started to go missing, squirmed under the gaps in the fence, never came back. Got eaten, we figured. Or ran into something bigger and hungrier than they were," Charlie said. "You do see the odd thing out there at night," Otis said. "Just shapes in the trees, a flash and flicker. What's born wild stays wild despite us being here, you know? All God's creatures." Charlie had spat in the dirt when he heard that. Minerva noticed he had a way of spitting that conveyed total disdain. "Dogs are one thing," Otis went on, "but we got kids about, too. Not that they're foolish enough to scramble under the fence, especially come nightfall, but we dug the pit 10 feet deep." Charlie hitched up his pants, which were swimming around his hips. "We hit a seam of caliche at 8 feet. After that it was hard slogging. Busted a few shovels. Our hands had blisters on top of blisters." Otis said, 10 feet. What's going to get out of that?" Charlie said, "Well, something did. We come back one morning to find the top brush all busted, but the pit was empty." "Maybe it didn't fall in," Minerva said. "What if it just kind of carried over the top, like over thin ice as it's breaking?" Otis said, "No, it was in there." "The bottom of the pit was all torn up," Charlie told her. "Claw marks dug deep into the clay, a lot of them, too, like they were put there by an animal made entirely of claws." "And teeth," said Otis. "Yeah, teeth, too," Charlie said. "Bear," said Micah. Charlie shrugged. "Could only be, but they aren't supposed to be that size in this state. You got browns, blacks. They can be ornery, yeah, but not too big." "Could be a Kodiak roamed over from California," Otis hazarded. "A rogue." "Anyway, we dug the pit deeper," Charlie spat again. "Another 5 feet." Otis said, "and covered it over same as before. A few days later we check and see the cover's broken again." Otis shook his head. "We creep up and—" "Empty as a politician's smile," said Charlie. Otis said, "At 15 feet. And we spotted something else strange, too." "What was that?" said Minerva. Otis swallowed heavily. "There were sticks jammed into the side of the pit. The sticks we'd laid across the top, yeah? Stabbed into the dirt all the way up. It was like whatever had been inside used them as handholds, right? To climb out." "What animal would have the sense to do that?" Ellen asked. "Or the dexterity?" "No animal on earth," Minerva said. Upon their arrival at Little Heaven, Otis and Charlie led them past a few pickups and dirt bikes to the wrought iron gate. Each half of the gate was 10 feet wide and nearly 20 feet high. What a hassle it would have been hauling that damn thing out into the sticks. A golden letter L was inset on one side, On the other side, H. It was unlocked by a woman in overalls. She did not introduce herself or speak to Otis and Charlie. Her face had the same winnowed aspect as the men's. Minerva found it unnerving. She pictured carnivorous roots anchored to the pads of everyone's feet, slowly sucking the life out of them. The grounds of the compound were uncluttered. A parade square sat in the center. There were bunkhouses and storage sheds, a tiny playground. Minerva spotted a strip of flypaper dangling from a strut of an open tool shed. Not a single insect, fly or spider or midge, was gummed to the sticky coil. A row of outhouses sat behind the fence on the easternmost edge of the compound. They sat quite close to the woods. Minerva wondered how many of these people would risk a late-night piss, what with their dogs going missing left and right. The chapel was the focal point. The eye was drawn to the massive cross rising above it. The horizontal beam was almost as wide as the chapel roof. Looking westward beyond the chapel and above the trees, Minerva could see a towering rock formation. The rock looked black, not the rust red of most of the igneous rock around there. Charlie and Otis led them across the square. Minerva saw Ellen's eyes zipping about in search of her sister's kid. But the grounds were empty. They walked to a small, well-maintained lodge. Flower boxes were hung on the windowsills. The door was made of heavy oak with an ornate knocker. The door opened, as if in anticipation of their arrival. A man stepped out. He spotted the 6 of them, 2 familiar faces, 4 new ones. His skull rocked back in mild surprise. He recovered quickly and spread his arms. "We have guests," a beatific smile. "Welcome to our home under God's eye." 14. Fussy. That was the first word that popped into Minerva's head. Dickhole. That was the second. What a fussy fucking dickhole. There was nothing about the man that screamed dickhole precisely. The fussiness, absolutely. His hair was oiled up in an elaborate pompadour. Who the hell would do that out here, with the horseflies and tree sap? She suspected he cultivated the hairdo to make up for his diminutive stature. She wouldn't be surprised if he had lifts in his shoes, too. But a dickhole? Or a rat-assed bastard, as her father might have said? There was no definitive proof that he was, not yet, just a marrow-deep sense. The man wore a button-down shirt with wide lapels and cowboy boots of blue-dyed leather. Mirrored aviator sunglasses hooded his eyes. Minerva hated those. They were the sort of shades policemen wore, and you could never tell where a person's eyes were looking. He strode purposefully toward them. "Little Heaven welcomes you," Minerva said. Little Heaven? As if this was the first time she'd heard the name. They had roles to play now, the naive hikers, and she hopped right to it. "Our perfect slice of it, yes," the man said. "I am Reverend Amos Flesher." He did not shake their hands. Rather, he lifted his fingers limply toward them, as if offering the blithest of benedictions. "We found them in the pit, Reverend," Otis said with a small bow. "They had fallen in," nodded Ebenezer. "This man's hurt." Minerva caught a trace of an apology in Otis's voice. "One of them is hurt, Rev, or else we wouldn't have brought them." "Oh, boys, you in that pit of yours," Reverend Amos tisked. "How did you poor folks stumble into Charlie and Otis's pet project?" "We heard it was a nice hike around here," Minerva said. The Reverend's eyebrows lifted. Please do go on gesture. "We came up from the lowlands and across the winding stair pass 10 miles north of here," said Micah. "My grandfather made the trek. Said it was hard going, but worth it." "Your grandfather?" Micah said. "Years back." "Before you folks were here," Ebenezer said. "Or your pit." The Reverend scrutinized Eb. "You're hurt." "I'll be all right," Ebenezer smiled warmly. "I'm not going to sue if you're worried." "You're not dressed like any hikers I've ever seen." The Reverend nodded at Otis. "I see a gun tucked in Otis's waistband, since I know he doesn't carry one, and it's unlikely he found it under a rock. I take it that it belongs to one of you?" Minerva thought, this guy might wear his hair like some discount Liberace, but he's no dummy. "It's mine," Minerva said. "Lots of animals out here." "There are," the Reverend agreed. "Most hunters use rifles." Minerva lip-farted. "Wasn't hunting. Just wanted to scare them if I had to." "Where are your tents?" Flesher said, flinching slightly at Minerva's raspberry. "Your sleeping bags?" "We had to abandon them last night," Ellen said, speaking for the first time. "There was something in the woods, some animals. They chased us." The Reverend sighted her down his nose. "You sound like Otis. To hear him speak, the woods are full of man-eating bears and pixies and leprechauns, no doubt. Any animals in these woods are more petrified of us than we could ever be of them. That is how the Lord decreed it. My dear child, don't you know that we are the highest order of life?" My dear child. Did he just call Ellen that? Minerva tried to swallow her anger, but it lodged in her throat like a peach stone. "Then why dig the damn pit in the first place?" she said hotly. The Reverend's gaze pinned her. She felt his eyes on her body, even if they were covered by those aviator shades, his eyes boring into her, not in a sexual manner, but invasive in a different way, the feeling of sightless bugs crawling over her skin. "Well," he spread his hands again, signaling their conversation had come to an end. "I must prepare for the afternoon sermon. The Lord has brought you to our bower, and it is our duty to shelter you. Charlie, Otis, they may stay in Greta Hughes's old quarters. Have Dr. Lewis attend to this fellow's ankle." He cocked his head at his visitors. Their faces were warped in the silver convex of his sunglasses. "I would invite you to the sermon, but that is only for the elect here at Little Heaven. You will amuse yourselves, though, I'm sure." He hadn't even bothered to ask their names. It was all "this fellow" and "my dear child." He really is a dickhole, Minerva thought, happy to have her first impressions confirmed. Otis and Charlie led them to a cramped bunkhouse with 2 cots. They said they would send for Dr. Lewis. Their guns were not returned to them. 15. Once they were settled, Ellen Belhaven decided to take a tour of the compound. "I'm going for a walk," she announced. "We've been walking for 24 hours, said Minerva. Ellen expected Micah to object, but he simply nodded. "I'll stay close by," Ellen promised. The sky was scudded with clouds. A cool wind skated across the earth. The parade square remained empty. Apart from the Reverend and the woman who had opened the gate, Ellen hadn't seen anybody since she'd gotten there. She crossed the square. The tinkle of a piano drifted across from the chapel. The pianist must have been warming up for the service. She didn't want to hear the damn sermon anyway. Amos Flesher struck her as many men of the cloth had done over the years, a bully who had learned to fight with scripture rather than his fists. A wise choice on his part, as he didn't look like he could punch his way out of a wet grocery bag. Still, her exclusion reminded her of the Catholic services she had attended with her childhood friend Susie Horton. She had to sit in the pews with the other heretics, while everyone else enjoyed their tasteless wafers and watery wine. The perimeter fence followed the northern edge of the forest. The light between the first cut of trees was thin, almost drowsy, like a summer twilight that falls through a girl's bedroom window as she slips off to sleep. But beyond that point it grew gradually darker, until nothing could be seen at all. Ellen walked the fence line, trailing her fingers along the links. She noticed that the trees were green and healthy, except for a stretch, maybe 10 yards wide, where they were uniformly sick and dying. Their bark was the gray of dead fingernails, flaking away from the yellowed wood underneath. No needles clung to their branches. The ground beneath was ashen. Ellen could see no cause for it, unless someone had soaked the soil with gallons of tree killer, and who in their right mind would do such a thing? She peered through the maze of dead limbs, leaning forward until her nose nearly touched the fence. She recoiled. The light moved differently the deeper into the woods she looked. It shifted and churned and took on a life of its own. Ellen got the unpleasant sense that it was staring right back at her, which was utter foolishness. It was the middle of the afternoon, and neither light nor shadow had its own animus. Her eyes lifted over the wasted trees to the rock formation looming to the west. It was massive and boxy, less a mountain than some kind of obelisk, a boxy tusk pushed up from the earth. It rested against the horizon in solitary abandonment. She continued past a string of bunkhouses where the little Heavenites must spend their nights. The windows were transparent sheet plastic stapled to the frames. It would be hard to transport glass up here, Ellen guessed. But all the windows on the Reverend's dwellings were made of glass, weren't they? What had these people left to come here? Surely homes more impressive than these. But that was part of faith, wasn't it? Suffering. Ellen had never cottoned to that thinking. Life was too damn tough on its own terms to go depriving yourself further. She hoped she'd see her nephew Nate gazing through one of the plastic windows or chasing a ball across the square. Even seeing mailman Reggie would be fine, as it would mean Nate was nearby. They couldn't have left, could they? Well, better if so. Better Reggie was back delivering letters and Nate back in school. The living quarters gave way to a warehouse strung with wooden doors. All were closed except one. She peered through it into an area containing an array of familiar equipment. An open-faced furnace, metal blowpipes, and buckets of decorative glass beads. A glass-blowing setup. Ellen had taken a course on it years ago. She was going through a bohemian phase while dating a modern primitive who played the pan flute in the Tenderloin district. Folly of youth. She passed around the edge of the warehouse and found herself facing the playground. A gaggle of children was immersed in some distraction beside the teeter-totter. Curious, Ellen wandered over. It was good to finally see some life at Little Heaven. 3 girls, 1 boy. The boy was not Nate. He was too old and a redhead. Nate had brown hair. Or was it black? Their laughter frothed over Ellen. They were hunched in a circle, working intently at something. She drew closer. They all wore the same shoes, Buster Brown's. The soles were cracked and scuffed. Maybe they were brothers and sisters, or maybe all the children at Little Heaven had to wear the same clothes, the way the Amish do. She could hear their animated whispers. "Stir them around," one girl said. "That will make them bite." The boy did something with a stick, a stirring motion, followed by a series of quick jabs. "Yes, oh yes," a girl with plaited blonde hair said. "That's working. Do it some more." Ellen was 5 feet away. None of them had noticed her. A powerful dread built inside of her. Why was she so worried? It was just some kids playing. "Hello," she said. They turned all at once. Ellen's breath hitched. She took a step back. There's something the matter with these kids. That was her first, purely instinctive thought. They weren't sick in an obvious way. No boils on their arms or open sores on their faces. They were not palsied, their mouths hanging open and leaking drool. And yet there was something absolutely, fundamentally wrong with them. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Who are you?" asked one of the girls. She wore a yellow dress that had faded to the color of old parchment. Her voice made it sound less of a question than an accusation. "You scared us." Their faces were caved in the same way Charlie's and Otis's had been, but worse. Or perhaps it only seemed worse because they were young. Their flesh appeared to be slumping into their skulls, the way the earth sags before a sinkhole opens up in it. There were fine wrinkles around their mouths and eyes, and even the knobs of their ears. They looked as if they had stepped from a terrible compression chamber that had added years to them. Ellen stared past them to their industry. She couldn't look at their 2 old faces for another second. She saw a small ring of sticks jabbed into the dirt, with twine banded round to keep them in place. Things were moving inside the ring of sticks. Quite a lot of things. Something was thrashing around in there, too, thrashing and squealing. Ellen said slowly. "We were lost in the woods. Some of your people found us and brought us here." The boy smiled at her. It was not a pretty smile. His skin seemed too hard and white, more bone than flesh. "Little Heaven welcomes you," he said. Ellen stepped closer. The children moved aside so she could see. They exhibited no shame. In fact, they seemed eager to show her. A hairless shrew was staked inside the ring. A loop of wire was knotted around its tail, The trailing end wound round a stick sunk into the dirt in the center of the ring. The shrew was covered in red ants. They surged over its body in a thick carpet, 4 deep in spots. The shrew shrieked as the ants mercilessly stung it. "There are no animals left," the boy said. "But if we're good, he gives us one." "He who?" Ellen wondered. "Why are you doing this?" One of the girls said, "For everything there is a season." The bone-faced boy waved the stick he'd used to stir the ants like a conductor urging his orchestra toward a crescendo. He hummed a tuneless ditty. The girls giggled. The boy's fingertips were bloody from shrew bites and swollen from ant stings. He seemed to neither notice nor care. Ellen said, "Where are your parents?" "You talk too much," said the girl in the faded dress. They all giggled some more. The shrew's struggles were slackening. Its black eyes stared out from the massing ants, dull and expressionless. A terrible soft hiss rose up, the sound of the ants' bustling bodies. Ellen wanted to kick the ring apart, but she was worried about what these children might do to her if she stopped their barbarous game. She knelt and pushed the children aside. She did so roughly, mildly revolted by the soapy feel of their skin. They parted willingly, brushing past her, leaving the playground. Ellen thought they had merely grown bored or were going to tattle on her for pushing them, but they were moving toward the chapel, whose bell had now begun to toll. The girl with the plaited brown hair spun nimbly on her heel. "You're going to love it here," she said. "You won't ever want to leave." Ellen pulled the ring of sticks apart. She saw it had been built around the ants' hill. They were only defending their home. The shrew wasn't moving anymore. 16. A shrew? Minerva forked chunky, tasteless stew into her mouth. They were sitting in the mess, Minerva, Ellen, Micah. Ebenezer was back in the bunkhouse, waiting for the doctor to look at his ankle. Ellen had found them here shortly after her encounter with the children. She could only manage a bite of stew. Her appetite was gone. She had buried the poor shrew in a patch of dirt along the fence. Its body was swollen to double its size from the ant venom, so much that its skin had split open. "They pinned it on top of an ant hill," she said. "They tortured it." Minerva picked mystery meat from her teeth. "Little shits. Well, who am I to criticize? I had a magnifying glass as a kid. You think I used it to look at stamps? I must have fried a small city's worth of ants." Ellen nodded. She, too, understood how kids could be. But it was one thing to allow nature to take its course, to watch a spider consume a fly in its web, say, versus actively pushing a horrible outcome. There was something sadistic about it. Not to mention there had been 4 of them. One child engaging in solitary sadism, okay, you put that kid on a watch list. But to see 4 of those children celebrating an animal's suffering? The mess was empty apart from the cook who had served them the stew. When they had asked the cook where they should sit, he just flapped his hand toward the back of the mess. "They didn't look well," Ellen said. "The kids. They looked malnourished. I've never seen anyone with scurvy. Could that be it?" "They could be underfed," said Minerva. "Who knows what they eat out here, or how often? Could be some lean days." "Yeah, but isn't that abusive?" Minerva shrugged. "Not if they signed up for it. Not if they stay." "This place," Ellen said. "I don't like it. I don't like him, the Reverend." "We will soon depart," said Micah. They might, the hired guns. Ellen realized that they had been tasked with getting her here, nothing more. They had lost their guns the other night, and it was not shocking that they would want to leave, seeing as the denizens of Little Heaven were quite unwelcoming. But could she go, after seeing those kids and catching a sense of the sickness that appeared to infect this place, and after encountering those things in the woods last night, the creatures that had chased them relentlessly? Could she leave without her nephew? What could she tell her sister? "Sorry, Sherry, the place creeped me out. I had to hightail it." Even if Nate seemed okay now, who was to say he wouldn't soon be infected by whatever was spreading around here? But was anything happening? Or was she just spooked by Little Heaven's weird vibe, and its pompadoured head honcho. It wasn't like they were sacrificing virgins or dancing naked in the light of the moon. Not that you know, anyway, said a wary voice in her head. I don't like not having our guns, Minerva said. Micah nodded his agreement. Our weapons are a ways off, he said. We do not want to return to the campsite. Not yet. He lowered his voice. We will keep an eye out. Perhaps there is a way to get our hands on something. The chapel bell tolled as the service ended. People began to file into the mess. They had a glaze-eyed expression that made them look like sleepers roused from a pleasant dream. They filed in silently, shoes whispering on the floorboards. Most of them wore field clothes, overalls, and dungarees, even the women. They took notice of the new arrivals, but nobody stopped to say hello. They were about 40 in all. Ellen counted 15 children, including the 4 who had tormented the shrew. The oldest one could have been 13, the youngest a toddler. Reggie and Nate came in last. Ellen's heart lifted, then sank. She had not seen her nephew in years, but she recalled a ruddy-cheeked and, well, robust little fella. A stout bowling pin of a boy who had careened recklessly around her sister's front room, shrieking merrily as Sherry chased him and tickled him under the armpits. The Nate she spied now was pallid and drained, as if there were leeches at work under his clothes. He had the look of a future telethon case, a boy propped up in a bed with tubes poking out of his arms while dewy-eyed viewers called in their pledges. His father didn't look a hell of a lot better as he shuffled into the mess behind his son. The skin hung slack off Reggie's neck, and the flesh under his eyes was the yellow of an old bruise. Reggie and Nate got in the chow line. Neither of them glanced in Ellen's direction. Micah raised his eyebrows. That them? Ellen nodded. The Reverend Amos Flesher came in last. The sermon had evidently revivified him. It was as if he had stolen vitality from his worshippers and taken it for himself. He passed down the queue, offering that limp-fingered blessing until he reached the head of it. Great way to cut in line, Ellen thought sourly. He took his meal. It was served on a fine china plate, Ellen noted, while everyone else's stew was plopped into green plastic bowls, to his table at the head of the mess. There was only one chair at it. When everyone was seated, the Reverend stood. The congregation followed suit. Mighty Lord, the Reverend intoned, thank you for this bounty you have placed before us. Thank you for this bread, this meat, this wine. What's he talking about? Minerva whispered so low that only Ellen could hear. I don't see any wine. Your beneficence, dear Lord, is unending. Without you, we are nothing. You nourish and sustain all things. You provide food for all thy creatures. Blessed art thou, Lord, who feeds and waters his children here at Little Heaven. And blessed is your mouthpiece, who carries your divine word to the ears of your flock. Nifty, said Minerva. Amen, said Reverend Amos Flesher. Amen, said the congregation. Amen, said Ellen uncomfortably. Absolutely nothing, said Micah and Minerva. A strained silence prevailed during the meal. Few people spoke, and if so, they did so in whispers. Even fewer hazarded glances in the newcomer's direction. Ellen watched the Reverend. He had an aggressive manner of eating. He held a slice of bread a few inches away from his face, and instead of bringing it to his mouth, he would dart forward like a predatory bird, snapping off bits of crust. We have guests tonight, said the Reverend once he'd finished pecking at his food. The congregation turned to them now, as if given permission. It was not unlike a single organism with 100 eyes turning its concentrated gaze upon Ellen and her companions all at once. The Lord has brought them to our doorstep, the Reverend said. They fell into the pit dug by Brother Langtree and Brother Fairweather. He clapped his hands, a dry sound like wood planks spanked together. Finally, they managed to catch something. Laughter from the congregation. Ellen cast a sidelong glance at her nephew, Nate, sitting with Reggie. She caught no spark of recognition in their eyes. Good. They will stay with us only as long as it takes the fourth member of their party to heal. he said. "If that is more than a few days, we will arrange for transport to the outside. The Lord has put this hurdle before us, and we must abide." He's speaking like we're poison, Ellen thought, as though our presence is tainting his perfect utopia. Dessert was passed around next, tapioca pudding, as tasteless as the stew. Perhaps the Reverend viewed flavor as a sin. They ate in silence as before. "Well, whoop-de-doo, what a fun bunch," Minerva muttered. "What do they do on wild nights? Watch paint dry?" Twilight gathered against the mess hall's plastic sheet windows. Wind hissed through gaps in the walls with a zippery note. 2 men entered the mess. They had the look of brothers, the same sharp cheekbones and ferret-thin frames. One had a scoped rifle slung over his shoulder. The other had a revolver holstered at his hip, like a Wild West gunslinger. They moved briskly to the Reverend. All 3 inclined their heads in conversation. The 2 men spoke animatedly, yet in hushed tones. The gunslinger made a few wild flourishes with his hands. The Reverend nodded and signaled for them to depart. For a minute, the Reverend sat very still with his eyes closed. He opened one eye once, briefly, and his gaze was trained on Ellen's table. His jaw worked side to side, and his lips moved as if in silent prayer. In time, he stood. His eyes remained closed. His body trembled slightly. The congregation sat riveted. Ellen caught sight of Reggie out of the corner of her eye. His face was cheese-white and twitchy as he stared at Amos Flesher and rapped. "There come a test," the Reverend said in a stagey kind of whisper. "In the life of every man, there come a test." Nods from the congregation. Yes, oh yes. Ellen could picture them all thinking, "The Lord tests the faithful." "The son of brother and sister Rathbone has wandered into the woods." A shocked group inhaled from the congregation. It was as though they had taken a breath as a single unit. "Eli?" said a woman in a paisley frock. "Eli Rathbone's missing?" The Reverend paused, as if unsure of the boy's name. "He is safe," Reverend Flesher said sharply. He cast a baleful eye upon the woman until she sat down again. "The Lord assures me of this. Brother Swicker and Brother Neeps have been looking for him along with his parents. But now we all must gather. The light draws thin. The poor boy shall not spend the night outdoors." Everybody rose. People were animated now. Their bodies moved with the jerky-limbed mania that grips a group of people on the cusp of mass hysteria. The Reverend's chin was tilted upward, his face set in a mask of forbearance. Ellen wondered, did he envision the boy's disappearance as a test for himself? Ellen, Minerva, and Micah filtered into the square where the adults were gathering. The children had been sent off to the bunkhouses. A few people had flashlights. Ellen spotted Reggie carrying a lantern that gave off a weak glow, its glass blackened with kerosene smudges. Rags were tied to the tips of scrap 2x2s and dipped into a bucket of creosote. The jury-rigged torches were lit with a Zippo passed from person to person. This all happened quickly and silently. The 2x2s, rags, and creosote were all at the ready, as if waiting for this very eventuality. The armed men who looked like brothers addressed the throng. "Eli's folks is out that-a-way," the one with the rifle said, pointing at a general area past the fence. "They ain't seen the boy in a few hours. They thought he was with the others in the play area." The man with the holstered gun was smoking a home-rolled cigarette. He flicked the butt into the weeds and said, "A mother ought to keep mind of her kids." He cast an eye on the group, picking out the mothers in the midst. "Ain't that a pure fact?" Nobody spoke against him. The torches crackled, sending up plumes of stinking smoke. The flames flickered on the worshippers' pale, pinched faces. "Well, fan out," said the rifleman. "East, west, south, north. No telling which way the boy went or how far afield." "Better not be too far," his partner said. "The woods are a dangerous place to be at night." The rifleman grinned. "Lovely, dark, and deep." Ellen did not care for these two. They seemed to be taking delight in this. The rifleman then pointed at the outsiders. "You stay here. This is not your calling." Minerva and Micah were already holding torches. Micah levered his torch back on his shoulder until his face grew dark. "Your call," he said. "It is," said the rifleman and spat. His partner rested the heel of his palm against the butt of his revolver. "And I say sit." The group exited through the main gate. The monolithic expanse of the woods dwarfed them. The flimsy light of their torches quickly dwindled under the brooding darkness of those trees. The worshippers paired off and began to sweep the woods. Voices called out from every direction. "Eli? Eli? Eli! Child, come home! God wants you to come home!" The light of their torches was swallowed by the night. Soon their voices were gone too. Ellen, Minerva, and Micah stood in the parade square. There was not much else to do. It wasn't like there was a horseshoe pit or a bingo game they were missing. A lone figure rounded back into the compound, Charlie Fairweather. "I don't care what Cyril or Virgil says," he said. "That boy needs all the help he can get." "Okay," said Micah. 17. During the war, Micah used to drive trucks full of the dead. Between 10 and 15 bodies piled into the back of an old GMC Deuce and a Half. The bodies of GIs and medics and radio men and the odd non-combat pogue who had found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. The bodies were intact, by and large, though sometimes the stray parts had to be zipped into canvas sacks. They were usually frozen, not strategically, just because the icy temperatures ensured that most of them were rock hard for transport. Micah and another Marine, Eldon Tibbs, would drive them from the front line to Ham Hung, a port town under U.S. occupation. It was suspected that the Chinese would strip, loot, and debase the corpses otherwise. There was one night, the winter of 1952. Micah was at the wheel for that haul. He was 19 years old. The road wound through the pines, which were cottony-looking, with bluish moss hanging from their branches like seaweed. Tibbs didn't talk much. He and Micah got on just fine. Tibbs smoked a pipe packed with cherry tobacco. He received it every month in a thick waxed envelope. One of his brothers sent it. He was smoking when it happened. Micah did not see or hear the shot that killed Tibbs. It was either perfect or just plain lucky. Bad luck for Tibbs. A hole appeared in the passenger window, and the side of Micah's face was plastered with wet warmth. Tibbs' lit pipe fell into Micah's lap. The road hit a bend. Tibbs's body slumped heavily against Micah. A flap of skin from his blown-apart face slapped against Micah's neck. He smelled the thick iron of Tibbs's blood. Wind shrieked through the window hole as the truck veered into the trees. Micah tried to correct the fishtail, but the front end dipped over the edge of the road into a gully. Micah was thrown into the windshield, which splintered when he struck it. He grabbed the pistol from Tibbs's holster and heaved himself from the cab. Blood flowed freely from his forehead. Whoever shot Tibbs couldn't be far away. He staggered around the side of the truck, keeping low on the gully side. The truck's rear doors had popped open. Bodies lay scattered over the road. Corpses rested at horrible broken-backed angles. A few of the zippered sacks had burst, spraying remains. The ragged edges of frozen flesh had a crystallized look, crusty red, like freezer-burned steak. Micah crept to the bumper. Ice had formed to a webbing between the black bones of the trees across the road. A figure was approaching down the ditch across the road. Micah fired. The slug missed wide. The figure dropped out of sight. Next, a round struck the truck a few inches above Micah's head. He spun away, his heels skidded out from under him, and he went down hard on his ass. He pivoted onto his stomach, watching the road from under the truck chassis. A single Chinese soldier crept out of the ditch. What was he doing so far behind enemy lines? Either crazy or overconfident. He must have thought he'd hit Micah, that he was dead. The man drew nearer. His face was smeared in lamp black. Micah waited until he was so close that all he could see was his legs, then squeezed the trigger. The slug went through the man's shin. The man cried out and awkwardly fell. Micah put another round into his head. The man's flyaway corn silk hair puffed up as the bullet drilled into his brain. Micah spent the next 20 minutes loading bodies into the truck. Some had spilled into the earth under the trees, which was weirdly spongy despite the night's chill, carpeted by a strain of moss he had never encountered. It was hard work. Dead bodies possessed an ornery, uncooperative weight. He put the dead Chinamen in with them. He backed out of the gully and drove on to Hong Hung. He left Tibbs in the cab. His body was going stiff. This was the memory that blitzed through Micah's mind, collecting frozen bodies under the pines, as he now entered the woods encircling Little Heaven with Charlie, Minerva, and Ellen. This earth had the same soft, rich, obliging, somehow cake-like quality. But there was no moss here. The ground simply felt mushy underfoot, as if it had been saturated with thick and fatty oil. It feels like flesh, was Micah's thought. The waterlogged flesh of a corpse, coughed up from the bottom of a lake. What a stupid thought. But the inkling remained. They were walking on a huge carcass. If they were to dig, their fingernails would scrape its wormy skin, and if they dug into its hide, its black blood would surely gush out, syrupy as crude oil. They tried to chart a straight path, but the trees and blowdowns made it hard. Micah spotted the light of a torch burning to the east, a paling pinprick. Shouts rang out, "Eli! Eli!" But those too began to soften as the searchers fanned out in ever-widening orbits. The light of Micah's own torch illuminated a 10-foot radius. There was barely enough to navigate by, much less spot the boy. A night in these woods would feel like an eternity to a child. Why would he have taken off? Any number of reasons, Micah supposed. He'd chased an animal, or his parents had scolded him and he had run away. Or else something lured him in. "Needle in a haystack," Charlie said with a defeated grimace. "I can barely see the fingers at the end of my hand." Micah said, "Tell me about those two." "What two?" said Charlie. "The men giving orders." Charlie cocked his torch on his shoulder and rubbed his elbow nervously. "The one Cyril Neeps, with the longish hair?" They both had long hair. They were practically identical. Micah said, "The one with the rifle?" "That's the one," Charlie confirmed. "The other fella is Virgil Swicker." "So they're not brothers?" Ellen said. "They look it, don't they? But no, they weren't part of the congregation back in San Francisco. To be honest, they don't seem to have much faith at all. I haven't ever seen their heads bent in prayer." "What are they doing here?" said Micah. Charlie scratched his elbow in a nervous way, like a child called to the front of the class to finish an equation on the chalkboard. "The Reverend, he brought them on. Guess he figured with the camp being so isolated and not too many of us having real survival skills, it would be good to have them." "I thought the Lord would be your shepherd," Minerva said. Charlie gave her a look. "The Reverend had his reasons. He is guided by the Lord." Micah noticed that Charlie hadn't referred to the men as Brother Neeps or Brother Swicker. They had the unmistakable whiff of hired guns. Why take on those two? Maybe, as Charlie said, simply to keep the flock safe. Or else to keep the flock in line. The lights of Little Heaven were no longer visible. Micah's eyes swept the woods for any sign of the missing boy. The darkness rebounded at him, empty and dead. "We should split up," he said. They had already drifted into two distinct parties, Micah and Ellen on one side, on the other Charlie and Minerva. Boy, girl, is that what you're thinking, Shug?" Minerva said archly. "How orderly." Minerva and Charlie moved off in a westerly direction. Micah and Ellen continued straight on. "Eli!" Ellen shouted, then lowering her voice. "Poor little guy." They walked beside each other. Micah could have reached out and taken Ellen's hand. He could smell her, campfire smoke and sweat, and something sweet, too, that smelled a little like field berries. "Are you well?" he asked, just to say something. It was not like him at all. "I'm okay, considering. Nate and Reggie are here, at least, but they don't look well, Micah. Nobody looks well. Is that just me thinking it?" "It is not just you." "Right? Everyone looks sick. The guts vacuumed out of them, the vim, the vitality, a bunch of shambling undead." It wasn't just the people in Little Heaven that set off Micah's alarm bells. It was the thing or things that had chased them the night before, too. Things Micah assumed must have been bears or wolves, but they hadn't moved like that. And when he caught a glimpse of their bodies in the flare's sputtering light, that heart-stopping flicker of movement, in that split second he thought, "These are like no creatures I have ever encountered." Those creatures, and the shower of dead birds, and the denizens of Little Heaven, and the soft give of the ground underfoot, and the way the darkness melted unpleasantly into his bones. Everything was a bit skewed, a degree off-center. None of it seemed odd enough to raise a panic over. You could convince yourself that it was just the weak gnarly dread that domesticated humans felt nowadays after spending most of their lives in well-lit cities. This was life in the woods. It was dangerous, full of threats. And his experiences in Korea and afterward had enabled Micah to operate calmly under threat. He did not rattle, even when he should. But maybe that was the true danger. You were lulled into a false acceptance, as what had once seemed odd came to feel perfectly natural. And by the time things really started to go south, it was too late. You were trapped. "I don't know if I can leave without Nate," Ellen said. She was looking directly at Micah. "I'm not expecting anything from you. I just wanted to say." Micah said nothing. But he knew he would not leave Ellen. If he was not exactly a good man, he had always been a loyal one. If he took a job, he finished it. Unless something happened to him that prevented it. They traced the path through the trees. No sounds filtered out of the darkness. None of the little clicks and whistles and snapping twigs that should be there in a forest teeming with life. But the woods felt arid and lifeless. They could have been walking on the moon. The ground underfoot went from dark to light, the white of pulverized bone. Micah's boots kicked through drifts of ash, except it wasn't that. Nothing had been burned. "I know where we are," said Ellen. "I saw it this afternoon." Dead. Every tree and bush, every tuft of grass. The vegetation was decimated in a manner Micah had never seen. The bark peeled off trees in brittle shreds, the underlying wood gone a sick, bile yellow. He saw no termite boreholes, no blight of any kind. It was as though they had died of old age. They had the look of wretchedly ill seniors at a cut-rate old folks' home, wasted away with cancers that had rotted their bodies from the inside out. "It's only right here," said Ellen, 10-15 yards wide. She reached out tremblingly. Her fingertips brushed a tree. She recoiled, as though she had touched a dead body. "Do you think Eli would have come this way?" Micah scanned the route they had just walked. He felt something for just an instant. A presence. A delicate, quick-stepping movement he sensed not with his eye, but rather a center of perception buried deep in his lizard brain, wed tightly to the fight-or-flight instinct the human species had developed back when we were as often prey as predator. Yet he saw nothing with his eye, just the liquid shiftings of the night. Or 50 yards down the path, peeking slyly between the ruined trees. "Peekaboo, I see you." A face. It hovered 10 feet off the ground. A tiny, earthbound moon. Not a human face. It wasn't round at all, more long and curved and vulpine. It was as pale as the moon, too, the jarring white of flesh that had never tasted daylight. Its eyes, were they eyes? Was any of this real? Were black as buttons. It opened its mouth, its face split in half, pulling its head apart, the top of its skull levered back like a Pez dispenser. Inkiness bled out of that slash, a blackness more profound than Micah had ever known. Ellen grabbed his hand. She had seen it too. "Run," she said. They sprinted through the woods, their feet flashing over the ground. Ellen veered sharply left off the path of death. Micah spun around to see if the face, and the body it was attached to, was in pursuit. He tripped and dropped the torch. It fell sputtering into a patch of dry earth. He abandoned it. They followed Ellen's flashlight. It bobbed against the trees, the beam occasionally skipping skyward when she stumbled. Micah wasn't sure where they were going, but Ellen ran with a purpose. Already the image of what he had seen, that bloodless face staring at them amid the tree limbs, seemed absurd. What creature could be that tall? Unless it was up in the tree, he thought, hugging it like a spider. He pictured a terrible arachnid-like thing hooked to the spine of a dead pine, its thick, furred legs throttling the trunk. He grabbed her hand. "Stop." She checked up. They stood panting. "We will get lost," he said. She pointed to her left. "The compound is that way. I see the light of the torches." She shot a look behind him. "Micah, did you see?" He nodded. "An animal, an owl." He could tell she wanted to believe him. He wanted her to, too. They walked toward Little Heaven. Whatever the thing was, Micah could hear no breath of its pursuit. Had it even given chase? He wasn't at all certain. He was becoming less certain of many things. Those creatures from last night, this one now, what if something unnatural was at play? In the army, some of his more superstitious barrack mates would talk about seeing things while out on patrol. Unearthly lights, distant figures that seemed to float above the earth. Spooks, ghosties. Another man, a sniper named Groggins, used to claim Korean scientists were creating half-human, half-animal hybrids in underground labs. Super soldiers, ape men and snake men, which was what Groggins kept glimpsing through his scope during night watch. Lab mutants who had escaped containment, roaming no man's land, feasting on rotting corpses sunk in the mud, too skittish to attack, yet. Micah never put any stock in it. Men's minds went to strange places when put under pressure. And yet he knew that even if something strange was happening around Little Heaven, the worst thing to do would be to run half-cocked into the woods. No, they had a home base, not a very hospitable one, but it would do. They were being fed and sheltered. There were weapons, even if they weren't yet in Micah's hands. He could get a gun if push came to shove. So their best bet was to sit tight, assess the situation, and act only once all the information had come to light. They walked quickly. Ellen swept the fringing bushes with her flashlight. No sign of the boy. They spotted torchlight. Soon they encountered two searchers trudging back to the compound. Their clothes were dusty, their spirits low. The boy had not been found, and it was nearing midnight. Virgil Swicker and Cyril Neeps idled at the front gates. They had not done much to look for the boy, as evidenced by their clean trousers. Neeps's jaw tightened at the sight of them. "What I tell you?" he said to Micah. Neeps grabbed Micah's sleeve. Micah swung round until they were facing. Neeps's breath washed over him, hot and electric. Neeps waited until the Little Heavenites had passed from earshot before speaking. "The fuck are you up to, sonny boy? Told you to stay out of this." Neeps's fingers clawed into Micah's forearm. If he wanted Micah to wince, he would be disappointed. "There's a missing child," said Ellen. "How could we not?" "Wasn't talking to you, bitch," Neeps said casually. Swicker, who had been standing a ways off, pinched in at Ellen's side. He could reach out and grab her if he wanted to. "You being a clever Clyde?" Neeps's eyes drilled into Micah's unpatched eye. "Lost hikers, huh? Nah, I'm thinking not. You're gonna want to hit the dusty old trail real soon. Skedaddle your asses." Neeps picked a shred of boiled gray meat from between his teeth and flicked it at Micah's chest. It stuck. "We are a long way from anything, son," said Neeps. "Ain't no rules except what the good Reverend says." A chuckle. "And even then, well, Virgin me ain't ever been much for godly matters. I get a sense you ain't neither. So go, take your show on the road, Pontiac." Neeps shoved him. Micah stumbled back, then calmly straightened the lapels on his duster. "You bet," was all he said in reply. He and Ellen walked back to the bunkhouse. Cyril said something to Virgil, which was followed by a donkey bray of laughter. Micah could tell Ellen was unnerved. Whether it was by the face in the woods or the confrontation with the hired guns, he could not tell. He wondered if he would have to kill Swicker and Neeps. He hoped to avoid it. It would be ideal if they were able to leave soon, just like Neeps wanted, as soon as Ebenezer was well enough to walk. But sometimes men like Neeps pushed a collision, and Micah always made a point of hitting first and hitting harder. 18. Ebenezer awoke from a dreamless sleep. It was dawn. Frail sunlight leaked through the bunkhouse window. He sat up. The others were asleep on the spare cots that had been brought in last night, sleeping or playing at it. Ebenezer wasn't sure Micah ever really slept. He got the sense the man merely closed his eyes and faked it for a few hours a night. Ebenezer put his feet down and tested his injured ankle. Dr. Lewis, the compound's de facto sawbones, an old Army meatball medic, had fashioned a splint to take the pressure off. He had given Ebenezer a few pills to help him rest. Ebenezer had taken them and dozed. When he had awoken for the first time, he noticed Minerva and Ellen bustling about, searching for a flashlight. "What's happening?" he'd asked. "Shut up," Minerva tossed the pill bottle at him. "Take another pill, Phil." Ebenezer thought that a fine idea. He took another one. He slept for hours and swam out of unconsciousness in the early hours of morning. Perhaps it was the effects of the medication or a dream he couldn't shake off, but he swore he had seen something at the window. The face of a child, but it was bleached white apart from the eyes, which were black, as if the pupils had been pricked, like the yolk of an egg, the darkness spreading across each eyeball. He'd slept again and woken up only minutes ago. He stood. The pain was definitely there, a sharp spike radiating up his shin, but it was manageable. He was starving. He was always hungriest after he had been hurt. His body worked so hard at repairing itself that it drained its energy reserves. He limped out of the bunkhouse. Dawn was streaming through the trees. He saw lights moving in the woods and heard the occasional cry of a boy's name. Eli. It made him think of the boy he might have spotted at the window last night, the boy who had been nothing but a figment of his pill-addled mind. He spied a man clocking his progress, a fellow with straggly white boy hair, the hair belonging to a particular breed of man you'd call a reb, and a pistol holstered at his waist. This man watched him limp across the square with a flat, jeering expression on his face. "Bit early for your kind to be up, ain't it?" he called over. Ebenezer stopped and stared at the man. "Early for a nigger? Is that what you mean, my good man?" "Nope," the man said chummily. "I meant early for a faggot. You ain't gonna find a hairdresser for that flousy hair out here, boy." Ebenezer nodded impassively. "Good to know." "Get better quick," the man said dismissively. "Then get your ass out of Dodge." Ebenezer found the encounter quaint, yet crass. Faggot? The bastard should be so lucky. Eb vowed to slit the hayseed goober's throat if the opportunity ever presented itself. He limped into the mess. Begrudgingly, the cook gave him a bowl of porridge. Ebenezer dumped brown sugar on the porridge and ate it, and asked for more. The cook groused. "It's for the kids' breakfast, and the people out looking for poor Eli." The cook was about 50, with a pot belly and a nose that begged for a punch. Ebenezer would have happily kicked him down a flight of stairs, but there were none of those around, and anyway his ankle hurt too much. "Whensoever you come across a man in need, you shall freely open your arms to him, and shall generously lend him sufficient for his need in whatever he lacks." Ebenezer showed the cook his outspread palms. "Book of Ephesians, my friend. My friend in Christ." The cook gave him another bowl. Ebenezer was delighted. He had just made that shit up. When he finished, he burped and said, "My compliments to you, chef. I'll be sure to mention you in my review for Bon Appetit magazine." He departed on the chef's scowl. Pho, to the devil with him, to the devil with this whole miserable encampment. If he were healthy, he would leave this minute with only the clothes on his back. The others could come or not, he wouldn't care. Ebenezer could not say what bothered him about Little Heaven, aside from the obvious, that it was a dismal enclave run by a short-assed Bible thumper with a discount Elvis haircut. It was more the smaller details, like how the sunlight seemed shabbier over the compound, leached of its heat and vibrancy, or how everyone was stooped like trees, struggling to survive on a wind-swept mountain peak. He stood in the parade square, watching people come in from the woods. They were exhausted and dirty, carrying torches that had burnt down like enormous wooden matches. What had the cook said? Out looking for poor Eli. Had a boy run off? If so, a missing child was Little Heaven's concern, not his own. Concern was not and had never been a quality of Ebenezer's nature. While that counted as a failing in him as a human being, it held many benefits in respect to his chosen profession. The morning wore on. The search continued. Ebenezer overheard Minerva and Micah strategizing while Ellen was out of earshot. Minerva spoke loud enough for Ebenezer to hear. She wanted him to hear, Eb figured. Why couldn't they just leave, she reasoned. Let Ellen keep her money. If Ebenezer couldn't make it on his bum ankle, tough shit. Micah shook his head. Ebenezer didn't hear what he had to say, but it probably had something to do with not wishing to leave Eb behind. Micah was a dutiful fool, though there was a strong possibility that he wished to linger on Ellen's behalf. He was sweet on her, as even Helen Keller could have sniffed out. What about the guns back at the camp? Minerva said. We could use those. Yes, Micah admitted, but their conversation stopped there. The mid-morning sermon was short, only 15 minutes. His Holiness Reverend Flesher was committed to organizing the search for Eli Rathbone, but he refrained from setting foot in the woods. Probably didn't want a bird to shit on his head, Ebenezer figured. Someone should tell him bird shit makes an A1 hair conditioner, he thought. That would get him out to shake a few trees. Ebenezer and the rest of them had been banned from the search, according to Micah. The Reverend's hired men made the decree. Big deal. Hobbled as he was, Eb would be useless in any search, even if he wanted to take part, which he did not. The four of them passed the afternoon watching the little Heavenites come in from the woods. The worshippers would eat, pray, head out again. The Reverend beseeched God for the safe return of young Eli, who was without sin. Ebenezer did not spot the missing boy's parents. Evidently, they had been in the woods since yesterday afternoon, when they first suspected their child had run away. They could be 10 or 15 miles from the compound by now, together, though maybe separate, delusional with grief, wandering aimlessly, calling out for their lost son. The Reverend prayed for Eli's parents, too. Hell of a guy, that Reverend. Flesher's hired goons, the rifleman and the other one with the stupid bovine face, Ellen gave their names as Cyril and Virgil, respectively, supervised. They did so with a bored and vaguely hostile air, like ranch hands herding cattle. Ebenezer assumed they were overjoyed at the work. They got to keep the flock in line, following the orders the Reverend doled out, and at such time as Little Heaven came apart, and it would, as the cracks were already showing, they could take what they wanted and escape while the place went to hell. At 6 o'clock, dinner was served. The mess was sparsely occupied. Those who were there spoke in whispers. Should we head to the outside, talk to the police, and organize a proper search party? The Reverend, sensing the winds of dissent, stood and addressed the gathering. It is at times such as these, when we are at our greatest need, that we must band more closely together, he said. Did I not bring you here so that you could hear the word of God more clearly? And now, at the first sign of trial, you talk of fleeing back to the godless heathens who compelled our departure? The Reverend's hands tightened on the table, twisting into claws. Do you want to be cast out of the Eden we have made? Do you? The boy will be found. God will bring him back. God is merciful until his works are questioned. Eli must wander the desert as Moses did until God brings him back, and he will. He will. Silence from the congregation, until a tremulous voice spoke up from the back. Are you sure this was the first sign, Reverend? Amos Flesher scoured the room until his gaze fell on a woman dressed in a plain smock. She sat with a man, equally plain, obviously her husband. What did you say, Sister Concrete? The first sign of trial. The woman struggled to hold the Reverend's gaze. Because Sister Hughes broke her leg, remember? And, yes, a few other things. Such as? Sister Concrete's hands nodded in her lap. Her husband set his hands over her own. She put her head down. Nothing, she mumbled. God is good. The Reverend let a few seconds tick past. His gaze settled on Ebenezer and the others for a moment, the flat, dead gaze of a viper, before flicking away. Sister Concrete, if you or anyone here so gathered wishes to leave Little Heaven, you may, with my blessings. But the way the Reverend spoke, it was like he was inviting her to step off a cliff. Cyril and Virgil will escort you out. But once you are gone, just as it was with Adam and Eve from Eden, you are gone. The congregation filed out. Sister Concrete required her husband's assistance as she was shaking badly. The men and women of Little Heaven returned to the square to fashion more torches. The search continued. 19. The Concrete bitch. She would ruin everything. Amos Flesher paced his quarters. His heart bappity-bapped in his chest. Every so often he slammed his fist into his palm. The meaty slap of skin was soothing. To hurt is to love. Who had said that? One of the nuns at the San Francisco Catholic orphanage? He had been left on its steps as a toddler. It happened a lot in that city, a city of whores. Amos barely remembered his mother. His father was unknown, but Amos knew he must have been a great man. A man of God who had been called away to follow the same voice that Amos himself could hear. Amos had lived at the orphanage for 16 years. His was the longest residency in its history. The goal was to have every child adopted into a God-fearing family. But Amos never was. He would spend a few weeks with a family, but they always sent him back. One time he had overheard his prospective mother and father whispering with the nuns, "Peculiar boy, strange tendencies." All the other boys and girls got adopted, even the dwarfs and the ones with hair lips and the ugly specimens with IQs no bigger than their belt size. They were shipped off to families who lived in sparkling houses overlooking the bay. Amos stayed at the orphanage with the nuns and the pea-green floor tiles. The nuns became his surrogate mothers. None of them took a shine to Amos. They treated him as a burden once it became clear he would never get adopted. But one of them, Sister Muriel, saw it as her duty to teach him the wages of sin. And the wage was high. Oh, yes, your immortal soul. "Prurient desires are the devil rapping at the door to your soul," she said to him. "If you give in, boy, you let Satan trip-trap in on his cloven hooves." She meted out discipline for lustful behavior. It happened a lot with the older boys and girls. If Sister Muriel found out that a boy had been fiddling with his dirty stick or a girl with her pink button, and Sister Muriel had an unerring way of knowing this, those transgressions would be met with lashes. Sister Muriel's discipline did not extend to the encephalitic or soft-brain orphans, God's children, as they were known, who were kept in a separate ward. Those unlucky souls should be allowed to act on the impulses other boys and girls must stifle, she reasoned. Amos had not seen it that way at all. All vice was an affront to the Lord, was it not? And if those imbecilic simpletons could not check their acts of self-gratification, why should they escape punishment? It wasn't fair. Once he turned 12, the nuns began to assign duties to Amos so he could make himself useful. One of those duties was to preside over God's children during nap time. Many of them had to be strapped down so they didn't hurt themselves. Some of them shook so badly that the bonds actually helped them sleep. They would struggle uselessly for a few minutes, then fall into an exhausted slumber. Amos would walk the rows of cots in his crepe-soled slippers, same as the nuns wore. They made no noise on the tiles. Sunlight streamed into the ward, honey gold on all those terrible misshapen bodies. One of God's children, a boy named Finn, rarely slept. He had a head like a pumpkin, his features stretched across that bulging canvas. He was 13 or 14, nobody knew for sure, and nearly blind. During nap time, he would work at his wrist straps until he popped one hand loose. That hand would immediately go to his crotch. He masturbated furiously. His erection was a permanent fixture. All day, that fleshy spike in his drawers. Sometimes he would orgasm without even touching himself. He could bring himself to climax with the workings of his mushy mind alone. Amos wondered what Finn thought about. Girls? Boys? Maybe just the pressure of his hand on his penis? Finn only produced guttural groans and blabbers, so it was impossible to say. But Amos didn't like it. Finn strained against his straps so diligently that his wrists were forever scabbed. The nuns had to change the bloody linens every day. Finn ought to be taught a lesson. Amos knew every crevice of the orphanage and stole a pin from the nuns' sewing room. He didn't consider it stealing, though, because he was doing the Lord's work. That afternoon during nap time, he crouched beside Finn's bed. "Stop your fiddling, Finn," he whispered, liking the way the order rolled off his tongue. His voice had already developed a rich tenor. "Or else." Finn just grunted and continued to work at his straps. His erection tinted the soft material of his sleeping gown. Amos pulled the pin out of his sock, where he'd put it for safekeeping. It was 3 inches long. He pushed it through Finn's gown until the tip dimpled Finn's skin. Finn grunted quizzically. Amos pushed harder. The pin broke Finn's flesh, skewering a 1/2 inch into his thigh. Finn moaned. He seemed to enjoy it. Interested, Amos pushed harder. Finn made a noise that could only be interpreted as one of ecstasy. He never stopped trying to get out of his restraints. How very odd. For the next few days, Amos stuck Finn with that pin during nap time. He stuck a few of the other children, too, none of the ones who could talk, however. Their reactions were more in line with Amos's assumptions, inarticulate screeches of pain. But Finn liked it. He loved the pain. It made him feel more alive, maybe, or it deepened the pleasure he was already experiencing. That, too, was a sin, and Amos was participating in it. But he was learning some very important things. Before that week was out, the nuns noticed the bloody pricks up and down Finn's torso. Bedbugs were suspected. The mattress had to be fumigated. But Sister Muriel gave Amos the stink eye, and he was taken off nap-time duty. Sensing he would be questioned, he dropped the pin down the playground storm drain. The experience taught Amos this. He enjoyed being in charge. He had never had that agency in his life, and it stood to reason that people liked to be dominated. Not just morons like Finn, regular, everyday folks. They needed to be told what to do and how to act. But you couldn't just stride up and start bossing them around. You needed to get a hold of the whip hand somehow. People knew that they were sinful and licentious. Finn showed it plainly, but most people wore a mask. Under that mask were all the depraved, malignant elements of their souls. They wanted to be punished, because after punishment comes forgiveness. And if Amos were to punish those people as he saw fit, well, it was a punishment that God would surely smile upon. To hurt is to love, he now thought as he relentlessly paced his quarters. The conkrite bitch. Bitch. Bitch! Speaking out against him, she wanted to flee like a chicken-gutted weakling, shrieking for help. It would ruin everything. He didn't want his flock to think about the outside world. It should not be acknowledged, except as a seat of sin. He had placed blinders over their eyes, and now one of them was trying to rip those blinders off. Eli. Stupid child. Run off into the woods. He would come back. He would be fine. Why wouldn't he be? Children had run away from the orphanage all the time. Hopped the fence and vamoosed. If they never returned, it wasn't necessarily because calamity had befallen them. It was because they didn't want to come back. But Eli had no choice. His family was at Little Heaven. His God was here. Amos would set everything to rights tomorrow. He would call the flock in from the woods whether or not the boy had been found. He would speechify to them until he saw that stunned, goat-like gloss touch their eyes again. A look he first became familiar with years ago, preaching atop a soapbox in Haight-Ashbury, amassing a small throng of worshippers. He'd soon gathered enough to start his own ministry. He understood the keys that opened the locks to human nature much better than any head shrinker. Those keys were labeled vice, punishment, forgiveness. That last key was the crucial one. If you withheld it, banishing unbelievers from not only the kingdom of heaven, but also the earthbound circle of fellowship they had come to know, that was the worst thing they could possibly imagine. It kept them at heel. Amos stopped before the window. Night had drawn on Little Heaven, but the security lamps burned. He stared at his church, topped with that mighty crucifix. He stood, transfixed, listening to the voice. It came to Amos every night. God's voice. Whom else could it belong to? He let it settle into his bones, soothing him. The voice had already warned that there would come a descent. Amos had known this before the first fence post went up at Little Heaven. It was why he had hired Cyril and Virgil, whose acquaintance had been made through unsavory but needful methods. Any flock could stray, despite the best efforts of its shepherd. That was why a smart shepherd trained a few ill-tempered dogs to keep the sheep in line. He would weather this storm. He would cast out the irritants and prevail. He must. God had a plan for him. He felt it gathering in the deepest recesses of his mind. That other voice whispering to him, using words he could not make out. A low, continuous drone, like the massing of flies over rotted offal. The Lord works in mysterious ways. He retreated to his bed, where he lay stiff as a rod. Without being aware of it, he began to knead his groin. He opened the night table and pulled out the long, sharp pin that lay beside his Bible. Release, he thought. By God, release. 20. Ebenezer could not sleep his second night at Little Heaven. His blankets itched, as did his ankle while it healed. He rolled off the cot and pulled on his trousers and one boot. The others were still sleeping. He hobbled out the door. The night was cool. Combers of ground fog rolled across the square. It flooded over his legs, so thick he could barely see his own feet. A flashlight snapped on behind him. "What are you doing?" He turned. Minerva was pointing the light directly at his face. "Lower it," he said. She snapped it off, folded her arms against the chill. She beheld him the way she always did, as if picturing how his head might look on the end of a sharp stick. He was fairly certain she hated him. That was not so odd in itself. Ebb had repulsed plenty of women over his lifetime, but there was no legitimacy to her loathing. On their first encounter, she had tried to kill him as a matter of business. That he could understand and even approve. Why, then, throughout their acquaintanceship, had her hatred not slackened? It wasn't the color of his skin. Ebb could sniff a racist at 20 yards. It wasn't his Englishness, either. So what then? "I was going to pick posies for you," he said, "on account of you being so peachy keen." "Oh, yeah?" She spat in the dirt. "Drop dead in a shed, Fred." "Dive off a cliff, Biff," he shot right back. Little Heaven was silent. The only light came from the security lamps strung around the perimeter. The fog hung thickly between the first cut of pines. It swirled in odd patterns, as if at the beck of forces Ebenezer was not attuned to. They heard it then. Ringing, sing-song. The laughter of a child. They moved toward it, Minerva walking and Ebb limping. Ebenezer didn't want to take another step. The laughter had developed a throaty undertone he didn't much care for, but his feet would not obey him. He kept gimping on, vaguely horrified at his inability to stop. Minerva's flashlight shone on the ground in front of them. Nobody else was awake. The compound was at rest. It was just them, alone. The sound was coming from behind the chapel. The shadows were heaviest there, as the chapel lay at the edge of the compound, facing the trees. The flashlight illuminated its rough boards, the paint beginning to flake. The laughter hummed against Ebenezer's ears, like the beat of tiny wings. "Hello?" Minerva said. The laughter stopped. In its place was a dry, crackly noise that made Ebenezer picture wet seashells, thousands of them, tumbling over one another. They rounded the side of the chapel that faced the woods. A shape hunched under the silhouette of the crucifix. The fog was hugged tight to it. "Who's there?" Ebenezer said. The flashlight beam jittered toward the shape. Ebb got the sense Minerva was reluctant to illuminate this thing, whatever it was. The light crept over the chapel wall and down, falling on the head of the figure sitting there. The fog peeled back, divulging more and more of its body. A boy. He sat facing away from them. The mist still clung to his lower half. He was doing something with his hands. The dry, chittery sound was quite powerful now. Ebenezer had no clue what was making it, but the noise itself was enough to sour the spit in his mouth. They approached the boy, who seemed to have taken no note of them. 15 feet. 10 feet. The boy turned. He was naked from the waist up. His ribs protruded. His clavicles jutted like beaks. His flesh was white as soap. His eyes were gray, the color of a slug. Minerva stumbled back and bumped into Ebenezer. He felt the beat of her heart through her clothes. It was hammering hard enough to rattle her entire frame. The boy smiled. He was buck-toothed, teeth like elephant toes. His slug eyes seemed to pin them both, though lacking pupils, it was hard to tell for sure. The shucking, chittery sounds intensified. The boy held a dead bird in his hands. The bird's eyes were the same as the boy's. He stroked it tenderly. His demeanor was quiet and content, as if he had been found playing with his matchbox cars in his bedroom. There was something the matter with one of his hands. The skin seemed to have melted or calcified or fused. The fingers welded into a solid scoop of flesh. He stroked the bird with it, lovingly so. Later, Ebenezer wouldn't be sure he had seen any of this. There was a vacancy in his memory, a dark sucking hole where something dirty had been buried. The mist rolled away from the boy's lower half, the white wisps trailing off to reveal a bristling carpet of perpetual industry. Bugs, bark beetles and cockroaches and God knew what else. Millions of bugs covered the boy to his waist. They surged around his hips, antennae waving, crawling over and around one another the way insects do, a way that humans never could, because that mindless proximity of bodies would drive any person mad. They flooded around the boy's legs, fanning out in a 10-foot circle. Most of their bodies were the brown of a blood blister, but some were a larval albino white. They massed in a pattern that seemed random, but if you looked closely, their movements appeared to have some spirit of organization. Minerva turned to Ebenezer, her eyes bulging in horror. Ebenezer was barely able to stifle a scream himself. When was the last time he'd screamed in abject fright? As a child, surely, at the prospect of the boogeyman lurking under his bed. The boy beheld them with those horrid, soul-shriveling eyes and said, "I am so happy to be back home." 21. The next morning, Brother Charlie Fairweather showed up at their bunkhouse. "Mind if I come in?" Micah was still trying to piece together the events of the past night. He'd heard Eb get up and Minnie after him. He hadn't made much of it when they both stepped outside. Minnie wouldn't make her move now, he knew, so the most she'd do was jaw at him a little. Minutes later, there was a big commotion. Had Micah misjudged it? Had she tried to flatline Ebenezer? It would have to count as strange timing, but Minerva was an odd woman. But then he'd heard the Reverend yelling, "Cyril! Cyril!" Turns out that the boy, Eli, had been found behind the chapel. It was Eb and Minnie who found him. But by the time Micah made it to the square, the Reverend had already hustled the boy off to a private bunkhouse. Nobody had seen him since. Afterward, Ebenezer and Minerva sat on the same cot. Minerva's face was white as clotted cream. Eb's a bloodless gray. They said they had come upon the boy covered in bugs. The boy had pupilless eyes. Something fucked to do with his hand, too. Following this revelation, serious consideration was given to just up and leaving. What if they were to kidnap Nate, knock him out? Did Doc Lewis have any ether? If Reggie raised a stink, Micah was willing to knock him out, too, either with ether or his fists. But the plan was imperfect. Eb was still hobbled, for one, and chances were they'd be spotted. While Neeps, Swicker, and the Reverend would be happy to see the ass end of them, they weren't likely to permit Micah to cart one of their lambs away over his shoulder like a sack of oats. Neeps and his partner had guns, too, and things had soured to the point where Micah was pretty sure they would use them. After that, it would be him, Eb, and Minnie flung into shallow graves with quicklime eating their eyes. Maybe Ellen, too. Still, snatching the boy could be their best shot. Do it quiet, cause a distraction, leave in the pandemonium. Let little heaven go to hell in a handbasket and read all about it in the papers a few months later. They were discussing this when Charlie knocked. Micah opened the door and ushered him inside. Charlie cleared his throat and said, "A few of us have been talking, me and Otis, Nell, and Jack Conkright, plus my own wife. We think, well, we might like to take a break from Little Heaven." He spoke as though the words gave him physical pain. He peeked out the window to make sure nobody was poking around outside. "We figured you could help us," he said. "We're hikers," said Micah. "You aren't no hikers, and why wouldn't you want to leave?" said Charlie. "Why not we all go? Safety in numbers." "We cannot all go." Micah nodded at Ebenezer, laid up on his bunk. "Not with him in his shape." He eyed Charlie cagily. "Why now, Charlie? What is prodding you?" Charlie shifted foot to foot like a man with a bladder full of piss. "Was there something wrong with Eli's eyes?" he asked Minerva. "Dr. Lewis says it isn't anything. A milky glaze, an occlusion, he called it. Just a coating, like pulp or something. He wiped it away, and Eli's eyes were just fine underneath." Minerva rolled her own eyes. I think Lewis wouldn't say shit if he had a mouthful. He'd hold it till your Rev gave him permission to spit. "Eli's off limits," Charlie said. "Nobody's seeing him except the doc and the Rev. His folks haven't come back yet. 2 full days they've been gone." "Your utopia is blowing up," Ebenezer said. Charlie stuffed his hands into his pockets. "The Lord sets trials for us all, and I'm not one to scurry from them. But I got a kid, right? My son Ben, and to be honest, he's not been himself lately." "What do you mean?" Ellen said, leaning forward on her cot. "I don't know, just off. Kind of, well, cruel. The other day, my wife found him out back of our bunkhouse, watching a big old green grasshopper die in a jar of gasoline. When she asked what he was doing, Ben said that grasshoppers breathe through their sides. Like, imagine if we had little mouths all down our ribs, sucking in air. He had a book of matches, too. My guess was that he was going to wait until the bug was nearly drowned before fishing it out and lighting it up. Charlie shook his head. That isn't my boy. He'll collect bugs, sure, and toads and snakes and what all, but he puts them in a shoebox with cotton batting so they're good and comfy. He makes sure to poke holes in the lid. He likes the idea of owning them, I guess, and studying them, but he lets them go when he gets bored. Ben's never purposefully killed them. And it's one thing to thoughtlessly squash a bug to see the yellow of their guts squirt out. Boys do that, and the Lord forgives them. It's another thing to torture them, then light them on fire. That takes real consideration. Takes planning. Charlie shook his head again. I gave Ben a proper hiding when I heard. Bent him over my knee and beat the white off his ass. Wasn't right, Lord knows. I think I was more scared than him, because it's like waking up to find something that isn't quite your son, sleeping in your son's bed. Ben didn't cry out or anything. He kept looking up as I spanked him, like to say, "That all you got, Pops?" A lot of people acting weird in Little Heaven, Ellen said softly. It's not always been so, said Charlie. The first bunch of months were great, just like the Revs said they would be. But lately, with the animals in the woods and the dogs going missing and the kids acting out of turn, and now this with Eli. Micah said, Do you think the Reverend will let you go? Charlie's hands balled into fists. We came willingly, Micah said. Even still. I worry about Cyril and Virgil, Charlie admitted, what they might do. Micah stared at Charlie. Our other guns are back at the campsite. Charlie nodded. I had your pistols, but Cyril, he took them. You really think we'll have to blast our way out of here? Said Ellen. Have things gotten that nuts? Things can get nuts pretty fast, Micah thought. He knew it. He'd seen it. Minerva said, There's something else in these woods. Everyone looked at her. A flush crept up her throat. Just something hostile, she went on, undeterred. I felt it the other night, searching for the boy. A million eyes scuttling over my skin. I don't care if that sounds stupid. Maybe I'm going a little nuts myself. She stared at them, her jaw fixed tight. This fucking place. Nobody disputed her sense of things. 22. They departed mid-afternoon. Micah, Minerva, Charlie, and Otis. As it turned out, it was an easy matter to slip away. The Reverend and his hired men were currently taken up with Eli. Not long before they left, Micah had spotted Cyril exiting the windowless bunkhouse where Eli was being kept. The man looked green around the gills. Ellen agreed to stay back with Ebenezer. If anyone noticed they were missing, she would tell them the God's honest truth. They had gone to recover their belongings from the campsite and would soon return for their injured friend. Be careful, she told Micah. We need you back here. Micah wondered. Was she worried they wouldn't come back? Did she think they might get the guns and continue to the car, pedal to the metal, tear-assing 80 miles an hour away from Little Heaven? They set off under an overcast sky. They walked through a forest drained of life. Not a peep, not a rustle. Charlie had his rifle and pistol. Otis had a compound bow and a quiver of hunting arrows. I don't think you'll find much to shoot at, Minerva told him. Otis nodded. I haven't spotted so much as a sparrow. They chatted to pass the time. Minerva asked Otis how he had come to know the Reverend. I've been with him going on 15 years now, he told her. Long before Charlie came along. I was a pillhead when Reverend Flesher found me, staggering around the Tenderloin chock full of drugs. I'm ashamed to tell you how I laid my hands on them. But that's the way of that particular devil. He'll do anything to please it. He hung his head, humiliated at the memory of the man he'd been. The Rev took me in. I was one of his first. I just looked at him and knew. The Lord speaks through this man. My folks raised me serious Southern Baptist, but I fell away from the path. The Rev dragged me back on it. I helped stain and sand the floor in his new chapel, and I slept there at night. It gave me something to do with my hands. Helped keep the devil at bay. That and the Reverend's sermons. Then later, when he said he's taken his flock into the unspoiled wilderness, away from all the wickedness and vice, I said, sign me up. And it was good, Charlie said. Real good for a stretch here. That's a fact, said Otis. Little heaven was just that, heaven on earth. And now the clouds have rolled in. But the devil tests us, and he tests the Reverend most of all. Because Satan knows if he can break the Rev's resolve, he can snatch our souls. But the Reverend won't let it happen. Otis's voice rose to the pitch of a true believer. No, sir. He's going to walk Satan down and stomp a mud hole in his ass. Pardon my French. We're all friends here, said Minerva. The Reverend's going to send old Splitfoot back down to the pit, Otis went on. We just got to stay the course in our hearts and spirits. If we have to leave for a spell while the Reverend wages this battle, well, dark days, sure, but we've been through them before. Reverend Flesher has always guided us out. Charlie said, Amen to that. They walked in silence until they came upon the pit. It was empty, the bottom filled with groundwater. They continued on, glimpsing few signs of the things that had pursued them nights ago. The odd snapped branch, ripped bark torn off trees, even a few pines torn out at the roots. But the damage seemed random, following no particular path. Darkness was coming on by the time they reached the campsite. Their tents were undisturbed. Nothing had been torn apart or scattered. Micah crawled inside his tent and retrieved his second Tokarev pistol and several boxes of ammunition. He also found the long-bore Tarpley rifle. He felt reassured by its sturdiness, heavy as a blunderbuss. Minerva retrieved several boxes of ammunition for her own guns, currently in Cyril's possession. She exited the tent with a small revolver. I found it in Ellen's pack, she said. 38 police special. She laughed. Who would have figured little Miss Bellhaven was packing heat? What a hellcat, huh? Maybe Ellen had brought it thinking she could take her nephew from Little Heaven by force. A desperate move, in Micah's opinion. One that could have gotten her killed. He didn't like to picture Ellen dead. And yet he did, just for a flash. They sat around the fire pit as dusk settled between the trees. A cool wind howled over the grass, making each blade sing like a tiny instrument. We have no choice but to make camp here, said Micah. Return tomorrow morning. Micah caught Minerva's unspoken worry. What if those things are still hanging around? He had no assurance they weren't, but it seemed wiser to batten down in a spot with clean sight lines and establish a watch, rather than hike back through the unlit woods. Reverend's gonna know we've been gone for sure now, said Otis. Charlie nodded. Got to accept it. We'll make our amends if it comes to that. They got a fire going. They ate the food Micah and the others had bought back in Grinder's Switch. It was completely untouched, even the bread. They skewered bits of Spam on sharpened sticks and grilled it over the fire. It tasted bad, and not just because it was Spam. Some bitterness in the wood imparted a foul essence into the meat. Being ravenous, they ate it anyway. One of them would have to keep watch. Micah volunteered to take the first shift. Minerva took one tent. Charlie and Otis bedded down in the other. Micah fed the fire. Acrid smoke spiraled up. The flames warped the woods beyond, creating shapes where there were none. He would sit that way, nearly unblinking, for many hours. 23. The night after he returned to Little Heaven, Eli Rathbone paid a visit to Nate. They weren't even friends, not as Nate saw it. Eli had always been kinda mean, and he'd gotten a lot meaner the past few weeks, right up until he vanished into the woods. Eli was a tall, skinny redhead with a wiry frame and bony hands. He liked to hold the smaller kids down and give them the rooster peck, sitting on their chests and jabbing his fingers into their breastbone while they struggled to name 10 chocolate bars, which was the only way to get him to stop. Milky Way, Hershey bar, a payday, Milky Way. You said that one already, dummy. Start again. He'd done it to Nate, too. Elton and Billy Redhill laughed when Nate had gotten hung up on 9. His brain froze. He could think of any number of candies and gums and soda pops, Flipsticks, Lemonheads, Black Bart, Sweet Tarts, Frosty Root Beer, but not one stupid chocolate bar. Eli's fingers punched into his breastbone so hard that Nate had been sure his chest would cave in. "Scooter pie!" he had screamed. Eli said, "Judges?" Elton and Billy shook their heads. "Nah, that's a cookie," said Elton. Eli grinned. "Start over." Eli could be mean as rattlesnake venom, as Nate's grandmother might say, but he was sweet as pie when the Reverend came around. A real honey dripper, a suck-up. Eli knew the Bible well. His ability to recite catechism made him one of the Reverend's favorites, although it seemed to Nate that the Reverend looked at kids the way Nate looked at monkeys at the zoo. And it was Eli's voice Nate heard now. He could swear it, even though that would be crazy. Eli's voice coming from the darkness just beyond his bunkhouse window. "Nate! Wake up, Nate!" When Nate first showed up, Eli hadn't been bullying anybody. Back then they were supervised by Mrs. Hughes, a foreboding woman who didn't take any sass. But then Mrs. Hughes broke her leg and had to leave. The kids had been left to do whatever they wanted, pretty much. Their only obligation was to attend the sermons. Eli used this newfound freedom to torment his chosen targets. Eli hadn't always been quite so nasty. Rooster pecks, sure, but that was the same sort of treatment Nate had received from bullies back home. Everyone had to deal with bullies, Nate reasoned, until you became an adult, at which point everyone stopped acting so mean. Except that his dad's old boss, Postmaster Jim, was a bully too, a grown-up version of Eli. He used to make fun of his father to his face, even when Nate was right there. Sonny Jim would slap his father between the shoulder blades so hard that his dad would stagger and laugh and say something like, "You'd be better off in a flower shop, wouldn't you, Reg, pruning pansies?" And the other mailmen would laugh, which was what kids did too. Laughed along with the bully so they didn't get picked on themselves. It was times like this when Nate wished his mom was still around. She would have slapped Sonny Jim in front of everyone for speaking that way, which was sad when you thought about it because Nate's father wouldn't even defend himself. Nate often wondered why his mother even loved his father, or vice versa. They were so unalike, it was as if they were different species. But if Sonny Jim were to say, "You need your wife to defend you, Reg," his mother would slap him again. And if Sonny Jim ever raised a hand to her in return, she'd find something sharp to stick him with. And if old Sonny Jim did the same to her, well, Nate was sure his mom would get a gun next. Her temper wasn't just hot, it was lava. She went supernova. Which was why she was in jail. Society frowned on people who couldn't keep their rage in check, even if they were defending someone they loved. But his mom wasn't in jail for that reason. She broke the law trying to make money, and even though she had cried and told Nate she only did it for him, he couldn't fully forgive her, because her crimes meant he had to move with his father to Little Heaven. Nate rolled over in bed. The cot spring squealed. It was dark inside the bunkhouse. His father snored a few feet away. They used to live in a house, a teensy 3-bedroom with a postage stamp lawn, but still. Now they lived in something a hunter might squat in while trapping minks in the winter. There was no indoor plumbing, so Nate had to use the outhouse. Sometimes he had to pee at night, which meant he had to cross the square to the Jakes, as they were called, and squat over a pool of dark, smelly waste. As he tried to force his pee out, something would scratch on the outhouse. Just the branches of a tree, he knew. But at 3 o'clock, he couldn't help picturing a witch, all dried up and pruny with teeth like busted periwinkle shells, raking her nails on the boards behind his head. His piss tube would clamp shut in fear. Some nights he lay in bed in abject agony, his bladder bursting, cursing himself for having had that second glass of water at dinner. Better his bladder burst, better he soak the mattress with pee, than he have to crouch in that outhouse with those witches' nails scraping at him. Nate got out of bed. The bunkhouse was cold. His bare legs broke out in goose flesh. The phosphorescent hands on the alarm clock read 2:55 a.m. He screwed his knuckles into his eyes and stared blearily at the window. Nothing there. But he could feel something out in the dark, just a few feet away from the window, waiting. Little Heaven hadn't been quite so bad when they first showed up, but Nate had never felt at home here. His mom didn't put much stock in religion. People can eat whatever they want, she'd said, but they better not show up on my doorstep asking if I want a bite of their apple. So Nate was at a disadvantage from the start, seeing as he didn't know the Bible. He had to wear thick wool pants to every service. Now his legs itched like fire whenever the Reverend opened his mouth. This was called a Pavlovian response. Nate had learned that back at his old school, where they studied things like science and the human brain. Such things weren't talked about at Little Heaven. Science gets in the way of our communion with the Lord, Nate was told. He missed his old school. He missed other things, too. TV and comic books and the smell of the dime store vanilla perfume the girls in his class used to wear, and even the smell of car exhaust and of cigarettes in movie theaters, even though, if you'd asked him, he would have told you he'd never missed tailpipe fumes and throat-itching Marlboro smoke, not in a million years. What Nate really missed was going places in cars, just like he missed watching movies at the theater. But that all got mixed up in his head with the bad smells associated with those joys, and he couldn't give voice to those more sophisticated thoughts. He was a boy. He just felt. The Reverend didn't pay much mind to Nate or his father. They were late joiners, low on the totem pole. Didn't seem to bother his dad, but it bugged Nate a whole bunch. And things had been going downhill for a while. Everyone looked different, skinnier and wasted away. Even Nate. He hated looking at himself in the mirror now. It was hard to put a finger on it. There was no cause for it, which was why nobody talked about that stuff. This was where the Lord had led them. Why would he lead them into sorrow? But Nate could feel it. Something working all around him. As if the air were filled with 1 trillion invisible mouths, each mouth studded with microscopic teeth, all those mouths gnawing at you all day long, or, an even worse imagining, those same tiny mouths all over the ground, every inch, but instead of teeth, each mouth had a needle tongue that jabbed into everybody's feet, sucking the way a mosquito sucks, funneling everyone's energy into a pale, bloated sack, like a stomach deep under the earth. A single tube led from that stomach even deeper underground, where it nourished something much larger and more terrible. Nate was now walking toward the bunkhouse window. He didn't want to. He was exquisitely aware of this. More than anything, he wanted to slip back into bed and pull the covers over his head and pray. He hardly ever prayed for real. Yes, he could recite the words and cross himself and all that paint-by-number stuff, but he wasn't asking for anything or talking to God man to man. In his life, he had really prayed only a few times. When his mother got put in jail, he prayed that God would keep her safe because he used to watch Dragnet, and some of the people Joe Friday put in the clink were tough tickets, and he wanted his mom to be safe if she got a cellmate named Big Bertha or Hellcat Hetty. He had prayed for his dad a few times, too, because even though he was a wimp, and it was horrible that a boy would already understand this about his father, Nate thought his dad was essentially a good man. But Nate wanted to pray now. Oh, yes, he wanted to hear God's voice and be reassured. But he couldn't because his feet kept guiding him toward the window, toward Eli's voice, which didn't sound much like Eli's normal voice. It sounded clogged, as if Eli's throat were packed with potting soil or rotted sewage, so that what came out of his mouth was a choked gargle. "Nate, don't be a pussy like your daddy the mailman. Come see me. No rooster pecks, honest Injun." His father snorted in his sleep. Nate tried to call out, "Dad, wake up!" But his throat was so dry that nothing came out, like trying to whistle with a mouthful of soda crackers. It wasn't just how everyone at Little Heaven had started to look lately, either. It was how they acted. In the beginning, the kids had all been normal, more religious than Nate was used to, sure, but pretty much like everyone else he knew from his old school. He would join them after breakfast, and Mrs. Hughes would have them read their Bible and do Christian crossword puzzles and stuff like that. After the midday sermon, they had supervised playtime. The kids welcomed Nate outwardly, it being the right thing to do. But after Mrs. Hughes left, the playtime sessions turned strange. The older kids, led by Eli and the Red Hill brothers, started playing nasty games. One was called Dr. Psycho. They would chase someone around until they caught him, then they pinned that poor kid down. Eli would pretend to put on rubber gloves and say, "This operation is in session." He would slice his captive's belly open with an imaginary scalpel and start pulling out the insides. Each would be examined for a second before he said, "Nope, not good enough," and threw it over his shoulder and reached in for more. If the captive knew what was good for him, he would scream and gasp, "No, no, please." Eli took it easier on you if you played along, instead of sitting there like a dead fish. "Nate, you are starting to piss me off." "You don't want to piss me off." Nate was only a few feet from the window now. The wind fluttered the plastic in the frame. There was nothing at the window. Maybe there was nothing at all. Was he dreaming? Nate's fist clenched, nails digging into his palms. Maybe he would wake up and this would all be... He saw it then, at the outer limits of his sight, past the edge of the window on the right-hand side, standing there silently, tucked tight to the bunkhouse wall. Eli's playtime games had become more and more nasty. Little Heaven used to have an ant problem. There were 5 or 6 big hills scattered around the compound. The ants were of the stinging variety. One afternoon, not too long ago, Nate had come upon Eli, one of the Red Hill boys, Jane Weagle, and Betsy Witt crouched around one of the hills. Eli had a bottle of lemon juice. He was squeezing juice down the ant hole. Drip, drip, drip. The ants scurried around crazily. The other kids held the busted bottoms of Coke bottles. They focused the sun through them, sizzling the ants as they rushed about. Step. "The acid in the juice screws with their brains," Eli told Nate with a vacant smile. "They don't know up from down." The other kids barely noticed Nate. Betsy Witt's eyes were glazed and moony. She was the sort of person the phrase "wouldn't hurt a fly" was coined to describe. Nate had actually seen her open a door and shoo a fly outside so it wouldn't get swatted. "Move," she said, shoving Nate. "You're blocking the sunlight." Later that day, Nate had found Betsy behind the warehouse. She was crying. Tears streaked her cheeks. "I didn't want to hurt those ants," she sobbed. "I don't want to hurt anything. If you hurt another living thing, God sees it. He judges. But I couldn't help myself." Her face scrunched up. "Do you ever feel that way, Nate?" Nate hadn't known what to say. But yes, he felt it. The feeling was getting stronger each day. Sometimes he wanted to hurt things too. Anything would do. Whatever was weakest and easiest and nearest at hand. He'd never felt that way back home. It wasn't just the kids either. One night, Nate awoke to find his father standing in the corner. He was naked and sweaty and muttering, kill you, fucking kill you." Nate had never heard his father swear. His hands were clenched as though he was choking someone. He was sound asleep, but he rose happily the next morning, claiming to be hungry as a horse. "Nate, old buddy, old pal of mine." Nate was only a foot from the window now. He could make out the shape and profile. Thin and gristly white, hunching next to the bunkhouse. He caught a mad buzz, a sound like flies bouncing around inside an empty jar of Gerber baby food. "Eli?" he said tremblingly. The figure swung round to the window, like a door blown closed by a stiff wind. Thwap! A face hit the plastic. Nate took a step back, a great big one. It was Eli Rathbone, and Eli looked not good. Eli was white as tallow, white as the flame in the deepest part of a fire. His hair, clown red before, was now old man's hair. It was bone white, as if some follicular vampire had sucked all the color out of it. He was thinner than Nate ever could have conceived a person should be, his ribs poked out, his nipples stretched and elongated, his flesh threadbare. Eli's face was the worst, a leering Hollywood idol, pure plastic. His eyes bulged and his teeth pushed past his lips like blunt, discolored tusks. He looked unspeakably lonely and lost, but also very, very hungry. His face and frame radiated a yearning that pinned Nate where he stood, a moth skewered in a specimen case. "Oh, hello, Nate," May I come in? Mother, may I? A drowsy terror settled upon Nate. It wasn't a heart spiker, the kind of fear that shot adrenaline through your body. No, this was a lazy and drifting fright that bobbed like a kite on a string, dipping and ascending without ever settling. I don't think so, Nate whispered. You look sick, Eli. The buzz grew louder. Nate noticed an emptiness under Eli's armpit. Things were moving in there. Nate could see stuff crawling and stuttering about. Oh no, Nate thought. Oh no, 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 no. Nate's eyes were riveted to the spot under Eli's armpit. Things were coming out of it. Flies, or things that looked like flies. Eli lifted his arm. A deep hole was sunk into his flesh, all pulpy and black. Things squirmed in it. White things. Darker things. Go away, Eli. Nate was amazed at how calm he sounded. Eli leaned forward until his nose touched the window again. The plastic dimpled with the pressure. Eli's eyes switched back and forth, like a metronome set to a hi-hat beat. Tick-tock, tick-tock, back and forth. Tick-tock. He gave Nate a chummy wave. His hand was misshapen, the fingers fused into a mangled hook. Flies now boiled out of his armpit and pelted the plastic. Puck, puck, puck. They were larger than common blue bottles, with gas mask faces. A few tried to squirm through the plastic at the window's edges. They buzzed frantically, a gleeful note. Eli smiled. His lips peeled back from his dirty yellow teeth, the buck teeth of a rat. Flies crawled between them. They were coming from inside Eli's mouth, their bodies wet with saliva. They flew at the window and hit, leaving moist blots on the plastic. You will come with us, Eli said. His lips were not moving, but Nate heard his voice all the same. All the sweet boys and girls, you are good meat. His teeth clicked animatedly, the sound of bone castanets. Nate lunged forward, moaning, and yanked the flimsy curtain shut. Eli Rathbone stood in front of the window for a few moments before his shape drifted away. Shivering, Nate retreated to bed. He pulled the covers over himself and shook until he was sure his body would rattle to pieces. 24. Minerva jolted awake. Firelight played through the gap between the tent's canvas flaps. Micah was supposed to be keeping watch outside. She got up, grabbed Ellen's gun, crawled to the flap. Micah stood outside with his back to her. He was staring at something across the fire. He held the Tarpley rifle at port arms. Shug? He glanced over his shoulder, saw her, turned to face the woods again. Minnie's eyes were adjusting. Inky darkness pooled past the glow of the fire. She couldn't tell what Micah was looking at. Get Otis's bow, he said carefully. Otis's compound bow lay outside the other tent. Neither Charlie nor Otis had stirred. Minerva crossed to the tent quickly and brought the bow and arrows to Micah. What the hell? She whispered. Micah chucked his chin toward something lurking in the first cut of trees. Minerva couldn't see anything. Her vision was all staticky as her eyes adjusted. There is a flare in my pack, Micah said. And tape. Tape the flare to an arrow. Quickly. Minerva located the flare and a roll of duct tape. She peeled a strip of gray tape and paused. Near the arrowhead or further back? A few inches from the head, Micah said calmly. We could burn the whole forest down, said Minnie. After a moment, Micah replied with, Good. Minerva became aware of a series of sounds coming from not far away. Clicks and wheezes and peeps and other animal noises. It was like listening to a disjointed sound loop from David Attenborough's Zoo Quest, the voices of a dozen beasts all blurred together. What is that? She said. But she knew. It was one of those things that had chased them the other night. The things Otis and Charlie had tried to capture in the pit that had caught them instead. She taped the flare to the shaft of an arrow. Can you shoot a bow? Micah indicated his eye patch. Not so well. Otis poked his head out of the tent. What is it? Come here, Micah told him. Otis came over at a low crouch. Is it a bear? He whispered. Or something, said Micah. Minerva could see it now. Its shape seemed impossible. She had seen bears before, not in the wild, but in photographs. This did not echo her understanding of a bear. It stood 50 yards away, motionless between the trees. Its body pulled upward from a wide base, like a bell laid on the ground. It did not have legs, or if it did, they were stubby and deformed, or else it had a multitude of them and moved in the scuttling manner of a crab. Micah could perceive a host of strange protrusions all over its body, shortened limbs, bulbous growths. It looked to be covered in huge, throbbing lesions. Otis saw it too. That's no bear, he said in a voice full of dread. The sounds it was making were equally senseless. Syrupy exhalations, ticks and whirs and chirps and growls and hoots. A cacophony of noise, as if an entire menagerie were speaking through a single organism. Can you hit it? Micah said. Otis nodded shakily. If it stays put, Micah said, it has not moved since I saw it. Otis took the bow from Minerva and notched the flare-weighted arrow on the bowstring. Minerva pulled the strike strip. The flare popped a light. Otis drew back the arrow and let it fly. It arced through the night, the flare fraying in the wind, and struck the thing. It did not move. The glow of the flare spread, bringing the shape into sharper relief. It made no sense. It was not one identifiable thing. It was many, or parts of many. What am I seeing? Minerva said. The thing was never at rest. It twitched and jerked. Parts of it opened, other parts closed. A stew of parts. Heads, snouts, tails, limbs. It was enormous. A seething hillock of flesh. It was nothing God's light had ever shone upon. At last it shambled forward. Micah shouldered the tarpley. Minerva cocked Ellen's .38. Her hands shook. A random strip of fur ignited down the thing's side. The hair went up like a fuse. The thing shuffled toward them. It undulated, seemingly legless, hovercrafting across the ground. It shrieked and gibbered and emitted phlegmy dog-panting sounds. Watching it, Minerva was reminded of Play-Doh. Little shreds of Play-Doh, red and blue and yellow and green, scattered on a table after arts and crafts class. She imagined rolling all those bits into a ball, squashing everything into a solid mass, while still being able to see the individual components. Streaks of yellow, blots of red, veins of blue. But instead of Play-Doh, this thing was made of animals, all compressed and crushed together. Micah fired. The bullet tore a chunk off. The thing squealed in half a dozen pitches, with as many mouths. It continued toward them, faster now. "Oh, God," said Otis. "Let's go, go, oh no, let's go!" Minerva aimed and fired. 4 shots, each one finding its mark. Gouts of blood, or whatever the thing was full of, spurted wildly. It did not stop. She could smell it now, the reek of spoiled meat and fricasseed hair. The fire licked downward to spread around the belled shape of its body. It looked like the grass skirt of a hula dancer that had leapt up in flame. Micah picked up the lantern and tossed it 30 feet ahead of them, directly in the thing's path. "Shoot it," he told Minerva. "The kerosene tank." Minerva steadied herself and fired. The bullet raised a burr of dirt 6 inches left of the lantern. The thing neared the lantern. 8 yards, 7, 6. She fired again. The slug struck a half-buried rock and whined off target. She fired again. A dry click. The gun was empty. She glanced at Micah, stricken. He unloaded with the tarpley, firing from the hip. The carbine boomed. The lantern flipped end over end, spraying kerosene onto the thing. It went up with a roar. Flames rose along the tortured slag heap of its body as flesh melted off in thick gobbets. It made noises that should be heard only in hell. Its many mouths screamed and bleated as its limbs swung spastically. Charlie clambered out of the tent. He watched with numb horror as the thing toppled onto its side and lay there, squealing and hissing. Nobody could tell if the noises it made were the product of its mouths or the sound of its untold organs rupturing and popping from the heat. In time, it stopped moving. Micah approached the creature. Minerva clenched her jaw and followed him. She couldn't believe she had missed the lantern, twice. She had made shots like that 1,000 times. She could pick tin cans off a fence post at 40 yards. But it's different when your back's up against it. Your cool crumbles. You fuck up. The body still smoked. It was already softening into the earth. Its configuration was lunatic. It was made out of different animals, a mishmash of species. Fish, fowl, insects, beasts of the woods, all melted together. Every one of its faces, fox and deer and pheasant and coyote and otter, was wrenched into an expression of tortured despair. Everywhere Minerva looked, some awful horror greeted her. Here a clutch of bats' heads sprouting from the mouth of a gray wolf. There a naked rib cage housing the flayed remains of a squirrel, its innards studded with a half-dozen eyeballs that had burst in the flame. A blackened ball of ants, compressed to the density of a baseball, hanging on a strip of organ meat. Minerva saw the melted remains of what looked to be a dog collar. Had this thing eaten one of Little Heaven's dogs? Micah lifted the flap of skin that shielded its means of locomotion. Minerva gagged. How could he stand to touch the thing? The stinking flap rose to reveal dozens of legs. This was how it moved, trundling about with its limbs hidden as though beneath a hoop skirt. Micah let the flap fall. There came a rude farting noise as a bladder let go inside the thing. The shock was so profound that nobody could speak for some time. "This is the devil's work," Otis finally said. His arms wouldn't stop shaking. Minerva checked her watch. It was coming up on 5 o'clock. The light of dawn was flirting through the trees. "We have to get back to Little Heaven," said Otis. "Warn the others." Micah and Minerva shared a look. Do we? But they did. She cared nothing for the Englishman, but Ellen and the others did not deserve to be abandoned. She gazed down the path that led to their car. It looked wide and safe. A hop, skip, and a jump, and they would be back at the main road. But then something stirred. Her breath grated in her lungs. She pointed. Look. They were out there, strung all through the woods. Shapes. Some big, others more compact. Some shaggy, others sleek, all unmoving as sentinels. Micah said, "Grab what you can. Quickly." 25. Early in the morning, before anyone else was up, Reverend Amos Flesher crossed the square to the bunkhouse where the boy was being kept. Virgil was asleep on a chair outside. Both he and Cyril refused to be inside the windowless bunkhouse with the boy, not together, and certainly not alone. Amos kicked Virgil's foot. The man cracked one eyelid open. "Yeah? Did you hear anything out of him?" Virgil licked his lips, which were cracked because he sucked air through his mouth when he slept. Mouth breathers was what Sister Muriel called the children who did that. "He must have slept like a baby," said Virgil. "I didn't hear a peep." Amos nodded. "Wait here." "You're fucking right. I sure as hell ain't going in there." Virgil spoke flippantly, but the whites of his eyes quivered like undercooked eggs. Amos set his hand on the doorknob and took a breath. "The Lord love me, save me, and preserve me. Amen." The bunkhouse was a single room. Eli Rathbone lay in bed, uncovered in only his underwear. He looked to have not shifted an inch since Amos had last seen him. But his feet were filthy, covered in dirt and pine needles. They had been clean the last time Amos had seen them. The Reverend was positive of that. Amos moved cautiously, not wanting to wake the boy. Eli's chest barely moved. Had he died in his sleep? Perhaps that would be for the best. Yes, all things considered, it just might be. The Lord's will be done. Eli's chest hitched and fell. A ghost of a smile graced his lips. Amos's jaw clenched. Adrenaline flared in him. He did not like being near this boy. There was something unseemly about his wasted frame and ashen hair. Dr. Lewis refused to tend to him any more than he already had. It was all Amos could do to prevent the simpering boob from fleeing into the square in fright after the earlier unpleasantness. The man was supposed to be a doctor, wasn't he? A healer of men. He couldn't even hack the sight of a sick boy. Granted, the boy was sick in a peculiar way. And granted, Amos wasn't entirely comfortable around him either. There was a stain on the floor a few feet from the bed. Amos gave it a wide berth. Silly. It was only the boy's blood. The same blood that pumped through the veins of every man, woman, and child at Little Heaven. Except it hadn't looked like blood when it had come out of the boy the other night. At that time, it had been black and thick as ichor. It was Lewis who had made the incision. Amos had been the sole witness to it. He had banished everyone from the bunkhouse. He didn't want anyone else seeing the boy. It would cause alarm. 2 of the outsiders had found Eli behind the chapel, the black fairy and the bald-headed Lesbo. Amos had actually watched them cross the square in the dead of night. He had been up at the time, listening to the voice. It had bothered him. Nobody should be out at such an hour. But they would all be gone as soon as the black one's ankle healed. Minutes later, Amos witnessed them stumble around the chapel, their eyes wide with horror. What the Reverend had then found behind the chapel nearly unhinged him. Pewter-eyed Eli Rathbone, immersed in a sea of squirming insects, cradling a dead bird. Glimpsing the boy's young old face, as his ears had filled with the quarrelsome hiss of the bugs, it conjured within Amos a fear that infested him like a sickness. The sight infected his soul, shriveling it like a slug doused with salt. "Hello, Reverend," Eli had said. "Did you miss me?" Amos had been dismayed to discover how much Eli's voice mimicked the one that came to him every night. For Amos, only one fact was certain. If the residents of Little Heaven saw Eli right then, everything he had been building would crumble. Fear would lead to disharmony, which would encourage desertion. "The devil has come to Little Heaven," they would say. They would flee with the clothes on their backs, every last cowardly one of them, rats leaping from a flaming barge. "This is a test," he thought. "The sternest one I have ever faced." Swallowing his disgust, Amos had reached for the boy. Bugs crunched under his boots. Amos's revulsion swelled when Eli reached for him, with a mangled hook of skin that had replaced one of his hands. Amos dodged it and grabbed Eli by the elbow. The boy's flesh was clammy, that of a corpse in a vault. Amos pulled him up, his strength buoyed by a cresting wave of fear. His scalp was hot and itchy, melting the Dapper Dan pomade in his hair, which trickled down his face in gooey strings. Eli laughed at him. Amos might have been laughing too, though he couldn't properly remember. If so, it was the manic laughter of a man whose sanity was under threat. "Cyril!" he had screamed. "Cyril!" Amos managed to drag Eli to the bunkhouse with no windows. The Reverend had had it built specially, thinking there might be a need for a place nobody could see inside. He flung the boy through the door and wiped his hand on his trousers. The boy staggered forward. His legs were wretched sticks and collapsed. The roaches clinging to his legs let go and scuttled through cracks in the floor. The boy was still laughing. "Shut up," Amos hissed. "Shut your rotten mouth." Cyril came in. His mouth fell open and a thin moan came out. "Hello, Cyril," the boy said, waving his hook. "Get the doctor," Amos said, "and not a word of the boy's state to anyone. If anyone asks you, say that he is back and he is perfectly fine." Brother Lewis soon arrived with his black bag. The boy was in the cot by then, covered in a sheet. Lewis took one look at Eli and blanched. "Is this Eli?" he whispered, stunned. "Little Eli with the red hair?" Eli stared at Lewis with those calculating gray eyes. He licked his lips. His tongue was brown and pebbled with waxy lesions. "Do something," Amos said. "Fix him." "This child is broken," Lewis said remotely. "Unfixable. Fix me, then you have to kiss me, the boy warbled. The sheet slipped down Eli's chest. The men saw a bulge under the boy's armpit, a swollen ball like a fleshy balloon set to burst. It pulsed, the entirety of it, throbbing like a misplaced heart. Amos watched it, revolted, but also entranced. Cut it, he said mildly. I'm sorry, said Lewis. Cut it open. See what's inside. Lewis gave the Reverend a look of open horror. I couldn't possibly. You will, Amos said, deathly soft. If a poison is festering in this child, we must release it. Lewis unzipped his bag and produced a scalpel. The man did not question the Reverend any further. Flesher was adept at spotting the most spineless specimens of humanity, and Lewis had always been one of the most obedient lambs in his flock. Lewis held the tip to the boy's flesh. The swollen ball shuddered. Eli's skin opened up under the blade as if it had been begging to do just that. The blood, what there was of it, was black and clotted. The boy tittered. A terrible reek bloomed up. Things squirmed in the spongy red meat inside the scalpel slit, the red of a blood orange. Never seen anything the likes of... Lewis trailed off. The slit widened under the pressure of whatever pushed back from inside the bloated ball. The cut opened up like a smile until... Maggots, a wriggling fall of them. They pushed through the boy's sundered flesh, writhing animatedly, their fat-ribbed bodies making greasy sounds. Amos struggled to conceive of the flies these enormous flabby things would turn into when they assumed their final, revolting shape. A crude image formed, flies as big as cockroaches, inconceivable bloat flies laying their bean-shaped eggs in old cratered meat. The maggots pattered to the ground, where they began to squirm and shudder toward the darkened corners of the room. Amos stood stunned, trapped in a bubble of disgust. That bubble popped, a wet thump inside his head, and he set about stomping the foul things to paste under his boots. He relished the soft give of their bodies as they burst moistly, like skinned grapes. Ha! Amos screamed. Ha! 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 Something else crawled out of the boy's wound. A fly. A massive one. It picked its way out of Eli's ruined flesh and fanned its wings. It took flight, zinging straight at Amos. It hit his chin. It almost flew into his mouth, oh God, and bounced away, producing a whine like a bullet. More followed. The room was suddenly teeming with flies. Their buzz was monolithic. The boy's laughter climbed through several octaves to marry itself to that buzz. The sound drilled into Amos's ears and beat against his brain. Dr. Lewis bolted for the door and was out before Amos could lay hands on him. Amos rushed outside in pursuit. Stay here, he told Cyril, who stood watch at the door. Don't let anyone in. Amos chased Lewis across the square. Nobody had seen a thing except for the outsiders, who would stay out of this if they knew what was good for them. He caught up with the doctor behind the storehouse, where he had collapsed in a sobbing heap. No, 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 he said, hiccuping each no between sobs. Amos knelt and ran his hand through Lewis's sweaty hair. Shh, 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 he said. You will wake the children. We can't have that. Lewis stared up at him. His face was pink as a boiled ham. We have to leave, Reverend. That boy, this place is cancerous. It's making us all sick. Nonsense. You have had a shock. The devil is here, Lewis said. I can feel him. The devil took that poor boy and sent him back to us as something vile. Amos's hand clenched in Lewis's hair. Gently but firmly, he cranked Lewis's head upward until the simpering imbecile was forced to gaze directly into the Reverend's eyes. The devil was with you in that movie theater in the Tenderloin all those years ago, wasn't he? Amos said softly. There in the dark, wasn't he? Watching you. And he must have slipped inside of you for a spell, too. Isn't that right, Brother Lewis? How else could you explain what you did with that boy in that dark theater with the sticky floors? And he was a boy, wasn't he? No more than 16, wasn't that what you said? A runaway, no doubt, blonde and fair, with ruby lips. Lewis began to shake. His eyes welled with fresh tears. It was the devil who made you ache for that boy. It was the devil who brought you there. It was the devil who unzipped your pants and guided that boy's mouth onto your... Stop! Lewis sobbed. Please, Reverend, please stop. It was the devil who did that, but it was the Lord who brought you to my doorstep. And haven't I always done right by you? Haven't I always kept your confessions and occasional indiscretions a matter between myself and the Lord? Yes, the devil is not in little heaven, Amos said firmly. I won't allow him in. If there is a sickness, then we must stand together under Christ's good guidance and expunge it. Do you understand, Brother Lewis? Yes, we must not lose our heads. I can't, Lewis said. Reverend, I can't go back in there. Amos patted Lewis's scalp. Very well. But if anyone should ask, you will tell them that Eli is recovering nicely. Yes. His parents have yet to return. Nobody else needs to see him, am I right? Yes. That is your official medical opinion. Yes. Such were the ways in which a flock must be kept in line, Amos mused. An observant shepherd must not spare the rod. But now, a day after that hellish experience, the Reverend faced yet another challenge. A fork in the road, you could say. What to do about the boy? This was the question the Reverend had been debating. The question was simple. Was little heaven better off with the boy alive or dead? There was a very good chance the boy would die anyway. The Reverend was no doctor, but Eli's health could not be good when insects were actively birthing inside of him. But then, children were known to have amazing recuperative powers. Or, the Reverend could take matters into his own hands. He had never killed anyone, much less a child. But Brother Lewis had been correct in one way. Eli did not seem so childlike anymore. A corruption of spirit had occurred, and Amos had never been one to advocate exorcisms. It could be no easy thing, killing a person. Amos harbored no illusions about that. Humans were tough. They didn't want to die, even the devout, who would be ushered directly to the gilded gates of heaven. But couldn't it be seen as a public service in this case? The boy was sick. He was suffering. Was murder a sin? Absolutely. But what of mercy killings? Shouldn't God turn a blind eye to those, so long as it went toward the greater good? So then, let's suppose Eli expired. The Reverend could simply announce that the boy had slipped away painlessly. God retrieved one of his little angels. They could hold a funeral, a closed coffin. Bury the body in the woods, all the proper observances. His parents could grieve if and when they returned. Then things could go back to normal. The flock would calm. Amos would implement a tighter policy of supervision for the children. Yes, he saw the shape of his plan. But it required something of him as well. He sat on the cot. The boy breathed thinly. Amos's heart fluttered. A chill washed through his veins. He wasn't sure what he was feeling exactly. This was strange for Amos, as he was highly aware of his motivations. But now he was struck with a question of an existential nature. Did he need to kill the boy as a matter of expedience in order to maintain order at Little Heaven? Or did he want to kill him, just to see how it felt? The first was bad enough. The second was positively monstrous. Why don't you just do it, you filthy little monster? It was Sister Muriel's voice in his head, Muriel with her viperish mean streak. Amos slid the pillow out from under Eli's head. He bounced it in his hands, as if testing it for his purposes. It had an agreeable density. The boy's eyes were shut. his lips pursed in a queer Mona Lisa smile. "You horrid abomination," the Reverend whispered. He realized that the cold wash through his veins was anticipation. It was the same way he'd felt back at the orphanage before sticking one of God's children with a pin. He wanted to do this, not just because the boy disgusted him, not simply because it would make his life a whole lot easier. Amos wanted to kill the boy because, in some recessed chamber of his heart, he had always wanted to kill a member of his species. The instinct had been there a long time. Amos had simply never turned his mind to reflect upon this facet of his nature. But now that he had, it was clear and bright, like the sun slanting off a mirror that had been angled to catch its rays. This was the first time when Amos was in a position to profit from murder, too. Before this, the act might have satisfied that predatory side of him, yes, but that wasn't reason enough to abandon his general prudence and take such a drastic step. But now, it was essential. It would salvage everything he'd worked so hard to build. Kill the boy, save himself. A sick child was the perfect start, wasn't it? He would not have to worry about being overmastered by Eli's strength. It would be as simple as drowning a rat. "Amen," he said, and stuffed the pillow over Eli's face. The boy's arms and legs remained motionless for a few heartbeats. Then he came alive. His hips bucked. He thrashed. A feeble buzz emanated from his armpit. Amos bore down on the pillow. Greasy balls of sweat popped on his forehead. Eli's hands rose to touch the Reverend's face. Gently, the caress of a lover. The melted hook tugged at the skin just below his eye, snagging on the socket bone. "You little bastard!" The fingers of Eli's other hand hooked into claws that tore shallow cuts into the Reverend's cheeks. "Hell spawn!" Amos hissed. The Reverend pushed down so hard that he could see the distorted features of the boy's face through the pillow. A nest of snakes thrashed somewhere behind his abdominal cavity, just above his groin. A fluttery, squirming sensation. He was doing it, by thunder. He was actually doing it. More flies buzzed out of Eli's armpit, sluggishly, as if drunk, bumping into Amos's face. Amos was much bigger than the boy, who was nothing but a wasted shell. Eli soon began to flag. His arms waved about weakly. His heels drummed on the cot. Then the electricity went out of his body. Amos felt it. No different from pulling the plug on a blender. Amos exhaled. His arms relaxed. The boy sank down into the mattress. With the life sucked out of it, his body seemed to deflate like a leaky balloon. Amos took in a shuddering inhale and let it go. His breath came out as a series of whimpery giggles. He wiped the blood off his face. He would have to come up with an excuse for the cuts on his cheeks. He could say he'd been scratched by a critter from the woods, but he couldn't recall seeing an animal for some time now. No matter. He was adroit with lies. Already that feeling of elation was ebbing. The seltzer effervescence that had percolated through him during the act of killing Eli was going flat. In its place was a leaden heaviness, as if his veins were full of molasses. He removed the pillow from Eli's face. The boy's eyes were closed, his features reposed in death. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Eli's eyes popped open. They were black, the irises blown out, a thin band of bloodshot gray at the edges. His mouth split in a grin, an expression that sat horribly upon the face of someone so young. The come-hither leer of an ancient fairground carny. Was that fun? Eli asked teasingly. Did you enjoy that, Reverend? The boy shivered in obvious delight. His breath was indescribably foul, bathing the Reverend's face with its noxious vapors. His grin stretched wider and wider. He began to titter. The sound hacksawed across Amos's nerve endings. His initial sense of shock and soul-deep revulsion gave way to a terror that coated his brain in a tar-like layer of blackness, choking out every rational thought. I sent you to hell, the Reverend thought helplessly. I came back, the boy said. Eli reached for him, with the witchy, gnarled fingers of one hand. The nails were as black as if blood had burst beneath them. The Reverend reared and fell off the cot. His ass struck the floor as a shockwave jutted up his tailbone. Flies escaped from the hole in Eli's armpit. They massed in the high corners of the bunkhouse, a thick, pendulous blanket of flies. 1,000 starving spiders wouldn't be able to eat them all. The air teemed with the maddening purr of their wings. Eli sat up. His chest quivered with industry. The Reverend couldn't help but think that his entire body was full of flies, his insides cored out and replaced by a dark colony of insects. Eli began to issue full-throated, booming laughs that shook his entire body. The Reverend finally found his feet. He began to back toward the door on benumbed feet. "Come back," Eli pleaded, mock coy. "I have so much to share with you." The Reverend reached for the doorknob. He opened the door, staggered outside, and slammed it. Cyril was eyeing him warily. "I heard something," Cyril said. "It was nothing," the Reverend said. "Lock the door. Nobody goes in there." He swallowed with difficulty. "Not one goddamn person." Cyril padlocked the door. Then he moved his chair a few feet away from it. "Just so you're not totally in the dark, 2 of your flock lit out with the one-eyed prick and the scarecrow chick," Cyril said. "They left sometime yesterday." "Who? Which 2? "Charlie Fairweather and Otis What's-His-Face. The nigger and the other woman are still here. So's Charlie's wife and kid." "Then they'll be coming back," Amos said, regaining a measure of composure. He staggered back to his dwelling. The boy's mocking laughter continued to echo in his ears. He was on the verge of hysteria. The dread boiled up from the soles of his feet, spanning through his veins and nerve endings like a poisonous flower coming into bloom. He collapsed on his bed, burrowed his face into his lilac-scented pillow, and screamed. In the darkness behind his shut eyelids, he kept seeing the boy opening his eyes, the cancerous black of them peering into his lacerated, penitent inner self. "Did you enjoy that, Reverend?" He screamed so hard that his vocal cords frayed. He was only mildly aware when the timbre of it changed, when it came to sound a little bit like unhinged, slightly deranged laughter. 26. The things in the woods did not follow them, or if they did, then at a distance too great for Micah to sense. They had set off from the meadow at a hurried clip as soon as it became clear that retreat was their sole option. They had taken only what they could easily carry. Dawn washed over the woods, creating trembling pockets of light between the trees. Nothing moved. The forest was drained of natural life, or that life had been repurposed into something infinitely more grotesque. Micah could not shake the sight of the thing from the previous night. Alive, it had been fearsome. Dead, more pitiful. Its slack, flame-eaten pelt, thick as a radial tire. Its many heads and eyes and limbs. Most of all, Micah could not forget the sense of agony that radiated off of it. A thing that would like nothing more than to die, yet was kept alive by infernal mechanics Micah couldn't possibly understand. Initially, they had run from the meadow, their metal cups and utensils rattling in the riggings of their packs. They had sprinted until their breath came in heaves, but when it became clear that they were not being pursued, their pace had slackened. "So what the hell was that?" Minerva said. Nobody could answer. It was nothing that should exist in this world. "Whatever they are purposeful," Micah said. "They would prefer we not leave." Otis said, "What, do you think they're funneling us back to Little Heaven?" said Minerva. "I think that's exactly what Shug means, isn't it?" Micah offered the faintest of nods. He wasn't sure the creatures themselves were knowingly directing them back the way they had come. Perhaps whatever had minted them was doing that. "Satan," Charlie said. "Instruments of the devil." "Be sober, be vigilant," Otis quoted tremblingly. "Because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour." Hours later they walked into the mid-morning sun. They were tired and dirty and fearful. Even Micah was scared. Micah Shagru, a man whom some said was so cool that he drank boiling water and pissed ice cubes. He was afraid of no man. He had glimpsed the blackness of the human heart, yet somehow they had now passed from that known realm of evil, one he could sense in the Reverend especially, and to a lesser degree in the Reverend's hired men, to a new and uncharted one, populated by forces Micah had never encountered. It unlocked a thirsty horror within him, one so dark he couldn't see any light in it. They came to a dip where the path bellied out to a cut between the trees. The land fell away in layers of shale and red dirt into a narrow valley. Micah stared through that cut and saw something he had not seen either time he had passed this spot before. A squat shape was visible several hillsides over, a structure of some sort. It looked much bigger than a hunting shack. Micah said, "What is that?" "I never keyed on it until just now," Otis admitted. "You figure somebody's living out there?" said Minerva. Micah clocked the distance, judging it at 6 or 7 miles. He could make out a narrow path winding across the valley floor. "You're not thinking," Otis started. "We should take a look," Micah said. "That's a good hike," said Otis. "The daylight will be gone by the time we get there." "Do you want to spend another night in the woods?" Charlie asked Micah. "There is evil at Little Heaven, too," Micah reasoned. "My wife and kid are there," said Charlie. Micah nodded. "I will go. You need not." "You do that," said Otis, his face reddening. "You go right ahead and fill your boots to the brim with that. See how it works out for you." Charlie and Otis took a few steps down the path leading back to the compound. They looked miserable but resigned. "I wish you would reconsider," said Otis, abruptly penitent. Minerva hung between them. "Ah, geez, Shug. Really?" Micah said nothing. "Ah, fuck it. What's that old expression?" Micah said, "You only live once." Minerva shook her head. "It's not the one I was thinking of. It's more along the lines of, a stubborn bastard and his head are soon parted unless I go with him." Micah said, "I am unfamiliar with that one." "Yeah, well, something like that. Let's go, you pig-headed son of a bitch." Otis and Charlie watched them skid down the incline to the base of the valley, their heels kicking up puffs of red dust. "We will return tomorrow," Micah called up. "Go with God," Charlie called back. "I'll go with the crisp, refreshing taste of Shasta instead," Minerva shouted. "It has to be Shasta." Minerva gave Charlie a cheery wave, but she didn't feel that way. She felt lost and freaked out. She wished she could see the situation the way Micah surely did. He wasn't inclined to consider how things came to be. His mind was turned toward dealing with things the way they were. To him, the creatures in the woods existed, somehow, and had to be reckoned with, which was the best way of seeing it right now, trapped in the heart of it. Minerva knew Micah was scared. The man was tough, but he wasn't insane. But his fear inspired a direct level-headedness. Those awful things were an equation to be solved. Micah didn't need to explain or understand them. He only had to act. She wished she had that particular nerve or bone or part of her brain that allowed her to do the same. They pressed through the valley in the midday heat. The land was deadly quiet. They, too, walked in silence to conserve energy and because Micah rarely had much to say. They came to a stream. The water was clear but foul, burdened with an aftertaste that slipped down the backs of their throats like toxic oil. But they drank and gagged and drank some more, as they were parched and there was no telling when the chance would come again. Gray clouds massed against the horizon, ushering in an early twilight. Minerva's feet ached. Blisters had swollen and burst on her heels. She could feel the warm blister broth soaking into her socks. She had not eaten since yesterday, but her appetite had deserted her, replaced in her stomach by a restless fear. The valley bellied into a basin studded with cottonwoods. They moved through the waist-high grass, pushing the dry thatches aside with their hands. Not one cricket clung to a single blade. So terrible, Minerva thought, to be the only living things here. A person forgets how she is surrounded by life all day long. Spiders making webs, mice scurrying behind walls, raccoons feasting in your garbage cans, fruit flies colonizing your bananas. And while it could be annoying to rebag your torn trash sacks or sweep up mouse shit, at least it was normal. Otherwise, it felt like you were living on the desolate surface of an uninhabited planet. "There," said Micah. Minerva followed his finger up the spine of a hill. Tracking that rise, about a mile distant, sat the dark outline of what was clearly a homestead. "Quickly," Micah said, "before it rains." 27. Ellen Belhaven spent the morning at Little Heaven's glassworks. She melted the borosilicate beads, added tints, rolled and snipped it, and worked the molten glass into shapes of her liking. Nobody troubled her. The Little Heavenites had bigger concerns, the unauthorized use of the glassworks. The busy work kept one part of Ellen's mind occupied, while the other part spun off on crazed orbits. She put her hands in service of small tasks to dull the riot inside her head. Everyone here was so damn odd. Ellen had known Bible bashers. They could be grating, those sideways looks confirming their belief that Ellen already had one foot in the eternal flames of hell. There was also this sense, implicit, but as yet never stated, that they believed she and the other outsiders had brought an indefinable sickness to Little Heaven, a curse. But the thing was, Little Heaven had been ill before they had shown up, and it was only getting worse. First, there was that incident with the kids and the shrew, then the thing in the woods she and Micah had seen. Within the compound, all sense of oversight seemed to have vanished. Parents barely minded their children, who were free to run amok so long as they didn't go into the woods. Nobody had gone in there unaccompanied since Eli's disappearance. It was as if the threat, and there was a threat at Little Heaven, though Ellen couldn't pinpoint what it was, had not registered. The Little Heavenites continued on in their obedient way, narcotized, as if a powerful gas were being pumped up from the ground that made them accept whatever terribleness was coming. She glanced up to see Cyril Neeps stepping into the glassworks, tall and ferret-like, with a canine tooth that jagged down to divot his lower lip. "Well now," he said breezily, "what do we have here?" She felt momentarily reduced under his predatory gaze, no bigger than a grasshopper or some other bug. Then she set her jaw. Fuck this guy. "Just keeping busy. Nobody seems to be using this place." Neeps nodded cheerily, but she had seen this kind of thing, false sunniness hiding the glint of a blade. "Sure, yeah. That's about the size of it," he smiled. "Still, shouldn't you have asked permission first? I mean, you didn't buy all this stuff, did you?" He waited for an answer. When she didn't say anything, he dismissively waved his hand. "Enjoying yourself, are you?" He laughed in a way that encouraged her to join in, although nothing he said had been remotely funny. "Like I said," Ellen told him, "just filling time." Neeps cocked his head, assaying the steel in her spine. She stared back equitably. She wasn't scared. It had been a long time since a man looked at her that way. She'd be damned if she would ever be scared of the Cyril Neepses of this world again. "Filling time, huh?" His smile turned wolfish. "I can think of better ways to fill it. I'm kind of an expert at filling time." Unflinchingly, she returned his smile. "That so?" He hitched his thumbs in his belt. "Oh, that's a fact." "What about your friend? He an expert in anything?" "Oh, Verge? He's an expert at sticking his thumb in his rear end. That and following me around like a lost puppy. You could say I'm the brains of our particular operation." "Then Lord help you." Cyril's smile faded. Something dark and hungry passed over his face. Ellen said, "I can fill my own time, but thanks a bunch." Neeps's fingers diddled along the hilt of a knife sheathed on his belt. "Yeah, well, here's the thing about women I've learned. Sometimes they need a good filling, other time. So it's just a matter of filling it for them until they come round to the sport of it." Ellen withdrew the glass-blowing pole from the kiln and balanced it on the anvil. Its tip glowed white-hot. It was pointed at Neeps, right around crotch level. "Glass-blowing is my little getaway," she said, not breaking eye contact. "Do you understand, Cyril?" She spun the pole on the anvil, around and around. Solitude is important for any of us, wouldn't you say? Neep stared at the glowing tip as if mesmerized. So why don't you make like a tree and get the fuck out of here, Sai? Neep's eyes snapped up to her. His lips curled in a sneer. He seemed to be debating taking matters to the next level, the physical one. But something in Ellen's face, or the searing metal pointed at his balls, prevented it. He lip-farted. I was just trying to throw you a bone. A pity poke, plain and simple. To tell it straight, you don't merit a good fucking, he said with sunny good cheer. I take one look at that burn all down your face and my pecker just wilts. Christ, what a sight. Face all messed up like that. He shoved his palms toward her, like a toddler pushing away a plate of peas. Your head looks like a marshmallow someone dropped in a fire. You sure do know how to charm a lady, Ellen said. Maybe you got something going on with that one-eyed mute you chum around with. Or the skinny bitch? You're a slit slurper, that it? You're as frigid as one, that's for damn certain. If that helps you sleep better. Cyril screwed the toe of his boot into the dirt. I've been watching you. If you take one step out of line, any of you, I will happily... He checked his threat. You're trespassing. So mind your P's and Q's, Goodbye, Cyril. Good fucking bye, Melto. He called over his shoulder as the door shut behind him. Nate ran across the woman down by the cistern outside the dry goods shed. One of the outsiders, the one with the burn on her face. Nate had not slept again after Eli Rathbone's visit. The night had stretched out like taffy, seconds becoming minutes, becoming hours, an eternity trapped under the covers with his dad zonked out a few feet away. He felt no safety in his father's presence. His dad wasn't strong or especially smart. If Nate had gone with Eli, or if Eli had come into the bunkhouse and taken him by force, Nate couldn't picture his father doing much more than crying out in horror. He didn't picture him tackling Eli in order to rescue him. Sure, his father would search for Nate once he was gone, and he'd be weeping sorrowfully and hunting harder than anyone else. But he wouldn't have done anything when it really mattered. This was why Nate hadn't bothered to tell his father about Eli's visit. His dad wouldn't believe him. He'd say Nate dreamed it all. And who knows, maybe he had. When Nate inspected the bunkhouse that morning, he found no trace of Eli's presence. No footprints in the dirt, not even the smudge of his nose on the plastic window. Nate desperately wished he had dreamed it. But the memory was full of too many perfect details. Eli's bone-white hair, the flies with the gas mask faces, to believe he'd imagined it. He bumped into the burned woman just before noon. She was up to something in the glassworks. She emerged with her shirt dark with sweat. Nate was filling his canteen from the cistern. He had been digging marble pits out behind the dry goods shed. He used to have a sack of marbles, cat's eyes and oilies and king cobs, but the sack had gone missing. Nate suspected Elton Redhill, but it was unchristian to accuse anyone of theft. Nate made the pits anyway, stabbing the heel of his boots into the dirt until he'd made a groove, then scooping the dirt out with his hands. The patch of earth behind the shed looked like some crazy old coot had been digging for buried treasure without a map. "How are you?" the woman asked. Nate shrugged. His father had told him not to talk to the outsiders. Their thoughts were almost certainly impure. The woman filled a cup from the cistern and drank. "Thirsty work," she said. She somehow reminded him of his mother, even though she did not look like her. It was just Nate's loneliness that made her seem that way. When she smiled, the scarred skin down her face and neck stretched alarmingly, as if it might tear open. But Nate remembered hearing that scar tissue was actually stronger than normal skin, kind of like how cardboard is stronger than foolscap. It was skin that had been hurt and healed into something more durable than it had been. Still, it looked pretty gross. Nate apologized inside his head for thinking that. "I saw you doing something out behind the shed. I wasn't spying," she said a little too quickly, the way someone would if she really had been spying. "¿Qué pasa?" "Pardon? What are you doing back there?" He shouldn't be talking to her. But his father was cleaning up in the chapel, and nobody was watching, and anyway, it would be rude to stand there like a lump. "Digging marble pits." The woman's eyebrows went up. "Oh? Marbles? What kinds do you have?" Nate twisted the toe of his shoe into the dirt, like he was crushing out a cigarette. I used to have a sack, but I must have lost it. Well, you're not going to believe this, Nate. She turned her head away, muttering something that sounded like a curse word. Is that your name, Nate? Nate nodded. Lucky guess. You look like a Nate. I've been working on something that you just might like, the woman said. Why don't I meet you back here? She returned a few minutes later. She reached into her pocket and pulled out 6 polished glass balls. Their insides were shot with blues and blacks and whites. They looked a lot like marbles, but weren't exactly. Will they do in a pinch? Nate took one from her palm and rolled it toward the nearest pit. It wasn't perfectly round, but close enough. They were more beautiful, more unique than any marbles he had ever seen. They're swell, he said, picking the almost marble up and handing it back to her. Keep them, she said. Seriously? I used the glass your father and everyone else paid for, right? They're more yours than mine when you think about it. Yeah, but you made them. It's okay. They're my bloopers anyway. So take them. She pulled open Nate's hip pocket and rolled them into it. They clinked against one another in a satisfying way. He could feel them in his pocket, 6 hard bulges against his thigh. Thank you. It was the nicest thing anybody had done for him in a while. De nada. Pardon? No problem. The woman hung around while he shot marbles. It was nice to hold things that were his own. Back home, he'd had a few things. His bike, a shelf of books. But at Little Heaven, everyone owned everything and nothing, except the Reverend, who had permission from God to have his own special stuff. But for the rest of them, it was only their Bibles and a few personal items. Nate's marbles had been about the only thing that were his alone, which was why they were stolen, probably. He would have to hide these new ones. There was no way he would be allowed to keep a gift from an outsider. You like it here? The woman asked. She was looking somewhere else, as if it didn't matter much to her what Nate said. It's okay, he said. It's what God wants. She faced him. And you feel safe? I mean, I know you feel safe with God watching over you. That's great. But here in Little Heaven? Nate nodded, but it took a while. Sometimes I miss my old home, miss my mom. It's natural to miss home, she said. I think some of the other kids miss their homes too. Oh yeah? Nate swallowed. Was he actually going to talk about this to a total stranger? Sure, she gave him some marbles, but Nate and his father could get exiled for this sort of thing. I don't know, just that everything feels a little weird lately. People aren't acting like themselves. The woman nodded as if she understood. Maybe she did. She'd been here long enough to feel it. And then last night I think I saw Eli Rathbone, the kid who went missing, walking around with no shirt on in the middle of the night. Nate clamped his hand over his mouth. The words had spilled out crazily without his even thinking about them. He realized just how badly he needed to tell someone, even if it was a woman he'd never met before and wasn't sure he could trust. But maybe that was it. She was a stranger, so she would understand better than someone who was stuck in the same monstrous machine. She leaned forward, prompting him to speak. What? He didn't look too good, said Nate. He, looked like he was almost dead. Or like he was dead, which is stupid. This one time my mom took me to the drive-in. We watched To Kill a Mockingbird. Mom gave me a dime for a Zero bar. Coming back from the concession stand, I saw the movie playing one screen over. It was called Premature Burial. Nate shook his head. I shouldn't have watched it. There was this dead guy, all white and hungry, crawling out of a casket. Grave dust was puffing off his shoulders. I had nightmares for a week. Anyway, that's kind of how Eli looked. Nate swallowed. Yeah. Did you tell anyone about this? Only you. Why not your dad? He wouldn't believe me. He'd say I have an overactive imagination, that it's the devil burrowing into my brain. Are you going to tell anyone? Maybe I dreamed it, said Nate hopefully, but the look on the woman's face said she wasn't so sure about that. Nobody has seen Eli since he got back, Nate went on. Maybe he's okay. My friend saw him, the woman said, before the Reverend took him away. The way they tell it, Eli didn't look so hot at all. Oh, was all Nate could say. Enjoy the marbles, okay? She glanced over her shoulder as though she'd felt eyeballs tiptoeing up her spine. And if you see anything else weird or scary, will you promise to come tell me? He hesitated, unsure. Nate, she said, I believe you. Relief washed over him. Okay, he said, but I hope I don't see anything. Me too. She returned to the glassworks. A frigid wind screamed around the edge of the shed and brought up goose pimples on Nate's calves. 28. The Preston School for Boys. These 5 words were stamped on a strip of tin that arched over the entry path. But the wooden poles that had once held the sign aloft had rotted. The sign hung from the second pole on a rusted spike, the tin eaten through by rain and wind. The path itself was just a ghost, 2 narrow strips grown over with weeds and bracken, a set of pitted concrete steps, only 2 of them, like a staircase that had been abandoned in mid-build, sat beside the path, just past the sign. These were wagon step-downs. A driver would pull a horse-drawn cart beside them to allow passengers to dismount without spraining an ankle. Green Acres is the place to be, Minerva sang. Farm living is the life for me. Off a look from Micah. What, you don't watch TV? What the hell do you do at night, Shug? Stare at the hands on the clock? They walked toward the buildings. Minerva tried to whistle the Green Acres theme, anything to drive the stony silence away, but a scouring wind wicked the spit off her lips. Old private school, you figure? She said. Rich folks sending their Chads and Coopers and Athertons out to the sticks to put some bark on their satiny skin? Micah shook his head. Reform school. Juvenile delinquents. So you've heard about this place? No, just ones like it. The Preston School for Boys appeared to be made up of 3 primary buildings, 2 large outbuildings and 1 house. They approached the larger of the outbuildings. Its door hung cockeyed on rotted hinges. Inside were 2 rows of bunk beds, 5 to a side, enough to sleep 20 kids. Ashen light filtered through the dirt-caked windows. The bed frames were remarkably well preserved. The mattresses had a few rips and tears where the horsehair was leaking out. Shingles had blown free of the roof in spots, creating gaps where the sun had bleached the floorboards. But overall, there was an oddly hermetic, museum-quality air to the interior. Words had been scratched into the far wall, each letter gouged into the wood, frenzied-looking strokes with a penknife or other sharp object. Why is 6 afraid of 7? 789, 789. A riddle, Micah said. 6 is afraid of 7 because 7, 8, 9. They walked between the bunks. Old footlockers with cracked leather hasps lay at the foot of each bunk. Minerva opened one. Inside sat a tin toy, a stork wearing a top hat. When she wound a key on the stork's back, the thing chittered to life. First it tipped its hat, then its long beak opened to reveal a tiny swaddled infant lying on its tongue. Most of the baby's face was eaten away by rust. The key revolved. The stork's beak snapped shut on the baby. The gears wound down. Minerva turned the toy over. Stamped on its bottom was Gelly Toys 1870. A ripple of discomfort raced up her spine. She put it back in the footlocker, disliking the feel of the metal on her fingertips, warm and greasy, as if it had just recently sat in a child's clammy hands. Micah inspected some of the other footlockers. More than a few were empty. Those that weren't held scant possessions, moldering Bibles, crucifixes, a glass jar half full of marbles, a doll made of braided hair. Items the boys who'd once slept in these beds had been allowed to bring, or else had smuggled in. Minerva said, How many boys were here, do you figure? Hard to know, said Micah. 10, a dozen. It's a long way from anywhere. Better than jail. If you say so. They went back outside. The land past the sleeping quarters lay flat in the afternoon sun. A metal plow, the kind hauled by oxen, stood not far from a boarded-over well. 50 yards from the well, Minerva sighted 2 squat metal boxes in a nest of weeds. They weren't much bigger than coffins. They had also rusted through in spots, though the metal was quite thick. What the hell are those? Minerva walked across the field until she drew near to the boxes. Each had a door on the side. She lifted the latch, knelt, and opened one. Micah followed her. He watched, saying nothing. Minerva caught the smell of rain-rinsed steel and something else, more primal, still traceable after all these years. She got down on her hands and knees and stuck her head and shoulders inside one box. Words had been scratched on the metal, fanatical and somehow helpless ones, etched with sharp field rocks. Help, and out, and sorry, and please. A lot of pleases. All that, plus 2 alternating words scratched with terrible precision on the lower left side. Flesh, beast, flesh, beast, flesh, beast. She squirmed out of the horrible box. Jesus, that couldn't possibly be legal. But this place was in the middle of nowhere. Who would have been watching? Micah took in her shocked pallor. "It was a different time," he said. "Bullshit," Minerva spat back, trembling with rage. "Basic humanity is timeless, isn't it? These were boys." They carried on to the other large building, which turned out to be the mess. Like the sleeping quarters, it was intact. The chairs and tables immaculate. Jars of preserves lined the kitchen cupboards. The seals had burst and many jars had broken, but this had happened so long ago that the stink was gone. The food, whatever it had been, was no more than a crusted stain. No animals had been at the jars, no insects even. The damage was simply the result of the decades passing by. "Bizarre," Minerva said. "It's as if this whole place has been curated," said Micah. They exited the mess and made their way toward the house. The front of the house, the porch and veranda, was black from fire. It had not engulfed the entire structure, but it had blown out the front windows and charred the veranda roof, the wooden ribs of which sagged down in fire-thinned quills. Minerva noted the effigy of a rocking chair heat-welded to the porch. She imagined the owner of this house sitting on that rocker in the high heat of a summer afternoon, watching his young charges till the fields. From this distance, he would have heard the boys screaming in the hot boxes, too. The porch creaked ominously but bore their weight. They walked through the gutted doorframe into the house. The fire had made no inroads here. A thick layer of dust had settled over everything. The furniture was still in good enough shape to fetch a fair sum at an antique show. There wasn't much of it, however, as the house's occupant seemed to prefer a Spartan living style. A rack of rifles lined a cabinet in the front room. Micah swung the glass front open and inspected them. "Civil War era," he said. "That is a Lindsay model, a Whitworth there. These guns are over 100 years old." They went upstairs. The walls were papered with a pattern of cabbage roses, faded to dim blots. The front bedroom overlooked the mess and sleeping quarters. A pair of field binoculars rested on a tripod before the window. Minerva peered through them. She could see across the fields to the woods fringing the basin that they had climbed earlier. The room had a desk. The home's sole photo sat upon it, a sepia shot of a man whose large round head sat atop a thick neck, a walrus mustache, fat, fleshy lips. He stared forward with a certain imperiousness, as if challenging the viewer to contradict his view of the world. Augustus C. Preston was written on a brass nameplate below the photo. "The Lord of the Manor?" said Minerva. "I reckon." "He kept a framed, labeled photo of his own self on his desk?" Minerva spat on the floor. "Maybe he had Alzheimer's, needed to remind himself who the hell he was." Micah opened the desk drawers. Receipts and logbooks, all dated the years 1873 and 1874. The papers were yellowed and dry, a few slips crumbled apart in his fingers. Minerva saw receipts for shipping notices, sums paid, debits owing. Another notebook was labeled Enrollment. 10 boys were listed between the ages of 9 and 15. Walter Albee, Percy Snell, Horace Fudge, Cornelius Ben, Wilfred Tens, 5 more. Orphan was marked beside 8 of the 10 names, and Ward of the State beside the remaining 2. Recidivist was jotted beside 6 of the 10, even Merle Pug, the 9-year-old. Micah found a sheaf of letters in another drawer, all sent from one Conrad Preston. He teased the first letter out of its envelope. It was dated August 17, 1874. He looked it over and then passed it to Minerva. "Read it." "Dearest Augie, leave that place, I beg you. My brother, you must. That God-forsaken wilderness has clambered into both you and your misbegotten charges. I fear something dreadful shall befall you. You speak of a voice, a shadowy herald calling to you from the trees. But do you not recall it was a voice that had called you into that blasted wilderness in the first, the voice of God, as you told me? Perchance it was, Augie dear, and so you set about building your refuge, where you only wish to educate young striplings under the watchful eye of the Lord, while never sparing the lash, as it must be. But now you write to me of such grim tidings. The devil walks those woods. You speak of hearing the lonesome notes of a flute coming from the forest. Boys wandering away never to return, or if so, horribly altered. I am not one to jump at spooks, but there is much of this world we do not comprehend. That land is known only to the Red Indian, and perchance he possesses a savage means to cope with such deviltry. You do not. You are a white man and civilized. Come home. Your ambitions are noble, but having already used up your inheritance on the erection of the school, you have, I fear, left yourself in a position of keen vulnerability. I would come myself, but my tubercular state has rendered me inert. Only heroic doses of laudanum keep the agonies at bay. Do not be so pig-headed, Augie. If the boys will not come with you, leave them. They are runaways. That is their nature. Whether it be through cobbled street sides or the dim woods, they run. I admire a streak of iron as much as any man, but there comes a time when that iron turns poisonous in the blood. Your latest missive. Augie, do not take this wrongly, but if I had not recognized your handwriting, I might have thought it had been misposted from the net hatch up in Courtney Hills. You find yourself in a dark place, darkness of the spirit, a darkening of the heart. Why put your soul at peril? Leave, please. Take those charges who will come, abandon the rest. They are society's leavings. Nobody shall place blame on you or mourn their passing. They have no kin. You have kin, Augie. Me, your loving brother. Come back to me, I beg of you. From the bottom of my heart, I beg. Yours as ever, Connie. That was the final letter. The ones below bore postmarks from earlier dates. Minerva skimmed them, reading the odd snippet. The initial excitement and productivity at the Preston school appeared to have given way to creeping signs that became increasingly menacing. Sounds from the forest, the haunting trill of a flute. According to the letters, boys at the Preston school had started to disappear, or this was Minerva's understanding based on Connie Preston's one-sided narrative. The boys disappeared, but they came back. Just like Eli Rathbone, with his white hair and gray eyes and blanket of hissing bugs. In the second-to-last letter, Conrad Preston mentioned the desertion of the school's guards, leaving Augustus as the lone authority. Minerva tried to picture Augustus and his delinquent boys stranded on this solitary outcropping. Yet throughout it all, to judge by Conrad's increasingly desperate letters, Augustus maintained a fervent belief even as events spiraled into madness. He was Ahab pursuing his white whale. Jesus, Shug, Minerva said. Do you think... Is it possible that what's happening at Little Heaven now has happened before, nearly 100 years ago? Micah said, I cannot say what is happening now. But if it did happen, how could nobody know about it? People go missing, whole groups. But this many, 10 boys, maybe more, and their batshit crazy warden? There are a million ways it could have happened. But I don't think it happened any of those ways, Shug. I think it happened the way it's happening at Little Heaven, and I think you do too. Night had begun to fold over the Preston school. Micah said, Make a fire. They found a pot-bellied stove in the kitchen. Micah hurled the mattress off Augustus Preston's bed. He put his boots to the bed frame. The wood was hard oak. Micah was sweating by the time it started to splinter. He ripped the shattered wood from the joists. When he had enough, he slit the mattress and ripped out handfuls of stuffing. He filled the stove with that cottony fluff, then tossed in bits of the bed frame. Before long, a fire was roaring. Micah seemed pleased. He must have found it cathartic to torch the bed of a blue-blooded sadist who had locked up little boys in boxes. Minerva hunted through the cupboards. Just crockery. A ring bolt was set in the kitchen floor. Pulling on it opened a trap door leading to the old cellar. "Flashlight, Shug." Micah handed it to her. She went down the worn steps. The cellar swept out under the flashlight's glow. Ancient dust swirled in the flashlight beam. The shelves were stocked with preserves that had long gone off. Some of the mason jars had burst, their contents hanging off the edge of the shelf in stalactites, as if the shelves had grown fangs. The liquid had gone thin in other jars, the color of formaldehyde. Things sat suspended inside the liquid, bulging shapes like beets or blackened turnips or something. A jar of pickled eggs with some kind of weird flagellate tails attached to them. She swept the beam away from the jars. It fell upon something that puzzled her. Bars. Cross-hatched iron bars. A square of them set into the center of the wall. It was a cage. A cell dug into the cellar clay. 4 feet deep, maybe 1.5 feet high. There were 3 of them, side by side, each fronted by a barred door. They were too small to admit a full-grown person. Minerva backed away. Her ass hit something. She spun to see a chair. A Chippendale? Brass rivets? Leather cracked over the years. It was then she realized that the cells had been dug at eye level, like pictures on a wall. Their occupants would have had to climb up into them. Or, worse, they would have needed a boost. And someone must have sat in this very chair, smoking a pipe, maybe sipping a brandy, watching whoever was inside. What in God's name had happened in this place? "Nothing that happened here was in God's name," came a whisper in her head. She went back up the stairs. She had found a bottle. Whiskey, the cork still waxed. She set it in front of Micah. Her fingers trembled. "Don't go down there," was all Minerva said. "Okay." Micah slit the wax with his thumbnail and pulled the cork. "Drink," he told her. The liquor scorched her throat, but Minerva swallowed it and drank some more and handed the bottle to Micah. He drank in turn and then disappeared upstairs and came down with the binoculars. It was nearly dark. He scanned the mess in the sleeping quarters through the binoculars. Then he went through the rifle cabinet. He inspected each one and threw it aside. Cap and ball. Useless. He found a bayonet and slid that into his sack. Minerva watched him make minute improvements to their lot, working with the situation as he found it. She wouldn't want to face this with anyone but him. She grabbed stacks of plates from the cupboards and smashed them on the porch. The broken shards gritted under her boots as she walked back inside. "Anything comes, we'll hear it." They retired to the stove and drank. The whiskey kicked like a mule. Soon Minerva's head was swimmy. "Your legs," said Micah. "What about them?" Minerva said. "Squeezed pretty tight." "Old habit," she said. "I grew up in a religious area. In school, all the girls had to squeeze an aspirin between our knees for 2 hours a day. You know, to teach us to keep our legs shut until marriage." Micah gave her a look. "I'm fucking with you, Shug. I got to piss like a racehorse." Switching to a Southern Belle voice, "My eyeballs are plumb doing the flutter kick, I do declare." "Piss on his bed." Micah did not seem to be joking. Okie dokie, then. She went up to Preston's bedroom. A coldness wept from its walls and sent a wire of fear through her, the curdled presence of Augustus Preston. The mattress lay on the floor with its guts slashed open. She yanked down her pants and squatted over it. A stupid desecration, like a child pissing on a hated schoolmaster's shoes. Her water was locked up inside her. She shut her eyes and exhaled. It began as a trickle and built into a stream that the mattress soaked up hungrily. She stepped off the mattress before a rill of piss hit her boots. Thunderheads gathered over the hills. Lightning forked down to illuminate the trees. She saw them then. 3 shapes, shaggy, lumpen things, staggered 50 yards apart in the field facing the house, 200 yards away. She hurried downstairs. Micah was at the window with the binoculars. "You see them?" she asked. Micah nodded. "They coming closer?" Micah shook his head. "Just there, waiting." "For what?" Micah looked at her. How should he know? They retrieved their packs from the kitchen. The stove kicked warmth into the front room, where they sat watching the shapes in the field. Micah took another glug of whiskey. "You can never know the shape of the world, Minnie," he said. It always tickled her when he used the name her father used to call her by. "When you think you have it compassed, something breaks from that geometry to bedevil you." It was not like Shug to make such pronouncements. Was he drunk? "What about Ebenezer?" he said, looking at her. "I'm still going to kill him, if that's what you're wondering. I would have done it earlier, but it's been a busy stretch." She rooted through her bag until her fingers closed around something. She pulled it out and tossed it to him. Micah turned it over in the finger of firelight falling from the kitchen. His gaze reflected puzzlement, until it clicked. It might have been the first honest-to-God smile she'd ever seen from him. He said, "You went back." "Bet your ass I did. I was 14, climbed the same tree and waited. Knife, 2 knives, actually. No gun, wanted it to be a fair fight. It came the next day. It almost killed me. Got my one arm coiled up and squeezed, busted that arm, crushed the air out of me. But I still had the other arm. I'd lashed the knives to my hands with baling twine so I couldn't let go. Its skin was real durable. Imagine trying to cut through a bike tire. But I hacked its head clean off. Didn't come easy. Most creatures have got plenty of fight in them, even when the battle's long lost." She watched Micah turn the snake's head over. It was a foot long. Its eyes were dried-up peas in its sockets. Minerva had lost its lower jaw somewhere. The head would become drier and more brittle until all that remained was a fang or whatnot. She'd put that fang in a locket and string it round her neck. "You are certain this was the one?" she said. "How many 15-foot snakes do you think there are? As soon as it was dead, I felt at peace, like I'd set my brother's soul free." Micah handed it back. "You are a wonder." She stuffed the snake's head back into her pack. "There's still room in here." "For?" "The Englishman's head. He will not go easily, Minnie. He is good at what he does." She sighed. "I was a bounty hunter. You and him are mercenaries. You've killed people. There's a difference between us. I know that. But I want it more." "He will want to live." The storm had reached them. Rain had begun to pelt the windows. "Do you still dwell on them?" Micah asked her. "My brother and father? Not so much as I used to. You know, as time goes on, they become less people in my memory and more, motivations. I don't like that, thinking of them that way. When the Englishman's dead, they'll come back to me the way they were." "You think so?" "I have to think so." Micah nodded. "You sleep. I will keep watch." "You sure?" When he didn't answer, Minerva went into the kitchen and sat with her back to the wall. The warmth was narcotic. She fell into an uneasy doze. Micah stayed up and watched the fields. Lightning cleaved the sky. He could still see them out there, 3 unmoving shapes in the lashing rain. They wouldn't attack. He was pretty sure of that. It was the same in Korea. The enemy would harass you, nipping at your flanks, funneling you to a choke point where they could kill you more easily. In this case, the choke point was Little Heaven. Except Micah wasn't sure these things had killing in mind. What was going on at Little Heaven was a different sort of thing. Nobody was dead, not yet. They were all just sick, and it was either that none of them had the good sense to leave, or the Reverend and his men were preventing it, or something else, some terrible, specific gravity kept them all locked in place. That being the case, those shapes out there in the field were more like ranchers squiring cattle back to the feed pen, which lay in the shadow of the slaughterhouse. Micah had been thinking about it lately. Souls ascending. It wasn't Little Heaven that turned his thoughts in that direction. The Reverend's compound seemed about as divine as the Preston school. No, just the feeling a man gets when he senses the chain of his own life drawing tight around his throat. Micah felt the links of that chain cutting into his neck. Then he wondered, idly but with as much feeling as he could summon, how thin a cut it was between a man like Augustus Preston and the man he himself had been at some earlier, rottener time in his existence. He had killed men for money, and less than money. There were times when an evil had invaded his soul. He felt it drop over him, black and suffocating. That same mantle seemed to hang over the Reverend's shoulders, too. Micah sensed it to a certainty. And so the question was, if you let a man like that indulge his nature and didn't do anything about it, are you any better than him? A crazy dog bites, that being its nature. But if you let that dog go on biting, servicing its own ill-bred temperament, knowingly and with an agency to stop it, then are you not whelps from the same litter? No, you are worse, even. That dog cannot help but bite. You know better. Your inaction encouraged that evil to flourish. The blood was on your hands. Micah thought about things like that. All the time, he thought. 29. Sigh. Oh, sigh, baby, I need you. Cyril Neep started up from his sleep. He was kicked back in his chair against the side of the bunkhouse that housed Eli Rathbone. He snapped forward, the front feet of the chair stabbing into the dirt. Jesus! He'd fallen asleep with his head touching the wall of the bunkhouse with that thing shambling around inside. That fucking abomination. Yeah, okay, fucking A, right, that was the word. A bigger word than Cy was used to throwing around, but sure. A fucking abomination. Those curdled gray eyes and the grubs twisting around in his cored-out armpit. The bugs. Hard as he tried, Cy couldn't drive that image out of his mind. The boy was just covered in bugs right up to his chest, the little fucker scuttling all over while the boy stroked that dead fucking pigeon with his disgusting melted hand. Christ! All the liquor in the world couldn't wash that picture out of a man's head. Not that Cy wouldn't give that a go. Hey, a good old college try. But the Reverend, the slant-heeled killjoy prick, ran a dry compound. Hell, he and Verge had even tried whipping up a batch of homebrew out of spud peels, a bag of sugar, and a few weird-smelling herbs Verge hunted out of the woods. The same woods they had steered clear of lately. But the finished batch smelled of grim death, and when Verge took the tiniest sip, his tongue turned toad green. They agreed it would probably drive them both blind, and then they'd never find their way out of Little Heaven, and their departure was fixing to be sooner rather than later, if anyone wanted the God's honest truth. Time to blow this pop stand, was Cy's professional opinion. And the Reverend, that rat-assed greasy snake oil salesman? Cyril kinda hated him. He couldn't understand why all these bozos followed him out here, hanging off his every goddamn word. That was until he'd seen him in action behind the pulpit. Oh, he'd changed then. Grew 2 feet taller, that big voice rumbling out of his pudgy body like a rainbow arching out of a dung pile. Cyril wasn't a church-going man, but he could appreciate the power the Reverend had, and so far as Cy could tell, he'd earned it. The fucker paid good, too. He vacuumed every nickel out of his cow-eyed worshipper's pockets and gave some of it to him and Verge. But in Cy's not-so-humble opinion, no amount of cashola was enough for this. Nope. No way, no how. What good was money when you couldn't buy the finest things in life? Liquor off the top shelf, a pack of Colt's wine-tipped cigarillos, and after a drink and a smoke, maybe a nice slice of pussy? In fact, it didn't have to be that nice a slice. Just willing. Or if not willing, at least present. All the women around here had a broomstick up their asses, or else rode one. And they had prick-shot husbands and kids, too. And everyone knew that once a woman had a kid, her coos flapped like a windsock at the airport. Cy liked a tight fit. This one clam-faced bitch he'd nailed had told Cy that no fit would be tight enough for his Phillips-head screwdriver of a dick, unless he took the fucking electrical sockets. But she'd only said that once. Cybee, where's my handsome Cybee? Cyril's head snapped toward the voice. A blast from the past. An honest-to-Christ mind-melter. Carlene? Jesus, didn't that name feel weird in his mouth? Carlene Hurley from Carbine, Alabama, the glue-trap town Cy had grown up in. Couldn't be her, of course. But there it was, her voice calling from the heart of the woods, just as sugary sweet as he remembered. My baby, my handsome honey bunny. Carlene. Juicy Carlene. A box as sweet as canned peaches. Only had to wrench the damn lid off her jar, women. They learned or they got taught, and either way it worked fine by Cy. Hell, the fight was half the fun. Honey bunny, though? Carlene had never called him that. She wasn't one for gooey phrasings. As a cashier at the Carbine Pension Save, she could scarcely be bothered to make eye contact, and had a way of snapping her gum that made a man feel about an inch tall. Christ, she had no clue Cy even existed until he made his move. which it must be said was a bit, what's the shit-eaten word? Forward. He was 25, Carleen 18, body tight as a snare drum. Dewy was the word to race through Cy's mind looking at her. Just as slick and wet as the earth after a rainstorm. He wasn't on her radar, so he made damn good and sure to put himself there. He'd been ready to roll out of town at the time, no forwarding address, but before he left he had matters to attend to. He caught up with Carleen one night at a bush party. He shouldn't have been there. He was too old, with that jittery look he used to get when he was up to something. His eyes were hard these days, no matter what he was doing. He almost missed that old feeling. Anyway, Cy let Carleen know he'd come into some acid. That bugfuck weirdo Leary had hipped him to it, Cy said. As if one soul in that scratch-ass town really had acid. But Carleen went with him, bold as a bull. He took her into the woods. She was pissed to the gills. He figured she wouldn't be able to bat so much as a butterfly off her arm. But she had fight in her. Ooh-wee, what a hellion. Scratching and biting, all but clawing Cyril's eyes out. She wore fake nails or some shit, took a nice chunk out of his cheek. But when she gave over to him, it was with a sigh. Her legs could have been oiled the way they spread, wide open, smooth as creamery butter. Sigh. Cyril. Come over here, Cyril. Cyril was up off his chair without really thinking, as if he'd grown a second brain in his ass that was controlling his legs. Hey, ass brain, hold your horses. He almost laughed at how fucking silly it was, except the spit had gone sour in his mouth. He took a few hesitant steps away from his post by the bunkhouse door. Sweat trickled down his spine to soak his underwear. His rear end was clammy, and it itched in a place he was helpless to scratch. The fence shielding Little Heaven from the woods was 20 yards off. He lurched toward it. Stop! This was his conscious, direct thought. Stop moving, feet! It was strange to address a part of your body as if it had its own will, no different from telling your asshole not to let fly with a fart in a crowded elevator. But he was asking now, begging. His arms and legs had been disconnected, their controls rerouted. Stop! His breath came out in a harsh pop. God damn it, stop! But he kept on, staggering more than walking, part of him putting on the brakes, while the other part, the more powerful one now, continued to grind his body forward. You'd think the earth was lined with fucking ball bearings, the way he kept slip-sliding ahead. Oh, Cy, come on, baby, we're gonna have us a time. A real screamer. He'd seen Carleen a few years ago, back in Carbine, sitting outside the dairy bar with a couple of her runny-nosed, scabby-elbowed kids, still shitting in diapers. A human trash pit, it must be said. Oh, how the mighty, you know? Big flappity tits hanging off the front of her like two gunny sacks kicked down a bad stretch of road. She didn't look dewy then, not one bit. More like duty. He wasn't surprised. She was nothing special. He remembered her ass had been dimpled with cellulite when he had finally seen it in the woodland moonlight, like the cratered surface of the fucking moon. It had been like opening a really pretty box to find a dog turd inside. But the way she wore her jeans back then, you'd never know. Well, Cy knew. There had never been a damn thing special about her, which was what pissed Cy off the most. She'd sold him a bill of goods, which had put him on the hunt in the first place. But she was the same ignorant, ditch-water, dull bitch that you find any place. She hadn't been worth his time or interest, and he held his old obsession against her. He had sat down beside her kids, who were clearly the sort who would spend the rest of their bitter, useless lives in that tar-pit town. Carleen's eyes went wide with that of fear at the sight of him. You're a shell of your former self, he'd said to her, then got up and sauntered off. It hadn't even felt that good, not like how he'd wanted. Life had already ripped the spine out of every dream she'd ever had. How much could the truth really hurt? Virgil, he moaned now as his feet propelled him helplessly toward the fence, hoping his partner might hear. But it was the dead of night, and Virgil was probably asleep, the pudding brain. Cyril felt a little sorry for Virgil. Dumb as a box of hammers, that one. He'd be lost without Cyril. Then he had to ask himself, where am I going? At the fence now. He ran 15 feet up to the razor wire. Cy hooked his hands into the chain link. The sensation of his fingers clawing through that rough industrial metal washed a dry taste of horror through his mouth, as if he'd taken a big gulp of shitty wine. Come on now, baby. We're gonna have such fun. He started to climb. The terror shot through him sharply, a bone-deep electricity radiating from every nerve center. He tried to jerk himself backward, hurl himself to the ground. He didn't care if he broke a leg or both legs plus an arm. Anything was better than being dragged toward that voice like a man chained to a winch. He saw something in the trees. Carlene Hurley, the pride of Carbine, Alabama, naked as a jaybird. Jesus please us. He'd never seen a woman so goddamn lovely. Creamy, dreamy red bikini. Breasts not all droopy and sucked out, but firm and high. A nice tangle bush. Boy, howdy, Cy would walk 20 miles of busted glass to lay one kiss between those legs. Except her eyes. Yes, indeedy, there was something a bit queer about those. He was up the fence now. He'd scaled it like a blackie up a coconut tree, hadn't he? Climbed it faster than that fairy English nigger ever could. Cyril paused, his body trembling, then started to crawl through the razor wire. Oh, fuck. Stop! Stop! The wire was studded with long, sharp blades, just like the one his father used to shave with. They effortlessly slit Cy's clothes. Blood leapt out in greedy bursts. He kept his eyes on Carlene.